What is up, everybody? Okay, so we've got should be live on the tube. Can you check it, baby? Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, maybe it'll show my stuff here. Cool. All right, I'm gonna go live on TikTok now. We'll go ahead and get this panel going. MAGA loves fascism. We'll just title it that way. I mean, ain't trying to be clever here, not today. Not today. All right, let's go live on the TikTok. What's up, TikTok? All right, so we are live on both the tube and on TikTok. So you can check us out either way. But if you want to be on the panel, find me on TikTok. And you'll be able to come up on the panel and have a conversation. Especially if you disagree. I love people to come up here as opposition. Makes for a more colorful conversation. I don't like echo chambers, so please, if you disagree with me or with liberalism in general, then come on up. We are live. Now I got to tell my Discord people. Wonder if there's a way to tie in my Discord channel into the live. That would be cool. At some point, hopefully next week, I will figure out how to get the panel that is on TikTok to show up on the tube, because that way, you know, when you go to the tube, it's just me and you can hear the people, but you can't see the people. Anyway, it's Saturday. I know you guys were probably out there partying, but you know, we're gonna have to get this party started now. So wake up, knock the dust off, and let's get this show on the road. Oh, well, already getting a message. I should have done a video before I went live. I see Trump is threatening sanctuary cities with cutting off federal funding. A judge said, no, you don't get to do that. And, you know, constitutionally speaking, he doesn't. I love how they argue, oh, states' rights. But the moment that they have an opportunity to try and force somebody to do something they want, they take that opportunity, and they just don't give a shit. The hypocrisy is for real. Dick McTish, I see you there, but I'm looking for opposition at this moment. I'll go ahead and bring you up, I guess, but I'd really rather get a MAGA up here to start the live. What's up, man? I haven't seen you in a minute.
What's up, man?
Not much. Yeah, I'm trying to
get very
opposition.
Busy. I'm happy to say the last week or so.
Well, that's good. Makes the day goes by faster.
Busy. Yeah.
Of course, as we get older, the days fucking fly, don't they?
I know, and we get in our heads and get frustrated and angry, and staying busy helps prevent that.
Yeah. Or coming up on TikTok and raging the fuck out also works for some people.
That also helps me a lot too.
Yeah, it does.
Trying not to rage as much because I'm tired of getting put in the penalty box for a week.
The penalty. Were you on? Were you bananaed, or you just weren't on TikTok?
No, I think somebody reported me. I mean, there's Karens lurking in the comments that don't do anything, and they're just waiting for somebody to break a rule, and they report them. So be careful.
Oh, done. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I kicked and blocked you.
I got another account. You don't like me no more or what?
Well,
you're my favorite person on TikTok.
Well, I appreciate that, but dude, you're not going to come up on the panel and call black people the name you called them. That is just absolutely inappropriate.
So
it's gross.
But they said I was black. But they told me I was black.
I don't care. Look, you know, I got lines, and you crossed one of them. Because
I thought we was friends.
I mean, it's not like I hate you, but I don't want that up here on my panel.
But they were calling me black, so I just asked if I get an N-word pass.
Yeah, I'm not going to repeat the word that you used, but let's not do that. So if you can behave yourself, you're welcome to stay.
Well, I'm up here early before all the bad people come on. You don't have
All
a
the
degree?
bad people. I don't know.
It's all right, man. You can just go on Coursera and learn. Well, that's why you're a Democrat, because you don't
What's
have
that?
education.
Because I didn't say I didn't have an education. I said I don't have a degree. There's a
Okay,
difference.
so you went to high school, no college. Okay.
No, I went to college.
Oh, you didn't finish?
Yeah.
What's your
finish.
level of education, Mr. Smarty Pants?
I got my bachelor's.
Yeah, really?
In
From where?
what?
Jiffy Lube University?
Yeah, how'd you know?
Jiffy Lube.
Or was it IHOP U?
No, it was. I went to DeVry. Remember DeVry?
For what is your degree in?
At Midas School? Is that what you got your degree from?
Absolutely. Or no, it was the Pep Boys.
Pep Boys.
Right.
Hibden.
Yeah, I got my degree in political science.
In poli-sci, huh?
Yep.
What exactly do you use that for? You know, in practical. Okay, we don't need any music right now. Like practically,
Well,
what does that look like?
writing, thinking, having.
Thinking.
No, well, it does teach you how to, because a lot of your prerequisites for political science are a lot of classes on writing, public speaking, a lot of philosophy, and then, of course, after that, you learn about civics and things like that.
Did you go to a Christian school?
No, I did not.
He said DeVry.
All the niggas in the hood want to
Okay.
DeVry. I don't think DeVry. I think DeVry like a legend.
DeVry online?
All right.
No, I went to. I actually went to a college. I went to college in D.C. in Washington D.C.
American University or Georgetown?
I don't want to say. I don't want to.
DeVry has a big brick and mortar.
No, I was trolling on DeVry. I went to college in D.C. I actually interned on Capitol Hill too.
For who?
It's an old congressman. He's like, you wouldn't remember him. He's like, for 2 years, he was only in Congress for 2 years, and then he didn't get voted back in.
I might remember him. I've been following politics my entire life.
But like that's what happens in the House. He was in the House, and but you get college credit if you actually do those internships. So during those internships, all I did was write constituent letters to constituents. And
really?
That's where political science comes. Yeah, it's not that glamorous. Of like,
I was going to say that would kind of suck.
Yeah, occasionally you get to go to committee meetings where, like, people talk about different issues, and you give tours of the Capitol and things like that.
Did you get paid for that, or was it?
No, I got college credit.
That's
so they'll give you. No, you get I got like 8 credit hours for that.
And it was okay. So if you didn't do that, what would you have had to have taken to,
I'd had to take like 3 classes to get what I got for that.
For what? Like in lieu of what?
So it can substitute your political science classes. So you have different prerequisites for different sections, but then you have your actual political science classes that you have to take. And so the internship, I think it was either 8 or 9 credits, which is equal to 3 classes.
Interesting. So, well, that's cool. I bet that was fun anyway.
Yeah, it was cool. It was. I mean, you kind of become disenchanted with politics because when you work on the Hill, it's really just a bunch of groupies. No matter if you're Democrat or Republican, it's.
Well, how long ago was
Hollywood?
This?
What'd you say?
How long ago was that?
This was 2013.
Yeah, I was going to say from what I understand, things are a lot different than they were back, like in the early aughts and prior to that, where they used to be friends with each other, and now they're just fucking. They're clicked up. They're adversarial.
I'm not speaking about the exact congressman. I'm talking about like the staff that work in Congress. Those people are. Like Hollywood. Like all these people walk around. Well, I know this person, and I know that person, and they don't really know anybody.
Right. And then name droppers, bunch of name droppers. Man. I fucking hate. I hate that. I've got some friends that like to do that. I do it from time to time, but I try not to make a habit of it. Anyway, welcome in, Paula. What's up?
Well, I took a lot of gummies and slept, and I feel like I'm a ball of sunshine today.
Well, we'll see, because yesterday was It was yesterday.
I know. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I was just suddenly, I was just so angry, and I couldn't understand what was going on. And I think I had just been on TikTok too long.
Yep,
So
that may. So you didn't go live last night then?
I did for like maybe 30 seconds, maybe 3 minutes. First off, like nobody came into my live, and no, I'm not reading into it. I'm not going to be. I wasn't sad about it, but I
Well, if you
figured it was
don't,
probably good for me.
I think if you don't have like a set schedule, it'll do that. You know. Yeah, that's
Hmm.
right. Or if you go to Oklahoma from Mississippi, it fucks you up too. Jesus,
It's pretty
TikTok is so
funny.
weird.
Yeah.
Oh, where'd Dun
No,
go?
I guess.
Dun
Am I
Dun.
scared?
He went to be
Dun
smart
was
someplace else.
he was actually being nice and shit, and we were having like a human discussion about life and such, and he takes off. No, I
Yeah.
actually dropped and blocked the dude because he caught, and I think he was talking to Siren, and he called her the M word, not the N word, the M word, and I was like, bro, get the fuck out of here with that shit.
I know. Don't talk. We don't talk. Yeah, I know.
I
I was just super edgy all day yesterday, and even like last night, I was just so on edge. So I had to take I took some gummies, and I was still edgy.
yeah. Well, we have our days. Some days I'm the same way.
Yep. I just turned the news off. So
I nuked
Walk
the panel.
away.
I nuked the panel. I think 3 times yesterday.
Well,
Holy
I
cow.
dropped, and then you nuked it. I came back, and then I went to the bathroom. I came back, and I was dropped again. And I was like, "Oh, I think I probably pissed off Lib."
No, I nuked it. I nuked everybody because everybody was talking over everybody, and I'm like, I don't want to deal with this right now.
What were they upset about?
Paula was getting into it with who the fuck was that? Real American News, was it?
Real, and he was he was just like, he was going like, and I can't even. Can you do his voice? It was so. I don't know. It was so smug. And
Smug is probably a good word. Yeah, I mean, he just always sounds like that.
I know. I bet you though, I might like him in another arena maybe, but he was really getting under my skin with the MAGA crap. He was saying, "Well, the media shouldn't be lying about President Trump." I was like,
"Oh, I know." I was like,
"Hold Trump accountable."
It's not the media's responsibility to baby this fucking guy along. I mean, he's a grown ass man. If he can't deal with it, he should be in politics. Like John Bolton says, he looked really tired, and then Trump's like, "Oh, look what I'm in control of, the FBI. Let me send them to your house and raid your shit."
If he doesn't appreciate them, he'll just ban them from the Oval Office. It's really not that hard.
Fucking crazy.
They don't gotta be in there.
They shouldn't even be. They shouldn't be banning people from there anyway.
They don't got to be in there, bro. I mean, if they're not doing anything productive in there, sir, they don't got to be in there.
Okay, so what is
Evidently,
your
all
what
Trump's
is your
cabinet does is hang around the White House and kiss his ass.
what is your
That's any cabinet though. That's any
okay? What
president.
is your definition of productive as far as the media goes when they're in there listening and reporting?
About like the whole AP BS that happened, like 6 months ago about the Associated Press getting banned from there. I didn't really find an issue with that because it's like, hey, at least for the 4 years that this man is in office, acknowledge this name change, whatever. It really doesn't affect me. I don't give a damn what you want to call it, but just don't spew different names all over the TVs and newspapers. You know what I mean? Because you're just going to confuse people that way.
The Gulf of America?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, you got half of the news stations during
the
that
lie
time.
that is that. Yeah, sure.
I mean, it's Gulf of America, whichever way you want to look at it. And in 4 years from now, no. In 4 years from now, we can change it back to Gulf of Mexico. Life will go back to normal. This isn't going to be a thing that goes on forever. That's what people don't get. For the next 4 years, yeah, it's Gulf of America, according to AccuWeather, Apple Maps. I mean,
I think you missed the fact that the United States doesn't own the ocean. Okay.
No, they don't.
So there's a
They
very
don't.
specific strip of area that they can refer to as the Gulf of America, but they don't get to
12 miles.
unilaterally rename sections of the ocean that have been named that way for what, 400, 500, 600 years? I mean, come on. And then the AP News not capitulating to Trump.
Where's the equator? Where's
in
the equator? Where's the equator
referencing
line at?
in referencing what has been named that for 400, 500, 600 years,
Where
and
is
him
the
getting
equator
butt
line
hurt.
at?
The equator line?
Where is the equator line at?
I don't know. There's certain number of miles off the coast. I'd have to look it up again. But again,
No,
this is
Look it up.
I get what you're saying, host, and we only own like you said, 12 miles. I don't know if it's out or across, whichever way.
Right.
The equator line.
Yeah, but
In the ocean. The equator.
what the fuck are you talking about?
you said we own up to the equator line.
Look it up. Google it.
The equator. No, dude,
Google it because
country-
everything on the internet is true.
No,
Yeah.
look it up. Look it up yourself, man.
No. I think
Stop
you're
being a pansy, man.
no. I think you're misusing the word equator line. Just
Oh no, that's all I'm talking the fucking equator.
okay.
So we own the Gulf of Mexico all the way to El Salvador and Costa Rica. Is that what you're saying?
So-
Or
It
northern?
goes all the way to Australia. It's the Gulf of America.
Yes.
all
Don't
the-
fight it.
to the equator
Don't fight
line.
it, Dick. Tish, don't fight it. Don't fight it. It's not.
Yeah,
Are we
the
like
South China
liberal
Sea to the
loudmouth? We
rebel
all
flag
go black.
sea.
I think the equator goes all the way to the South Pole. Does it not?
I think so. We could just say that it does, and
Well, the
if you
prime meridian
report
does.
otherwise, you'll get
Let's
kicked out
say
of the press room.
You'll get kicked out of liberal loudmouth's life. Yeah. There's no First Amendment up in here.
Anyway, okay, so I wasn't looking at the boxes. The person that I was talking to that wasn't saying equator line, was that
Girlfriend.
Nick? Was that Nick?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, all right. So Jim is the other. Yeah, I pegged that one right on the money. Anyway, what's up, Jim? Did you want to jump in there aside from equator line?
No, y'all don't know what's going on in the news right now. They're sending like 4,000 Marines to Venezuela. What's up with that?
I mean, if all else fails, take us to war.
Oh,
Yeah, what
they-
happened to No Wars Trump?
Whoa! It's in 4,000 Marine Navy ships to Venezuela. Come on back now.
Okay. What is your question?
Let me ask a question.
What's your point?
What would you
You go in
like
there
us
and
to talk about?
What y'all know about that? What y'all know about Venezuela?
Yes,
Well,
we're
what's your
aware of
point?
that.
Are
In
you for it or
Venezuela,
against it?
put 4.5 million troops at the ready because they're like, you're not going to come down here and do this.
I'm actually in favor of that.
You know what? You know
And
what?
the Venezuelan.
Guess what it's over? It's over oil.
That's
It's
a
oil. Oil.
So what happened to No Wars Trump?
Yeah, but Dick, I mean, sorry for saying your name like that. I'm
Yes,
in
no, I
favor
like
of
it.
that.
Really.
No, you're good, man. I don't know if TikTok will boot me off for saying that word. But,
Oddly enough, I don't think so. We can say
No,
erection.
but,
we can say the
I'm
P
honestly
word.
in favor.
It's weird.
I'm in favor, host, of the whole Venezuela thing, and the reason I say this is because the people of Venezuela, a good portion of them, and this is no surprise. They're in favor of it. Get this dude the hell out of there, Maduro. This dude is Venezuela 20 years ago used to be one of the most powerful countries on earth. What the hell happened? Now they got 300% inflation. I'm sure it's lower now. You got a food crisis going on over there. What the heck is going on?
Because a fascist isn't leading the country now. A hard right fascist.
Yeah, so I think we should go in there. What?
Why? What? Wait,
So-
hold up. So now we're going to go all over the world and police every country? Is that what we're going to do now?
It's not really policing because the president
it's
has been no,
100%.
ma'am. I say this because Maduro has come out multiple times and used his loud mouth and said,
So
"I want
what?
to fight Elon Musk," and all this
So
and
what?
that.
Trump
and,
is
you know,
Trump is a loudmouth.
So what? They're a third world country. I don't.
Yeah, we got to get Maduro out of there.
He
No,
was
we don't.
elected. He was elected.
He wasn't elected.
He was elected.
No, he
Was
wasn't.
elected.
He was elected. You may not like
tell you what,
the
Nick.
outcome of that, but he was elected.
That he was elected by his own, I guess, party or vote, however they do it.
He was
Okay,
elected just like Putin was elected. Just so
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, okay.
Look, I mean, I don't know the specifics of how they deal with their, erections, but he was erected. And so the U.S., and we do this all the time, man. We did this to Iran. The people elect somebody that doesn't do our bidding, and we go in there and they're like, no, you do what we say. And if you don't, we'll unalive your country. We'll overthrow you using the CIA. This is rinse and repeat, man. Surely you're not okay with that.
No, I am okay with it, man. It's just
Yeah, 'cause
Why?
you're a pretzel, man.
I just think the U.S. has to just
You're
just get
a
rid of
soft
the governments
pretzel.
that are detrimental to the world. Like
Okay,
starting
so
yeah.
Putin, should we go in and unalive and take over Russia? Should we do that to Russia since Putin is such a bad person?
To end the issue in Ukraine, yeah, we probably will have to do something because he's not going to stop. I think that's very evident.
Well, Trump won't do that. Trump won't do that. He'll go after anybody but him.
Well, you know what, man? It needs to happen. I mean, the guy's obviously scared shitless. You don't see that man in public, man, too many times, Putin and everything. I mean,
Well, Putin was here in the United States in Alaska last week. What the fuck are you talking about?
yeah, that was his first time in what, like 8-9 years? Give me a break. What are you talking about?
Because Joe Biden.
He said
Joe
that
Biden.
you don't see him out in public. I'm just saying he was just
You really
here.
don't. You really don't.
I feel like you just have your. I feel like you're a soft pretzel, and I'm really curious. Do you get served up with nacho cheese, or is it Velveeta?
I feel like you're having a really hard time coping from an event that happened in November, 9 months ago. Is that true, or is that a false statement?
What? Oh, the erections?
Yeah, I'd say that was kind of a bloodbath, man. That was, I guess, I heard a lot of liberals saying when it was going on, the Red Mirage. Don't worry, we're still gonna win. And then it was over. It was over in like 30 minutes. It's pretty bad, man. The Democrats.
What does it have to do with today?
The Democrats are just irrelevant, hosts. That's my point. They're irrelevant after that.
The Democratic Party, I would argue, sure. The Democratic Party is shit.
What's your
I
flag?
agree.
What's your flag, man?
Yeah, they're
You don't
irrelevant
know
now.
what this flag is?
That's the former state of Palestine or Palestine, whatever it is.
Still exists.
Yeah, it's under Israel control.
Internationally recognized. Yeah, it exists.
Israel's going to steamroll them, brother, and then we're going to make a resort in Gaza.
And see, maybe that's a country that we should do what we're trying to do with Venezuela.
Oh, we're going to make it the Trump National Gaza Golf Club. Does that sound like a good name?
No, it doesn't.
Why?
And again, what's interesting is that Trump ran on no wars, and you're over here advocating for him to do exactly that.
It's not really going to be a WAR, though, because the entire Gaza is just destroyed. There's nothing there.
Well, I mean, yeah, because it's a G-side and an ethnic cleansing. You can take your pick of those two. Both are true. They've wanted that since they got there in the 40s, man.
The G-side, if it wasn't for the consequences of our actions, right?
The consequences of Israel's actions when the Zionists went in there in the 40s and began T-attacking the Palestinians that were there. No. This goes all the way back to the 40s, my dude.
Oh, it goes
Here's
back
the
many
thing.
years.
Here's the thing. Just like Europeans came over here and took this land.
War 1, War 2.
The Zionists did the same thing over there. And those people have not accepted that because that is still their land. It is an illegal occupation and has been. And at one point in my life, I was like, we can find a two-state solution here, but anymore, I'm like, look, the problem child here is Israel because they gaslight after they do T attacks. I mean, look at the pager attack. That's a T attack. And
Can I ask you something?
They've been doing this for years. Yeah, what's up?
Sure. So sincerely,
You know what's so fun of unintended consequences is because while you think you're all gung-ho for another war, which, maybe you should go enlist and maybe you should donate all your funds to
I already did 2 tours, man. I did 2 tours.
Go back in, man. If you're so, I don't know one
in
veteran
Iraq?
that advocates for war.
Was that in Iraq?
But Colombia surrounded the surrender.
I ended too. I'm a Marine Corps.
Colombia has now come out and said that the United
I'll go back right now. I'll fuck them motherfuckers up.
No, you won't.
So
Yeah, so
anyway,
yeah,
to my
yeah. So
point, sir, because you're so
excuse me,
uninformed
Paula.
and
You
so
just interrupted
I
me, man.
just no, I'm trying to.
Yeah,
Okay,
You guys
okay.
interrupted
Let's not
me
look.
3
If we're gonna talk over
times.
each other, I'm gonna have to bring in the timer. Okay, I'm
You
gonna have
guys
to
are
bring in the
interrupting
timer.
me.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I
have.
need a timer because they can't
Well,
let
I
a
believe he
woman
was
speak.
talking actually when you started, but
No,
I can let you finish. So let me go
no.
to
Paula
what
girls on there.
is that not
No,
right?
let Nick finish because he sounds like a crybaby.
yeah.
Okay,
Thank you, Paula. Thank you
You're
for the
welcome,
insult, Paula.
baby. You're
Thank you,
welcome,
okay,
thank you,
baby.
okay. So
thank you,
Nick,
baby.
At home. Go,
all right, we're gonna
Thank you,
guys.
baby. Thank you, baby.
Okay,
go
quit
home and
that,
cook,
y'all.
girl.
Quit that,
Raise your
please.
family.
Nick, there you go.
What's up, man?
Go
All
ahead and
right.
finish what you're
I
saying.
don't even need the minute, and then I'll pass it off to Paula. I mean, don't you think like the tunnels over there, or you think those are kind of an issue, right? I mean, we should take care of
No,
those. No,
no.
no. Okay, that's it. I'll give it off to Paula.
Okay, Paula, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to mention that Colombia has come out and said that if the United States acts on Venezuela, they will go to support Venezuela. And that's the whole problem when you're stupid because you don't realize there's unintended consequence, just like when we went to Iraq and Afghanistan. I mean, come on, you guys. Can't your party get your shit together on this?
Yeah, yeah. We take them up, take it over, destroy it. It's complete control. Take it over, destroy it.
Are you
Mayhem.
done, Paula?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I said I yield.
Oh, I didn't hear it. That's my bad, I'm sure. Okay, let me go ahead and pause that. So no, I don't think the tunnels are a problem. No, at all.
Yeah, I gotta disagree with that, man.
Okay, that's fine.
And the reason I say that because half of those H people, HOSTAGES, are in those tunnels. They're in
Okay.
there. And
Okay, well,
when,
do you know why they dug those tunnels?
yeah, enlighten me. Why?
Because because Israel put them inside of what is colloquially termed an open air prison. They put a wall on one side. They are surrounded by ocean on the other side, which is under naval blockade. They don't have airports. The only entity that allows anything into that area is Israel. So, in order to smuggle goods into their country that they should be allowed to have anyway, they dug tunnels. So, it makes perfect sense why they did that. Now, does the H group use that also? Of course. But I also find it interesting, and maybe you didn't know this, maybe you did, but in one of the hospitals at least, whenever they were talking about they had that, Hamas is using the underground bunkers. Remember that? What the hell was that? That's cool. Anyway, the underground bunker was actually built by Israel. That's how Israel knew. Israel was going to use it for its military underneath the hospital. And that's how they knew it was there. But when they got there and they had the videos running, Hamas actually wasn't using it. The hospital was using it. So it didn't work out for them. But again, this is something that Israel does and then blames somebody else and claims that they do it too. And says it's only a problem when they do it. So no, I don't have any issue with the tunnel.
Gotcha. I respect your opinion.
Yeah.
Each our own, man. I got you.
Yeah. So what happened to the idea that we shouldn't be the police of the world? Because MAGA at one point was one of their big shticks was, we shouldn't be policed in the world.
I feel like ever since we developed the nuclear bomb, I felt like it started then. We just had this mindset like, hey, we can basically police the world with what we have, and it's always continued ever since. Now, do I think we should police the world? Absolutely not. But is the U.S. going to continue doing it? Probably. I mean, that's my opinion on it.
Well, what's interesting is that if you think that we're going to Venezuela other than for oil, you're sadly mistaken.
No, it's going to turn into a big conflict.
Into which, no wars, Trump, booming a sovereign country.
Yeah, but we'll
unaliving.
We could have it settled within like 72 hours in Venezuela.
Oh, really? There's like Colombia's already planted their flag, my friend. Do you not understand what that means?
How did it work out for us in Iraq? You were there.
No. You're thinking Vietnam.
No. In Iraq too.
No. Vietnam.
No.
And
We can
Afghanistan.
go both. You can use both if you want. How did it work out for those? How did that work out?
Didn't work out too well.
No, it didn't, and it's not going to work out well there. When you go in and try to invade somebody else's country, aside from just demolishing everything there, which we did with North Korea, by the way, and is why they are the way they are today. It doesn't work out too well. So, okay. I it just like in Ukraine, it's not going to work out well for Russia either. When you go and invade somebody's country and you try to literally take the land, it turns into a quagmire, even if you can take it.
You know what's weird is that we don't go to countries to help people, right? Like we don't go to a country in Africa that the people are starving. We don't do that. So it's just crazy to think that you think we're going to Venezuela for anything other than oil.
Yeah, they can take care of themselves. They all have presidents and governments, and they got it.
Who said Kerry?
Jim, go ahead. This dude cracks me up, y'all.
Hey, everybody, share the live and tap the screen and
please
give Lib a follow. He's probably the best creator host on the whole platform, in my humble opinion.
Well,
Just
thank you.
Saying. And,
send me some finger hearts too, damn it.
Yeah. And it would be fantastic if you guys could send him some gifts. If you like what I'm saying on the panel, you can gift me, but don't gift Nick because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, thank you for the gifts. And host, for you to say, host, that Ukraine is really going to strike back against Russia. I mean, if Russia wants to, they could just fly in Ukraine.
Well,
no. We've
that's
also
not what
been
I
hearing
said.
this for the last 3 years. So.
That's not what I said. What I said was that Russia going in there is not going to work out well for them. I didn't say Ukraine was going to, attack them or whatever.
I don't think Ukraine is going to do much. That's what I'm saying. I mean, if Russia wants to, they could just take Ukraine.
Well, if I was Russia, I would be very smart. I would say, hey, if I attack them, they have a Budapest memorandum to defend Ukraine. So if I can just run America's military funds and just run them very smallly, little bit by little bit, they'll keep adding $186 billion to an emergency fund. I don't really care about Ukraine or taking it. I just want to hurt America. That could be a possibility too, right? Because if he wanted it, he would take it, right? Because without our protection, what chance would Ukraine army stand against a Russian army?
You've been sending them so much money, equipment. You're 100% right about that. I've never thought about that.
I mean, how long? We've already done $86 billion out of the $100 billion. What happens when we run out of the other 100? We've got to add more, right?
Yeah.
How long?
Right. How long do we send them money for? Like, that's the question.
Indefinitely.
I mean, as long as it takes, I guess. But here's the thing, guys. The U.S. is in a very different position than Russia, than Ukraine, or any of the EU nations because our currency is the reserve currency. We print our own money, and other people seek it out. That's how we're able to run our debt the way that we do. So you believing that this war of attrition is going to destabilize the United States, it's not going, well, with Donald Trump in office, I mean, maybe, because he's going to bend over and be like, Putin, please, will you just slide it right in there? I love it. I mean, that's been Trump, historically when it comes to Putin. I looked in his eyes. He's a very strong man, and I believed him. Y'all remember that shit when the president of the United States was bent over grabbing his ankles for the fucking president of Russia? Crazy.
Yep. He said that he didn't believe his own intelligence agencies.
Yeah, and now
because he said it very strongly.
Yeah, and now we've got Americans that come up on my panel and we're like, "Oh, Russia could take us. They surely could. Oh, they could make it where, well, we'll end up losing."
They're proving that right now by barely taking Ukraine, that if they ever tried to come at us, they'd be flattened. North Korea as well. Anyone.
Right.
But what if they team up? What if it's not just Russia, but it's China and Iran? It's
Thank you, Amanda.
They've already aligned with each other. When we sanctioned Russia and cut their oil and gas, who stepped up and gave them oil and gas? China. When we cut their military technology, who stepped up and gave the military technology to fight Ukraine? China. They've already told us they're aligned with them.
Well, in North Korea, don't forget our biggest ally, North Korea, also is sending troops to help Putin.
Dude, North Korea doesn't have troops.
Yeah, North Korea, I consider
literally been sending
it's like the
troops
ghetto of
to
the
help
countries.
Putin because his troops are running away.
Hey, man, shout out to Trump. Hey, shout out to Trump for being a real one, man. Trump.
Oh, we got a blagger right here. This is a blagger.
Hey, shout out to Trump for being
I've never heard that. I've never heard that.
Oh, Zaz, welcome back.
Bro.
I remember last time you were up here, dude. Everybody was so pissed at you.
We just call him a blagger?
Yeah, because I'm black. Because I'm.
I know. I just never
I'm
heard
FDA,
that one.
bro.
That's some gangster.
Yeah, because I'm
that's some gangster shit,
brother. You're fine.
That's messed up,
too, bro. That's because I'm a foundational Black American, bro.
Yes, sir.
You feel me? Like America first. We not rocking.
He cares about his
wait till they come to Chicago and snatch up all these fucking illegal.
No. That last time he was up here, there's also a creator, Zaza, that somebody was like, don't call him Zaza. There's a creator named Zaza. So Zaza comes up on the panel, turned into kind of a shit show. It was funny though. I thought it was at least slightly entertaining. I don't know about people in the comments, but
you know, I look at the whole movement as a whole. You know, the immigration, the reform on schools, the reform on crime, the boots in Venezuela. No matter what the move is, I see the Democrats going, don't do that. I mean, don't reform our stuff, and don't, how could you go after this?
Don't reform what?
I don't even know how
reform
Black
our
people
education. Don't reform our policing. Don't reform, everything that's so bad. All the fraud that is fraught across all these departments.
Where?
You guys are fighting every subject to
Where was the fraud?
The fraud definitely when the police was locking up innocent Black people, definitely here in Chicago. You don't remember that cop that was beating those
Well,
Black
that's not what he's talking about. I mean, that's a separate issue, and I'm happy to talk about that. But I'm talking about fraud. No. He's talking about fraud. So what fraud were you talking about?
I mean, well, I said you already know we're reforming everything from education to NFL to, Doge is going across.
We're aware everything's going to get privatized, and his friends are going to come in and they're going to make a bunch of money off of it. Yeah, we get that.
You can too.
I don't want to. There are things in this country that shouldn't be for profit.
Yo, Big Zaza, can I tell you something, bro? Can I tell you something, bro?
Holla at me, G.
Kamala Harris is so proud of you that you decided to vote for
Kamala,
Trump.
bro.
She is so proud that you decided to vote
She's not
for
even
Trump.
a Black woman, and I could testify to that, bro. First of all, she's a first generation American, where she don't have no lineage here in America.
Sir, you voted for the right choice, Big Za.
Her daddy from Jamaica, bro. Just because you go to an HBCU doesn't make you Black. I know I got white friends.
Wait. She's not Black, but her parent was from Jamaica. Is that what you just said?
Jamaica don't make you Black, bro.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Obama's not Black.
Okay, then,
like that.
Okay, then explain to me, sir. Then what is Black?
Well, Black is a social construct which comes from America, bro. Which is a term where when my people were freemen, they gave us so many fucking different names: freeman, Negro, nigga, Afro. Like, bro. First of all, Jesse Jackson came at that time when he came back from Africa. When Jesse Jackson came back in 1982 to call the so-called Black community African Americans. Like, bro, how you call a whole race a whole continent?
Does that bother you?
Not from
so
West
what?
Africa.
Okay, so what do you want to be called?
American.
Okay.
First.
So so here's the issue that we have in this country, and it's not so unique, but we brought a bunch of people, or at least the Europeans that came here, brought a bunch of people over from different countries, but from a continent, right? From a continent.
Be more Pacific, bro.
Black people.
Oh, he
brought them over
from
multiple different countries. Hold on. And then put them. Hold on. They spoke different languages. They had different cultures. They had all of these things. Yet they were supposed to intermingle together, and they were put under one umbrella. That's what it's referred to as Black culture, what have you, because all of these people from all these different countries were put in there and labeled as the same.
Sir,
No.
what other countries do you think we snatched when we were coming over here? We only had limited boats. We could only go a certain route.
Are you telling me they only came from one country?
Hold on, wait, bro.
I would say the percentage.
Hey, you ever heard of the Nigerian slave king?
I mean, what other countries did we snatch?
Wait.
Nigerian
You
slave
think?
king?
Hold on,
No,
this
I
guy.
know what other
Hold on,
countries.
whoa. Let's go back. Yeah, no, they came from all different countries, but the problem is that you don't know that. That's why we refer to them as black.
Okay.
What?
Not Nigerian American, not as African American, because you're talking about a continent.
Hey, hold on, wait, bro. Do you have any African friends?
Yes.
And they do not call themselves African Americans. They call themselves Nigerian American. They use their nationality because they come from a nation.
They don't know.
What?
They don't know.
Who?
Some people know. Some people know, unless you do a genetic test. Most of the people in this in the country that didn't migrate later don't know. They don't know.
Bro, I'm not talking. Listen, I'm talking about people that come from Africa today. They call themselves whatever nation they come from.
I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about the people that were here from the beginning. Descendants of slavery.
We can look up the stats. Only 1.6 of Americans.
It was 3,000. Oh, hold on. So where did 3,000 black slave owners come from?
The slave owners?
Irish American.
Like Anthony Johnson. Where do Anthony Johnson come from?
I don't know, but England, Germany, Poland, you name it. They know what countries they're from. They didn't come over here and forget their lineage. Whereas the black people that were brought over that were enslaved, they don't remember.
Black people.
Africa is a continent, sir. You get that, right?
Yeah, and that will be a
continent. The continent has what? It has multiple different countries with multiple different languages, with multiple different cultures.
In today's time, if you take an African today and take them and bring them to America, they go claim their nationality. They're not gonna say, "Oh man, I'm from Africa."
If they know, that's the issue. They may not know.
Why do you care what they call themselves anyway?
What? They have pride in where they come from.
If they
why
know.
Do you care? Like, do you sit around all day and sit there and get, somebody out there saying they're African American, make us stop.
What the fuck is that? You from?
Is that what you do?
Like saying I'm European American.
Is that what
That's why
you do?
A lot of white people look.
Do you sit around all day?
That's what I refer to white people as. Zaza.
Look. Know what I'm saying? That's why the European Americans. Look, how the fuck do that sound? I'm European American.
It sounds exactly like it sounds when you say African American.
Got a lot of countries in it, right?
Yeah, it does.
So if I'm from Italy, hold on. If you separate white people and put them in their own race, they smaller than what they like German Americans.
Who cares?
Well, Zaza, I refer to white people very often as European American because of what you're talking about right now. Because it is offensive. Sure. I get it, and I do it on purpose because it's offensive. Because of how if you refer to white people as just American, and then a black person as African American, and indigenous people as Native American, or you have a hyphenated American for any other thing other than white. That's why I call them European Americans, because I'll do it to them too.
What the hell?
If you don't understand what I just said, I can't help you, sir.
No, I know you been. You say you've been an asshole by calling them. You don't really know where they from. Yeah. So you call them European American.
Yep.
Are you a European American?
Oh, Nick left. Oh, I'm so sad.
Partially.
Partially.
Yep.
What, you a mixed breed?
I'm a mutt.
Ew.
I don't care where anyone came from. We're trying to build something called America. I want Americans trying to respect this idea of what we are. I don't want to see what I'm seeing now in the division. If I was a black man, I would think, at some point, this country really hurt my people and then fought for my people. And now I think today I could do anything a white man could do. That's the country I'm standing in right now.
Oh, yeah, I could do it. I could do anything.
Yeah, I
got
can become
black privilege,
president.
though.
I could do anything I want to do. And whatever bad stuff happened in the past, I'm standing on free ground now.
Hey,
and
hey, see,
when
look,
you look at people like Malcolm X and stuff like that, that was not the best guy because you think I have a dream and stuff. Malcolm X preached black nationalism, self-defense, black people to take control of their own communities, destinies. He wanted, segregation for that. He didn't want to integrate with people. Because
we thrive in segregation.
Yeah.
Wait. You blaming black people for something white people have been doing since the founding of this country.
No, y'all was not.
Malcolm X called for the unity within the black community.
And I could break down American history for you. Right after
That's
slavery,
funny.
Hey, I don't need to hear American
they had to
history.
form
I
unions.
already took it, man.
They had to
Just
form
make your point.
unions.
Big Zaza, just make your point.
Like Black Wall Street was thriving while America was going through depression. So black communities such as Philadelphia, Rosewood, Florida, Oscarville, Georgia, they were segregated towns that was thriving in America and wasn't going through no depression. Booming. And you had white people that was jealous of those towns and bombed America. How you bomb your own country?
Yeah, Tulsa race riots, great example.
No. What about Philadelphia? What about Chicago race riot in 1919?
Well,
I mean, there's a bunch of them.
Back to the
There's a bunch
where
of them.
The Native Americans had black slaves.
Well, Native Americans they had black slaves and they let them go.
And hold on, I want to point out to you that is one of the reasons that they reference those tribes as the civilized tribes, because they adopted European ways.
That's when we got here, they already had slaves.
Yeah, they already had.
No.
Black people already here.
No, not black slaves. Not black slaves. No, they
look up the Trail of Tears right now.
So I want to explain to you the difference between the way slavery existed in the tribes of North America.
Were nicer.
But it wasn't no nicer.
Bro, they would marry. Hold on. And maybe you don't understand this, but they would marry the slaves into the tribe, and they would become full tribal members.
Aw,
man,
it's true. It's true.
It was black slave owners that was.
They did it with black people too.
So what's your point?
Beat the hell out of them.
It was black people that bought their family out of slavery. So what's your point?
That's true. Yeah,
like
you're right.
To the Native
there
American
were black slave owners in the United States. That is true.
We had the first black woman that was a millionaire outdoing all type of white women.
What is your point?
My point is that all slavery wasn't bad slavery. Everybody.
Wow. Whoa. Okay. Zaza. I don't know what the fuck your deal is. The fact that
that's gross. Why would you even say that?
That is absolutely disgusting that a black man would say that.
Bro, I buy slaves today. Listen what I'm saying. Hold on. Listen.
Holy shit, my dude.
Like y'all care about slavery. So when United States did that Gaddafi and look at Libya. Did y'all protest for Libya right now today? And they got all those slaves.
Why do you care? Why are you asking?
No, because y'all act like y'all care about slavery. Y'all really don't.
Did you go protest?
Congo.
Wait, did you go protest?
Bro. Hey, hold on, wait.
Big
look
Zaza,
at Libya.
Big Zaza, you have a big talk, but can you walk?
Hey, look at Libya. Look at Libya.
Did you go protest? Did you go protest? Zaza, did you go protest? Zaza,
okay.
Zaza, did you go protest?
I'm bringing in Black Lion here because I'm not going to sit here and speak for the black community. Black Lion, please go ahead.
What's up, liberal? I
What's
can't
up,
believe
dude?
I just heard the bullshit I just heard.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Nigga, what the fuck did you just say? About slavery?
Well, I'd definitely give me a white slave. Definitely would.
You know, it's not even worth talking to somebody as ignorant as this.
Yeah,
it's a fucking waste of time.
Yeah, I'm
That is
done
stupid,
with that.
Ignorant motherfucker. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
That's crazy.
No, I don't mind engaging with people that are crazy, generally speaking, but I mean, sometimes you got to draw the line.
Yeah,
and I think
I mean, dude's talking about I don't want to watch like this dude is advocating for modern literal chattel slaves. Get the fuck out of here.
They're already here.
Get the fuck out of here.
Let's go to some farmlands and watch these people getting paid $8 an hour or $4 an hour.
That's not. I mean,
what bugs me the most about
Go ahead.
Good though, right?
The thing that bugs me the most, about this argument about blacks own slaves and Indians own slaves, a lot of Africans were bought as slaves in order to give them their freedom.
Yep.
What?
Because that was the only way that they would be free.
And not all of them did that.
Purchased.
Not all of them did that.
Not all of them did that. But not all of them did that.
Most
but a lot
of
them were purchased in order to give them their freedom.
Buddy,
blacks bought their own family members in order to give them their freedom. They couldn't get them up to the north unless they were free, and they had to purchase them first.
Yep, spouses,
so a lot of those purchases,
kids.
A lot of those purchases were abolitionists or free black people that went back down south and bought their family members to get them back up north.
Wait,
they were all registered as being owned.
Sports mom, that's what Zaw just said, and y'all said he was crazy. I don't think so. I'm going to invite you up to clarify what you mean, because I think maybe there's some confusion about what was just said, and I'm not sure what you're referring to. But what Line just said and what Taco just said is nothing close to what Zaza said.
I didn't really hear what he said, actually, because there's a lot of yelling. What did he say?
Zaza?
Who, me?
Yeah, Zaza.
He said not all slavery was bad. And then he proceeded to say, I would own a white slave.
Yeah, back then, right?
No, he's saying right. He was saying right now. He was talking about right now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I dropped it. I like, what do you do with that?
I don't know.
Somebody's advocating for slavery. I don't care if it's a white person or brown person or what. What?
I don't know. That didn't make no damn sense.
That's the first time I've ever heard that.
As soon as I heard him say that, I was like, wait a minute. Because I'm not sure I heard what I think I heard.
Well, I don't think, listen, I've heard some crazy stuff in the African-American panels when we're talking about reparations and stuff and things they want implemented into their thing. Don't think the joke hasn't been swung around quite a lot, where they want, Betty in there getting the beans and, puffing up the bed and stuff as a little payback for what we did. Don't think the joke is that far off.
Betty.
What I mean is the white lady. Don't think I haven't heard people say, and in those reparations, we want some white slaves too. We're going to make y'all do what y'all did to us. It's a joke. But if you get a national debate over it, it could hold some water a little bit at some point.
Anybody saying that is ridiculous.
Not wrapped too tight.
Yeah.
Not wrapped too tight.
I wouldn't take what they say too damn seriously.
There's an argument for reparations. But I've been in a lot of the FBA panels, and I've been in a lot of the black panels, and the brown and black panels. I jump on a lot of them all the time. Yeah. And I haven't heard that argument. This is the first time I heard it.
If I was a black man, and maybe I don't know the stats, but in 2008, your people got outnumbered by the Latino community for the first time. And then we realized they were going to triple outbirth everyone over the next 50 years. And then I see the Democrat Party letting these people in like it's candy day. And then I see the Republican Party trying to get them out to protect the numbers. I would say, man, the Democratic Party is cool with them just overtaking the whole country and making everyone the minority, and fuck the black people, fuck the white people. Let's just
you're a liar, Taco. You're a 100% bona fide liar.
Which part, man?
You're a liar.
Which
part? You are a liar, sir.
No, don't just keep repeating yourself. Which part? Thank you.
No, you're a liar.
So you can Google that. 2008.
I can tell you one thing for goddamn sure, that the Republican Party still hasn't solved the problem. They haven't passed any legislation. He's only doing it through executive order. So you can just fuck off with all that bullshit.
Okay. Open your doors and let them in with you, ma'am.
I was talking to my wife. I missed something. What was the lie? What was he saying? I missed something.
Oh, I said if I was a black man in this country and I realized in 2008 that my people got
outnumbered by the lie. Taco. Come on.
I'm saying the exact same thing I just said.
That's not what I called was a lie.
Maybe let me iron it out. That'd be great. He just got back.
Yes, what was the lie? And you're still lying. Now you're lying on top of lying.
Okay, well,
let me done with whatever she's doing.
Well, let him finish, and then if he doesn't bring it up, then let me know.
So I was saying, if I was a black man in this country, I would realize that in 2008, my population got outnumbered by the Latino community, and analysts predicted that in the next 50 years they would triple outbirth every other race in this country. And then I would look at the two parties today and say, which one's letting these people in and saying, forget the numbers, just let it happen, and which party's saying, you know what, this melting pot's getting a little bit too much cheese. Let's try to clean this shit up before we get overran.
Okay, so you have a fundamental misunderstanding of, first of all, immigration, and second of all, what black people should think.
Well,
if I were you, I would not speculate.
Don't worry about if I was me. Why don't you tell me what the problem is here?
You know, so interesting.
First of all, there's not a problem with immigration.
I don't need you to tell me about me, sir.
To what he said, because I don't care what the makeup of race is in the United States. The fact that you do care,
Spanish.
I don't care.
I know you don't care.
Listen. Hispanic people. Listen. Hold on.
I totally believe you.
Hold on. The Hispanic people, listen, Hispanic people have more of a right to this nation than any fucking European does.
There it is, guys. Fuck all the races. See ya.
I don't care.
You're the only one who cares.
The point is that I don't care.
They're saying,
yeah, and guess what happens when the Spanish community?
That is why
it's going to be brown purity at some point, and then they're going to
that is why Trump is in office.
Yeah,
because you are the only people that care about probably being wiped out and not being able to exert the white privilege that you have.
You're afraid that white people. No, you weren't.
Yes.
No,
you weren't.
In the mirror. No, you weren't. You didn't build it. You didn't build this country. Listen, you didn't build this country. You weren't here prior to the existence of this nation. Hispanic people were. Hispanic people were. You took it by conquest. You took it by you took it by conquest. You guys were listen, when you guys got here, you were so bad off that you robbed the graves of the indigenous people here in order to supplement the fact that you didn't know what the fuck you were doing when you got here. And you relied on the good nature of the people that were here in order to survive. And then you turned around because this was the colonial mindset and largely still is today. This is this supremacy bullshit that you're spewing without actually saying it. Yes, it's true. Because you are upset. You are upset that brown people may become the majority in this country, and I don't give a shit. I don't care. It's still America.
That fucking debate. Let me pause you and tell you why that might be a problem.
That's not going to be a problem.
There's no debate.
Hey, Taco.
Well, then I don't need to talk, right? I don't need to talk.
Democracy, sir.
Three people fucking clucking at me, and I can't defend my fucking stand.
There's a statue in the New York Harbor that says you're full of shit.
Yeah, that's a trans statue. We don't give a fuck about that statue.
Right.
What the fuck?
You're an idiot.
That's a guy.
So many races.
You are literally as dumb as the fucker.
Okay.
Get out of here.
Let's let him make his statement, and then I'm gonna go Lion and then Paula. So go ahead, Taco.
Once again, the numbers will speak for themselves. When we say, well, what's the big deal if they just overpopulate everyone and push everyone all the way to the bottom and they're 95% of the whole United States? I wonder what the problem with that is. Let's take a look. What do you think happens right now in America? Have we assimilated, or do we live in pockets in our own races still? Are there black ghettos? Are there Spanish neighborhoods? We don't assimilate. And when you talk to these people, they don't talk nice about each other. They don't sound like they really get each other's plight because they're having their own fucking problem figuring out their own plight. And you put some people in power that think they've been used by the white man, they will fucking stomp their foot on us. So America won't be America again. It'll be Mexico 2.0, and we're never going to let that happen. No founder of a country would ever let their race be overpopulated. Africa kicked extra white people out when they were happening it. Every country has the right to protect its founders. Eat a dick. No way would ever let it happen. We're never going to let it happen. Ever.
Okay, so you want to be the ones that put your boot in people's necks, and you just are afraid that somebody else might do it to you because you did it to them for so long. Cool.
Yeah, we think there'd be a lot
go
of
ahead.
talk.
I'm still stuck on the fact that he just had the audacity to say that these other people are only concerned with themselves. They won't assimilate. They're only concerned with their plight, and they won't be concerned with anybody else's plight. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's only concerned with his plight and not concerned with anybody else's plight.
My
You
people.
sound as dumb. You sound. Shut up. You sound as stupid as. Shut up. You sound as stupid as the guy that just got out of here.
Zaza.
Ignorant.
Great
Completely
debate.
ignorant.
Great debate.
Okay,
It's not. There's nothing to debate. Dude.
I know there's
all
not.
You said was that you want to be in power, you want to be in control,
No.
you want white people to be the majority, and you don't care how we do it.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say good luck with that, buddy.
Thank you.
Good luck with that, because I don't argue with
not
fools.
gonna. Yeah, it's not gonna work
Oh,
out
yeah.
for you.
And
Paula, go ahead.
May I?
Yep.
Taco. You know what, sir? You're losing, and you're going to lose because you know why? Because we white women don't want to have your fucking babies anymore.
There it
You guys
is,
are
right
losers.
there. There it is.
Oh.
How many times do you think I've heard that on TikTok? How many times do you think I've heard a movement against the white tea man? This shit is mental in their head.
Right. Okay.
Mental
Taco. Let me explain.
Taco,
Let me explain. Okay. Let me explain what's happened. Hold on,
sir.
guys. Fuck. Let me explain what Taco is complaining about here and why they are forcing women to go back in the kitchen and make sandwiches again. Because of this right here. They don't want their women to be going off and doing it. That's why the interracial marriage issue is about to come up. And they're going to unalive that too. Because people like Taco don't want white women to go and have babies with anybody but a white man who has his boot on her fucking neck. That's what you guys are doing. It's disgusting, and fuck off with that shit, man.
Hey, can I just add one more comment to Taco? If you guys would wipe your fucking asses sometimes, so we don't have to scrub out your fucking underwear with your skid marks, we might want to have babies with you.
Dude, do you realize how much of a minority you fuckers are? Do you realize how much of a fucking minority you are?
We're the majority of the country.
You are a fucking minority.
Maybe you don't know the word. Majority means
you
bigger.
are a fucking minority.
No,
your
you're
mentality
a minority.
is your thinking, your
15%.
ideology is a minority.
You're
and you are becoming a minority.
No, you are. We are. We both are.
Yeah,
we
you
both
think
are,
this
sir. We're going to
is-
be hanging out together.
This is the last
You
gasp
think the Spanish people are going to help
of
people?
white supremacist colonialism.
And let me
This
tell you what
is
my
their
wife-
last hurrah.
Okay.
They see the
wow.
writing on the wall. They don't like it, and that's why Trump became president. That's why they're really pushing hard for all of this stuff. And let me tell you, it may work for 10, 20, maybe 30 years, but at the end of the day, and it probably won't, but at the end of the day, you're going to end up losing because people don't subscribe to your bullshit, Taco. People just don't. They don't.
Okay, I'll let you guys rant. Give me my 2 minutes.
A dick.
Okay, let's not get personal. I want my 2 minutes.
Go ahead, Taco.
Don't fucking interrupt me, people. I've let you talk.
Don't interrupt me while I want to oppress everybody else. That's
Ma'am,
so
are you
awesome.
done? Is it that time, or can we not behave like adults here?
Dude, you're not behaving like a
when you
human.
start
What
acting
are
like
you
an
talking?
adult, maybe we'll treat you like an adult.
Exactly.
Paula,
How about that?
Go ahead,
I
Taco.
want white people to rule over everybody.
Hey, man, I'm just waiting for your people to shut the fuck up.
What? I said go ahead. Y'all,
I'm
I'm not
his
going to talk
people.
while they're talking. Get real.
Go ahead.
I'm not his people. I don't belong to no man. Thank you.
Go ahead, Taco.
Thank you. Guys, please don't try to interrupt. I won't rant or anything. Just give me my own speech.
You're going to rant.
I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
turn down the
Wow.
volume when you talk, Taco, because I don't really give a fuck what you say.
I don't care either, man. It's okay. You know, we have two parties here. One party wants to bring some reformity back to family and try to see that things might be getting a little out of control because religion is dropping and, you know, people are just kind of doing their own thing. The other party promotes, you know, womanhood and singularity and forget everybody and do your own thing and, you know, OnlyFans and you know, be as wild as you can and go crazy and forget the single white tea man and forget the black man. Don't think that this isn't happening in the black community too, where the women are like, these men ain't taking care of these babies and fuck these men and I'm about a paycheck. It's happening all over, all right, except the Spanish community because they're a little bit more family oriented than us. But other than that, it's happening. And you guys sit back and go, we want more. We want to see how far we can go. We want to tell boys they're girls. And my country, men, my countrymen, black, white, whatever it is, see through the bullshit. We see how far you want to stretch the morality fiber of our country. We see how alone you want to be. We don't give a shit who you sleep with. But we're not going to allow a movement that slowly depletes the founding race of this country because your immorals have gone so far out of whack that you can't pull back.
The morals.
You're a part of a trend. You're a trend.
Oh, the trends.
Yeah, you are. You saw it on TikTok. Fuck the white tea man and forget this stuff. And the black community is already screwed. We know that. We know that family is already messed up enough in the trinity of the black community.
Wait, did you just say the black family's already messed up?
Yeah, absolutely. These yeah, ma'am, it's sad you don't know that a lot of these women, get with these men, they have babies, and the men leave. And also, as far as today, it's 70% divorce comes from women. Do you know how many fucking women get alimony compared to men? 94%. So I don't want to hear anything about this isn't a problem or a pandemic of our race being attacked. It is a problem. We're going to fix it. The country sees through it. You guys, we're a dying movement. We could have a vote any day. You would never hold water, ever. The country sees through the bullshit, and we're going to bring the numbers back.
Okay. Yeah, and you're going
we're not
to
fucking white men anymore. Sorry,
Can
you're
I
going to
the
do
timer,
it
liberal?
by force. Yeah, go ahead. And I'm going to give you extra time because he took quite a bit of time. Go ahead.
I'm gonna take my time to tell a story. There is a jackass and a tiger in the jungle, and the tiger tells the jackass that the sky is green, and they argue about it for a while, and the jackass gets tired of arguing with him, and he goes to the king of the jungle and he says, I want you to punish the tiger because he says that the sky is green. And the king of the jungle says, you know what? I'm going to go punish him. And the jackass is happy about it. And then the king comes back and he punishes the jackass too. And the jackass says, why are you punishing me? He says, because you're too smart to argue with fools.
Fair enough.
I don't argue with fools. I don't argue with fools.
Everyone is now dumber for having to listen to that.
No, everyone's dumber for having to listen to what you just said and wasted everybody's time with.
That's fucking funny. No, Lion, that's good.
I award you
I just would like to mention that statistically, Taco, it's happening. It's happening, and it's going to happen, and you can't stop it. Nobody can stop it. At the best, you might be able to put on your white hood and prevent it a little bit, but it's happening.
Let me tell you the biggest difference. Sorry, I'm outside storming. The biggest difference you're going to see than any other president. And you already heard it happening, and I already told people this was going to happen. We're not just setting up in D.C. We're setting up in every city around America. We're going to stop all crime. It's going to come to a stop in these big cities.
You and your
you're not going to come out and attack
friends, is that what's going on?
So you're going to watch it. I already saw videos of like black women driving. They roll their windows down. They go, I couldn't do this in Washington, where I just stop my car at a red light, roll my windows down, and chill because the military is surrounding and keeping her safe. So once again, people are going to start to say,
funny.
It's better.
Hilarious.
I'd rather feel safe at night than understand that it's a gang war at nighttime. And you're going to watch this across every city. And there might be a couple of people that try to go after it. And we're going to find out what happens when when they try to attack our military. But you're going to watch crime fall like you've never seen before through martial law.
Okay. Again, by force.
Timer's so loud, dude. That 20-second clicking noise. That's so loud. Dude.
Yeah, that's the time you have left on Earth.
Yeah, so I want to point out, again, this is just European colonialism in a different form. It's by force. You have to do it by force because people don't like it. And so you do it by force.
And whites and conservatives should be paying for it. Don't you think
if this was such a good thing, why would he have to force it on people? If this was such an attractive,
it's like your religion.
Why
it's like
would
your
you
religion.
Have to force people to participate?
It's just like your religion. Your religion is so good. that it can only be spread by force. I'm sorry, Paula. What?
What's that No, sorry. What's that expression? The beatings will stop when. What's that one? When the
boots are on the
I
ground.
think. Yes. So Taco, you know what? I almost think like you're just not real. Like you're just like maybe you're just a really good troll. I don't know any white person that feels the way you do. Not one. And I know quite a bit
No,
of
he's
white
real.
people. But let me just tell you something. In my family, we started off super white. Like I mean German white. So I think we're about as white as you can get. I have grandchildren that are mixed race in Chinese and Mexican and black. So it's over for you. You just don't even know it yet because people like to love who they love. That's all there is.
He hasn't seen the NFA. He hasn't seen the new Black Panthers. He hasn't seen the Israelites in New York.
I've seen the new Black Panthers.
You haven't seen the other force militias.
So
you keep pushing this martial law fantasy of yours.
Fantasy,
You
it's
keep
happening.
pushing this white man is all powerful bullshit of yours. Please.
I am.
Please.
It's happening. No, where's the uproar? Where's the millions in the street? Where's the Vietnam?
You're only doing it in DC.
You'll see it after the midterm. You'll see it after the midterm,
so we're
and
waiting.
it depends on how the midterms. Look, the guy is violating the Constitution. You're okay
How's
with
crime
that.
in Washington
You
right
don't
now?
care. The crime in Washington is fine. It's just
How would
like
you
every
know?
other
How
large
would you
city,
know?
Taco. Look, you have to do this by force because it's not popular. You want to force people to do what you want, and look, people don't like that.
You want to force people to accept you
believe
as the majority,
that
the superior being.
No, we want to stop crime at night in major cities.
Oh, shut the fuck up! You don't know anything about crime.
I
You little
watch these
fucking
gang
bubble.
members unload clips
You
of
in
each
your
other.
little fucking bubble in your comic book.
So gangs aren't real. Crips, Bloods, Sonoya cartels.
Of course they're
Crips
real.
and the Blood. You know how long the Crips and the Bloods have had fucking truce? They play softball with each other, you moron.
Softball. Wow.
Of course, gangs are real, Taco.
Okay.
And that's why we have police to deal with that. We have gang units to deal with that. You don't need the National Guard. Look,
it's
Taco,
not working,
this
man.
is about fear. You're a coward, okay? You're a coward because you are afraid of anything that is not like you. And so you have to squash I'm sorry, I was talking. You have to squash that which you don't understand because you're afraid of it. Because the moment you walk out of your door, you're doing this because you're a coward. And don't put your cowardice on everybody else because people like myself, like Paula, like Lion, we're afraid of things that we should be afraid of, like police, like tyranny, like somebody trying to force us to do the things that we don't want to do. But instead, you're so afraid of your own fucking shadow that you need a strong man to tell everyone else to capitulate to what makes you feel comfortable. That's all this is. And then you turn around and you complain about the same fucking thing when other people do it too.
Okay. So your
Can I go
side,
after Taco, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
we said we don't like doing things that make us uncomfortable or try to force our ideas onto people. First of all, we're all adults, so we can kind of handle that. Your side, sir, like Hillside Elementary, pushed trans ideology onto kindergartners and wanted this to
What
be.
is this
Don't interrupt
shit?
me. Don't. I know you want to because this is such a hard subject for you guys to handle.
You're pivoting.
No. I am pivoting. You're goddamn right. Because we're going to call each other's sides here. My side is authoritarian, and your side is pushing super free-loving, will. So don't. And listen, my Republican side can stand on our shit. We can say we love strong borders. We love trans ideology out of school. We love boys out of women's sports. We love reform to our education and crime. We stand on it like a fucking mountain. I never hear your people say, we love trans ideologies in the schools. Men are women, motherfucker. We stop messing with our reform of our stuff. Things are fine the way it is. But Hillside Elementary did push this shit on students. I can show you 50 videos of people having their, rights taken away and sports taken away. So that's your side. That's your side. Talk about
So
Okay.
I just want to say that
Paula,
Taco,
go ahead.
unfortunately, you've got about 20 years before you're a minority. So maybe you won't even be alive when that happens, and you won't have to worry your pretty little head about it anymore.
He won't make it out of martial law.
Yeah.
He'll be the first
Paula,
one to go.
Paula, you had asked for time. This is your timer.
Paula, do you support
Oh
trans
yeah,
ideology in school?
I just feel like Taco is just sad, pathetic guy
Let's not
who
attack me. Let's defend your party.
has no idea of what
Okay, let's attack me.
people can do together as a group. You want to segregate us into black, brown, women, and white men. That's what you want. You want white men to control the whole United States. You want women to be breeders, and you only want us to breed your little white children. So that's not happening, Taco. You can use the whole military, the whole United States military to come in and force it to happen, and it's not going to happen. So you're just going
I'm
to have to
asking
take
the
that white
Democratic
hood
Party.
and that white robe that you have and probably get some starch out of it.
Yeah,
I'm asking the Democratic
specifically,
Party, do you stand for this?
Taco, I want you to prove to me what you said,
because
I thought
question.
Paula. Well, hold on. I thought Paula was going to address it. She didn't. You had made a claim about Hillside forcing children to become trans, or at least that was the suggestion. If I mischaracterized that, then feel free to clarify. I want you to prove it. I want you to prove that somebody is trying to turn children in any school into trans people.
I'm sure he's talking about the story reading by the
that doesn't prove
maybe we could all
anything,
be quiet for
but
20 seconds.
Go ahead, Taco.
Use your ears on this one.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Kindergartners. That's what Hillside Elementary School in New York had been teaching, with lesson plans including identifying who you are, expressing identity.
Pause that. Okay. No. That is a secondary source. I want you to show me the curriculum. I don't want you to show me somebody talking about something.
The class.
Okay, so you don't have any proof. You are basing your thought. No. I asked for proof.
Animals.
No. I asked for proof. Sir, I asked for proof. What you then showed me was somebody talking about something, about their opinion about something. It is not true what you're talking about.
Oh, it's not true, guys. You hear that?
Telling children that trans people exist because they do is not the same thing as turning kids into trans.
Fucking animals.
Do you agree with that, or do you not?
No. Fuck you guys. We'll never let it happen.
So if you so you don't think that trans people exist?
I need to ask you right now, host. Do you decline that Hillside Elementary has been teaching gender curriculum to elementary level children? Yes or no?
I asked you for proof because I have no idea. I have no idea.
Google it yourself.
Look, hold on, guys. Hold on. Taco is talking to me. Hold the fuck on. I don't know, Taco. That's why I asked you to provide evidence.
New York Post
and you are refusing to do.
New York Post.
New York
in
Post.
My elementary school blasted as woke for teaching gender identity.
Again, secondary source.
How? What
do they link to the actual material that you're talking about?
I don't know how to do perfect sourcing. I've never had this problem. So what can I do to prove this fully?
I want you to show me curriculum.
What?
The source. Let me show you what the source is.
Curriculum?
A fucking worksheet. Hold on. Yes, because in order for them to make these claims, they'd have to be able to prove it. So a worksheet that says, do you like this? Do you want this? We've seen it before. We've seen schools do this stuff before where they're asking inappropriate questions of children. And unless you can produce that says you aren't the gender that you're supposed to be, what you're doing is conflating turning a child into trans, when in fact all they're saying is that there are people that exist in this world that have gender dysphoria and are trans. Those two are not the same, Taco.
Cool, man. Cool. I wouldn't even know how to look at you.
They're not the same.
I couldn't even look at you in the eyes as an adult if we were standing next to each other.
I figured it out.
They're not the same.
Taco,
my head to you as a human being, sir.
Taco, let me ask you a question. You went on a date once, and she was bigger than you, and it caused you permanent trauma, and that's what's going on here.
Here we go. Here's your source.
Isn't that what's going on here?
That is
the
not
horror.
turning children
What's your source?
trans.
What's your source? What's your source?
Bro, that's
What
your
source is that?
source. That's
What
your
source is that?
source. That's your
What
source.
source? What was the source?
That was the New York Post. That was the
First of
New
all,
York
the New York
Post.
Post is highly biased against this situation.
You're the one
obviously.
that cited it.
I'm saying we showed proof that the
You
left
cited it.
No, stop.
Well, no, hold on. No,
I
we're not.
showed you the
Hold on.
left
I'm going to
admitted
mute
it
you.
was happening.
I'm going to mute you because comment section. I asked this guy for proof. He gave me a source. He said the New York Post. So I go to the New York Post and then I read from this post. And what is his response? New York Post is very biased. Go ahead, Taco.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
Go ahead, Taco.
You're laughing at it. It's
Hey, you know what it's called, Taco? It's called white. It's called white blindness, right? That's whenever you just think that
it's a
our
pretzel.
race is perfect and that everybody should be just like us. When in fact, that's not what needs to happen, Taco. Do you have any friends in your real life that don't wear white robes?
What the fuck? Taco, I still can't get over the fact that you tell me to go to New York Post and then you complain about
I
the
don't think you guys
source
have
that you
ever
gave
actually
me.
laughed in your lives. Truly.
We're
in your
laughing
hearts.
I'm laughing right now.
Never laughed truly
We're
in your
laughing
hearts.
at you, Taco.
You just got.
There's a weird, disgusting dark
funny
cloud over your laugh.
because guys,
You're cool with this shit.
Taco,
with it.
hold on, Taco.
Hold on. And
let me say real quick, just real quick, real quick.
Give me 20 seconds.
It'll give me like 10 seconds. It won't even take me that long. I didn't even dog walk Taco. He dog walked himself. Go ahead, Taco.
Yeah. First of all, that's the New York Post. All right, let me talk. Don't interrupt me because I'm going to clear my theory for you.
Wait.
Hold on. Shut the goddamn fuck up.
Wait a second. Lion and I have to stop laughing for a second.
Okay, mute your fucking
ready,
vagina
Lion?
and let another
Go
woman
ahead,
talk.
Taco.
How about that?
Go ahead, Taco.
Yeah. So I was saying that this shit's happening. Number one, you guys said it wasn't happening. I showed you
It's not happening.
leftist. Shut the fuck up. I showed you a leftist post to prove to you that it is happening, because if I only showed you right source media, you wouldn't believe it's happening. Don't think that the left, the fucking New York Post, is going to write the nicest thing they can find. They didn't show you any curriculum either. Stick that one up your ass. You didn't show any, we don't have any curriculum. We paused my video, which would have shown that. Now, I'm gonna play something for you guys right now. This is Leah Thomas. This is the first transgender athlete to win an NCAA D1 national championship. This is her view, which is a lot of your views, on why it's okay.
Oh, are you using one person to represent the whole Democratic Party?
Are you
Taco, is
done?
that what
Because
you're
this is
doing?
knowledge. We're
Yeah,
all trying to learn from each other.
I do want to hear this. Go
We're
ahead,
trying
Taco.
to learn.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll listen to this white nationalist bullshit some more.
Thank you. Now, this is just your side pushing their shit. So this is a woman. This is Leah Thomas. This is a transgender athlete.
What reaction do you have toward other folks who feel that you shouldn't be able to compete?
I disagree. Trans women competing in women's sports does not threaten women's sports as a whole, because trans women are a very small minority of all athletes, and the NCAA rules regarding trans women competing in women's sports have been around for 10 plus years. And we haven't seen any massive wave of trans women dominating.
This is A.B. Hernandez.
16-year-old girl with a mad attitude, like, you think I'm gonna care?
Trans teen athlete A.B. Hernandez has spoken out about the backlash she's received due to her participation at her high school's track and field events. Hernandez, who has reportedly been...
So I don't want to kill you with bullshit. I just want to let you know it's happening.
Can I ask you a question, Taco?
What was the point of that?
How are you gonna know if it's a trans woman or a woman? Are you guys gonna make us drop our panties so you can inspect our genitalia, or do you want to see our period data? Is that what you want to do?
Let me show you some high school students that were having their opportunities taken too.
In Missouri,
You keep defending it.
to participate in sports. Wait,
Taco.
in Missouri for girls. Wait, I have something in Missouri. The GOP passed that for women, girls to participate in sports, they have to give them their period data. That is like the most personal data a woman has. And you people, you fucking pieces of shit, want to force our daughters to give over their period data. You guys, you need to pull your head out of your asses.
My oldest, and my husband and I have a difficult decision to make this fall. We are faced with the decision of whether or not we are going to put our child in public school system where Fairfax County has decided to move forward with instituting gender studies in elementary school. And when parents said no, the board voted 16-0. This shows clearly that they see parents not as partners, but as an obstacle for their agenda. I have a really hard time looking at.
Yeah, she's holding up her little boy here.
Okay, what?
Gonna hand them off to these schools.
Gender studies.
What is that? You know, the only thing that proved was that parents have a choice. They don't want to go to that school, they have a choice and go somewhere else. So where is your proof that they're forcing people to do this? You haven't shown anything that proves anything.
Here's a teacher teaching
the
right
NCAA
now.
Rules as the
okay.
Shut up. The NCAA rules as the athlete said prohibit trans people from competing. I'm a competitor. I compete in amateur softball, and it's very competitive.
Leah Thomas just won the NCAA.
The percentage of trans people that participate in the sport is like 1% or less than 1%.
What is it next year?
You're concerned with
and the
less
year
than
after
1%
that?
of the population. And let me tell you something. This is what I really want to tell you. I agree. I don't really believe that trans people should participate. I think they should participate in the same gender, but not for the reasons you do. And then I don't think that
Hey, those are women. That's
should be
transphobic.
allowed.
You're transphobic.
I don't think that the government should be allowed to force or insert themselves in something that is private.
That's right.
That's transphobic.
They have no business in this area. None at all.
These are women, sir.
There's no freaking professional trans competitors. There aren't any.
And
all of a sudden, name me one.
All of a sudden, you care about women? Bro, you guys are trying to remove their ability to choose what happens to their own body. Don't turn around and then say you give a shit about women and that this is about women. This is about your fucking bigotry. This is about, I'm sorry, I was talking. This is about your bigotry, Taco. That's all this is. Again, like I said earlier, things that you don't understand, things that are different from you, you are afraid of, and therefore you want to forcibly remove those things. That's all this is. That's it.
Yeah. We'll find out. We'll find out which side wins this war here. I feel very comfortable with the morality I see across my country going after.
Dude, you are so insecure.
Yeah, and that's it, man. They want gender teachers.
It's embarrassing.
It's for you guys. It's so like peaceful. It's like what they're just teaching them that people are going to be different later. What's the big deal, man? They're just telling them that they might be in the wrong body.
So
what the fuck
insecure. You are so insecure. It's embarrassing.
Are you?
It's embarrassing to the male gender
right now.
To have people like you. I don't have a period, dude. I'm a man. I'm a grown man.
You don't know what a man is. Your side has no idea what
man
or woman is. So I don't
more of a grown man than you are.
You don't know what that is.
I'm not threatened by another man that has a gender identity. I'm not threatened by it.
Yeah,
it doesn't bother me one bit.
Your side says men or women.
It doesn't threaten my manhood at all.
A professional boxer can box women at some point. I hope we see that day where we get there, and that's a woman.
Look,
I'm independent just for the record. Just for the record.
Let those organizations decide that shit. That's where I'm at. Like I don't have an opinion on it one way or the other. Let the fucking organizations that have experts to deal with that shit decide these things, Taco. That's it.
Yeah.
You're not an expert. I'm not an expert. We don't know, testosterone levels and whether or not there's an advantage. Fucking Michael Phelps has an advantage over every other athlete. He just does because his body was made that fucking way. So I just, just let them deal with it. Let them
Just
handle
let
it.
them
That's it.
figure it out, guys.
Yes, those private organizations will. You can complain about it, but making it like it's this big fucking deal that is unaliving the country, and that this is why we've got to take all Democrat cities and fuck them up or whatever. It just doesn't make any sense. We're talking
So
like
I'm gonna
10 or
head out of
15
this.
people in high school in the
I
entire
appreciate
country.
Okay, guys, I got to head out of this debate, and I want to say thank you so much, because what you did today is you proved my point. You said, you know what? We are for gender studies in elementary schools. We are for these things. Men are women. So I appreciate you standing on ground, because you have to stand on it from here until eternity. So thank you guys so
And
much.
I want to thank you for admitting that you're a fascist, because we've seen you
Yeah.
coming a mile away.
Yeah, you said the quiet part out loud several times today, Taco. But you're still welcome to come up, and I appreciate it. Did he already leave?
Yeah, good riddance.
I can't see my
Jesus
thing.
Christ.
Oh, there it is.
That was the most unpleasant experience I've had in a long time.
Yeah, that was. I mean, Taco's usually pretty good to have on, but that was, I don't know, kind of crazy.
Well, you
Now,
see, he was hiding his real. He let his true self out today.
yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I mean, this whole, white people are becoming a minority. I don't give a shit. I don't care if black people become the majority. I don't care if natives become the majority or Hispanics. I just don't give a shit. I don't know why that bothers people.
The
Eventually,
worst.
we're just all going to be brown anyway, I think.
We're pretty much there already.
Yeah.
The worst thing that Donald Trump could do is declare martial law and pit the United States military against the people, because then the military would split. It would absolutely split in half. You'd have those people that are loyal to him, and then you'd have the other half that would say, "Fuck this shit." Even if it's even half, that would
Yeah.
be the worst thing he could do.
Yeah,
Because
this
he will make this country. He will take this country and make it much, much weaker by dividing the military.
Taco, I thought you had to go. You're still in the comments? Come on back up. Come back up. I'm sorry, but that the New York Post thing, guys. Wow.
That was awesome.
That was hilarious. He's like,
I
the
have
New
not
York
laughed that hard.
Post.
It's so long.
And I'm like,
Oh my
okay,
God.
let's go look at the New York Post.
I thought he was going to bring up, there's a video of this teacher who is reading to elementary students, and the teacher's in drag. I don't know if it's a trans or whatever, but it's in drag.
Right.
And I'm like, all they're doing is reading. It's a human being and they're reading. So, they're gonna, if you take your kid into Santa Monica, California, or into Greenwich Village, New York, you are going to see these people. When are you supposed to, let them know that they're human beings just like everybody else? When are you supposed to let them know this? If you're not going to teach it to them.
That's crazy. Now, and Paula, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was still talking, and I just had to get that piece out because I was going to go on a roll. But if you wanted to, I don't think you've talked since then. Are you still with us? I guess she
I
took
think she's
off.
mad at you.
Well, I was talking and she interrupted me. So it is what it is. Either way, guys, if you are a Trump supporter, please let me know in the comments section, because I've got a bunch of people that are requesting up. I'd like to have more opposition come up on the panel. Whether you're like Taco, worse than Taco, a fucking Zaza, I don't. Oh. He tried to come back up. I don't know if,
I've been dying to ask this all day. Have you heard or seen the video with Trump showing a picture of him and Putin, and then the reporter asked him how he felt about the Russian military bombing an American factory?
Oh, now,
right
okay,
afterwards?
say that again. I'm sorry, I was reading a comment.
So there's a press conference, and Trump is showing off a photo of him and Putin, and he's talking. Autographing the photo and giving it to Putin. And immediately after he says this, the reporter asked him about the recent events where the Russian military bombed an American factory.
Okay, so the reporter said that. The reporter.
Yeah, the reporter.
Oh
asked
yeah,
Trump. Yeah, the
yeah. I
reporter
mean,
asked Trump, "How do you feel? How do you feel about the fact that Russia just bombed an American factory like yesterday?"
right. Yeah, I was like, oh
I
well,
was wondering if
I still got my hands around my ankles every time Putin walks in the door, so it's whatever. This guy is just taking it. I don't think he even cares about any kind of slippery stuff that you would use. Oh, Paula's back. And guys, I see a bunch of people that are trying to get up. I would like a Trump supporter before I bring anybody else up. So if you're a Trump supporter, please let me know in the comments, and I'll bring you right up. Yeah,
Sorry, I had to go to the little girl's room.
No, you're fine. I was going to you because we had gotten cut off there for a second, and you hadn't said your piece afterwards. But
no, that's okay.
That's
okay. Did what?
I was just
going to
say
leave on his own, or?
Yeah, no, he dropped, but then he was still in the comments there. I don't know if he's still in the comments, but he was still talking in the comments. I'm like, I thought you had to go.
I think it was he did a nice pivot though to trans because he couldn't win on white supremacy.
Yeah.
I called him on it too, and he's like, "Yes, I'm pivoting." I'm like, "Oh, okay, go ahead."
Yeah,
I think we've heard this discussion. I don't know about you two, but I've heard this nonsense my entire life. My entire life. Oh, the brown people and the black people are going to take over. I just want it to hurry up and happen.
All right, well,
maybe we can have peace.
I don't guess I have any Trump supporters that are trying to get up, so let me just pull in a few people here. Tone Capone, I like
The funny
that.
thing is that they're so afraid that people of color will treat them the way they've treated everybody else, and they don't realize if people were like that, we would have done to them a long time ago. We wouldn't have waited until now. People were a lot angrier after the Civil War, a lot more militant after the Civil War, when they were rounding up the Black Panthers, the early Black Panthers. If we were like that, we would have done it a long time ago. But they keep pushing us, and they're going to keep pushing people into people can only take so much. And the thing that he said about Malcolm X, that was so, Malcolm X had an epiphany at the end, just before he died. He went to a Mecca. He was very militant before he went on his Mecca. Finally, he went on his Mecca shortly before his unaliving, and he came to realize that of the people of Islam were all different colors, and it made him see things completely different. Malcolm X.
Oh, I see.
Malcolm X. He was very militant, and he talked a lot of segregation and Black Power before he went on his Mecca to the Middle East. After his Mecca, after he went there and actually engaged with true people of Islam, because his only experience before that had been the Nation of Islam, which is different than the actual people that are Islamic. When he actually went to Mecca and interacted with them, he realized that the people of Muslims were all different races, all different colors. And he came back and he was talking completely different. To the point where he was scaring the people that were in the Nation of Islam because they didn't recognize what he was talking about. He didn't sound the same anymore.
Right,
and they were worried about it.
He was like, not because I guess he used to say that all white people were bad, basically.
Yeah, well, that's what the Nation of Islam taught.
Yeah. What's that guy's name? The leader of what's his fucking name?
Farrakhan.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that shit's a little nuts. But hey, nobody's perfect. Anyway, welcome into the new people. Paula, was that you? Were you about to say something?
I've been talking too much. People are probably bored of me, so I'm going to be quiet for a little bit.
No, I hadn't heard from you in a minute, so if you wanted to add something, go ahead.
I was just going to co-sign. I mean, I feel like some white people, these white nationalists, they are 100% afraid to be treated the way they've treated other people. I have no problem with it because I've treated all people kindly and respectfully my whole life, and I always expected that in return. And the people that did not return that are like MAGA people and white nationalists. They're the only people I've really ever seen be so disgustingly gross in their viewpoints.
Right.
That's all.
And, just because there are, other races it can be that way towards other people, but that's the exception, not the fucking, not a healthy portion of that group. Whereas, and we're seeing it on this panel. We get these white nationalists come up. I want a Christian nation run by the Catholic Church. Like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. Let me go to Wednesday. Oh, Mr. Wednesday, I thought I'd added you. What happened? Anyway, well, I don't know who's next. Jack in the Box, welcome in.
Hi guys. Wow, taco was a lot. I guess I just had two quick points with that. The first point is just that I just think it's still a sad thing, but the one good thing is that they're not the problems that really do affect their lives, like, the economy, what actually, things that actually we should be pushing for, more equity, wage increases for all of us, like all of us lift the boat together as Americans, things that actually, not supporting or protecting PDF files, things like that. They're completely skirting those issues in favor of these other dog whistles and these other fear-mongering points, which just shows to me, like, one, that could just be all they are. But when someone's so miserable that they're so focused on just pushing other people down, or they're so fearful that they're going to be pushed down the way that they know other people are being pushed down, but they deny it, because that's obviously where that fear is coming from. They have this, just exactly what Black Lion said. That just means, obviously, he's failed at the economy. He's not helping them. He's not helping them on any of the things that actually would make their lives better, not these stupid little, dog whistles and punching down on other groups. The second point, the thing that gets me about white nationalists is that they really do not understand genetics. Even if there's a lot of assimilation to the country, and even if YTs are a minority, that doesn't get rid of YT people. Genetics don't work like that. I have an example where my grandmother, on my dad's side, she was 100% Latina, Hispanic, all of that, from Mexico. She married my grandfather, who was a white teen man, blue eyes. My dad came out looking just like his dad. He didn't look anything like his mom. And then my dad married another white teen lady. I'm technically 25% Hispanic. If I was walking down the street, I have dark hair, but it's straight, like, I have blue eyes. I am a lighter shade. Like, if I was foundation matching myself and liberal up here, I think I'd be a shade lighter than you, liberal, on where we're going to buy foundation for our skin match. So I've never put that down on, like, a college application or anything, because I know that I benefit from YT privilege. I don't look anything like technically what my ancestry is. So this kind of purity of, like, no, only the YT people can make, like, that's just BS, And also, even if that were to happen, who cares? I don't look around. And I'm not so tribalistic that I'm like, oh no, all YT people, like, we gotta be like, I want to be around good, honorable people, and that comes from all over the world. And we don't have a good track record on a lot of stuff we did. So I would probably especially having been part of this group and heard some of the same rhetoric, just like Paula was saying, where, we're around it, we hear, there are YT people who get comfortable and think that they can say whatever around you because you look like them, Yeah. Anyway, those are my 2 points.
Yeah, no, thank you. Let me get to well made, well taken. Mountain Man, you were actually waiting for quite a while. I appreciate your patience. Go ahead.
No problem. I was actually hoping to get up and talk to Taco because I'm native. Yeah. Also a mental health professional, and it pissed me off so bad. I was hoping you'd let me in when he started talking about natives owning slaves before Europeans got here, and that BS.
Right.
Because no, they didn't. No, they effing didn't. Like, the whole quote unquote that he was even trying to say was literally on the, like, occasion that tribes would go to war and people were captured because of war, not because of slavery. They would then integrate those people into their communities, like you said.
Right.
And that's not what slavery is.
Yeah, totally different. And it was honorable. And also, let's be clear. If every tribe only mated with itself, you would end up with incestual shit. That is a way for the gene pool. I mean, chimpanzees, you look at chimpanzees, when the females grow up, and they get of age, they just automatically will go to another tribe of chimps. And the same is true. They'll come the other way. This is nature being biodiverse. There's a reason for that kind of shit. So it's not like, oh, this is all terrible. There's a reason for it. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish your point if you'd like.
No, I mean that was kind of the main reason I was coming up here, and then then you started talking about trans people, and I'm a kind of mental health provider, and he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm still laughing about that New York Post shit. That was funny.
That was hilarious. But it makes me I really wanted to be up here, especially every time he told people to shut the fuck up, because I've been like, no, cry harder. No, cry harder. Get your big boy panties up and deal with it.
That's what they're doing when they're like, but the white people might be the minority, and we don't want that. That's crying.
And that's exactly where it comes from, is that they have treated people so shitty over the centuries that they think when they're no longer the majority that they're going to be treated like they've been treating the minority.
Yep. It's like, no, not everybody's psychopathic like this colonial fucking mindset is.
I wish we would have asked him how we were going to do that. We didn't ask him, how are you going to ensure that white people are going to be the majority? How does that work? Because I kind of don't think
he literally said getting rid of minorities and removing them from the country.
Yeah, it's just the stupidity is mind blowing.
And keeping, this is another reason why they want women to be, essentially property.
Breeders.
Yeah, because they don't want them to, quote unquote, breed with interracial, people. But all I can say is, I used to be much darker back in the day, and maybe this is racist to say or whatever, but white women, they like the caramel skin. Maybe that's an overgeneralization, but I remember we had this neighbor across the street, these two old ladies, as sweet as could be, and they'd call my wife over there. I'm like, talking about me because you could tell I was indigenous back in the day, but so I
can't believe you just said that, Liberals.
It said what? Hey,
that we like the caramel skin.
It is what it is. Maybe that's not generally true. I know I'm overgeneralizing. Don't try to cancel me, guys. But
hey, Beach is in your comments, and he agreed with you.
Yeah, right.
Hey, he just got back from his Houston trip to see his girl.
Nice.
Remember?
How'd that go, Beach? Yeah, when he put his face on the camera, I was like, "Oh, I get it now." This is Rico Suave. He got Rico Suave in the comment section there. Look out, ladies.
He was radiant, wasn't he?
Is that smile of his?
It's that post-Clotus bliss.
That's funny. Ford, welcome in. I don't think you've gone yet. How you doing? Go ahead.
I just want to make a quick point about what Taco said earlier. I'm sorry to keep bringing up Taco and stuff, but a while back he said that immigrants aren't quote unquote assimilating, and that just really irked me the wrong way, because I would say a lot of immigrants are more American than he will ever be, and because they don't realize how much gumption it takes to survive here in America as an immigrant. You have to learn a different language, and if you want to become American citizen, take the citizenship test and learn more about what to be, the United States history. And I would say many Americans wouldn't be able to pass the United States citizenship test.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. But also, I would even say I don't want people to fully assimilate in that way. Yes, it's nice to be able to, speak to somebody and have them understand you and understand them, but I like the fact that we are extremely diverse. It's what makes us strong, and
Yeah, that's what makes America America. It's a place of immigrants.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
that's the quick point I wanted to just make. So, if you want to drop me for opposition, I understand.
Well, if they'll come up after that New York Post debacle, I'm not sure we'll get many.
No, agreeing with Ford for a second. That's he literally said his side. This is how he put it. Taco did. He said his side is for authoritarianism, and they know how to take orders, and they know how to not question, and they take orders. And our side is the free loving, free will, blah blah blah, and that's not American. We're literally the country of give me liberty or unalive me. We're not the country of authoritarianism. My gosh.
I was gonna say if that's a description of my side, give me more. I'll say 10
Yes.
toes down.
Thank you for the compliment, sir. I appreciate that.
And freedom and equality, 10 toes down. I'll stand on that every day, all day.
Fuck yeah. That's hilarious. Yeah, if we do have any opposition, please request up and let me know in the comment section. And if I miss it, keep saying that I'm a Trump supporter. That way I can bring you up here. I'll try not to let anybody dogpile. That's why I didn't bring on a bunch of people when Taka was up, because usually we'll have like 7 liberals and 1 MAGA, and it's like, you know.
Yeah.
I'm sure it feels like a lot to them, so try to keep it
Well,
limited.
I think Taco likes it though.
Yeah, he very well may. Yeah, I mean he glutton for punishment. Maybe that's why he likes authoritarianism. He's like, yes, beat me, daddy, please.
Well, I feel like we really
Give me
should be
more.
like, as liberals, Democrats, or just people who aren't racist in general, or people who don't believe in overstarching our sheets, white sheets, that we need to be like. So they always try to focus Democrats on topics that are losers, if you will. We need to bring every time they come up, we should be like, well, do you believe that we should, deport all the minorities? Because that's what I'm hearing. I feel like if that was like forefront in the media where people could actually see what MAGA really wants for our country, I don't know, maybe they'll snap out of it.
They're not going to snap out of it.
No,
the hardcore MAGA supporters, and I don't even call them MAGA anymore. I call them the American Fascist Party because that's what they need to be referred to as. Those people are just completely brainwashed. The people that are salvageable are people that were kind of middle of the road moderate beforehand, or absolutely true conservatives, because this AFP movement is not conservative. It's anything but conservative.
Yeah, well, it may also boil down to that a lot of them just are intellectually lazy. So it's easier to just go to work, do that kind of shit, and let somebody else make all the decisions.
Maybe it's inbreeding.
Yeah, I mean, possible. A matter of fact, let me pull that picture up of your typical MAGA. Although me saying that, I may get dinged for saying that. But what was that? Was that Jackie?
We also, well, it goes into cult psychology, and you see this in varying degrees in even major religious organizations. You see it with different things where you'll have the people that just, they go to church because like their family's there, and they go to, but mainly they're there because it's going to be brunch after, Then there's the ones who like really believe and they pray all the time. There's the ones who constantly give their money into the organization and not really sure where that money's going. It's going to the palaces, going to the Pope Mobile, going to the, the lawsuits that are against them when their abuses are called out. We should clearly question, for example, how the Catholic Church suddenly just has hundreds of millions of dollars lying around to pay to Los Angeles for those victims. Oh, they just had that money. They just were able to give that. Where's all that money from? So with any cult, there's different levels of buy-in. The problem with brainwashing is that on some level, and why it's hard to get people out, is that they've each bought into the brainwashing to some extent. They have some kind of emotional tie to it. And once you find their buy-in, it can help, but it can be hard to still break their buy-in and break them out of it then.
Yeah. Oh, Andy, you made it up. Welcome in, sir. Are you going to be opposition today?
For a while.
For a while? I thought
I am still conservative.
We were this close to turning you. What happened?
I don't know. I made a mistake. Came up on the wrong panel.
Damn it. Well, I'm just glad to see you back after you. What was that? Yesterday you left? Day before yesterday?
It was a few days ago.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you still come around. I was worried that you were pissed off at me or what have you.
I wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know what's changed. Everybody seems very into their spices the last few days, I think, including me. I'm not gonna exclude myself from that either, but
yeah,
it just
well, there's a lot of shit going on. You know, it's a lot.
I agree. It is. It is. It is. I don't. I just don't get. I don't know. I'd say emotional. I don't get upset about certain things that other people on the left seem to just like the whole army people in DC. And I mean, I think, okay, yeah, I don't know if I would want the military being armed around every city, but if they have that big of a problem, then does it really hurt, or is it going to help more? I just don't know.
Can I
And
ask you a question? Can I ask you a
yeah, go
question?
ahead. Yes,
Do you think that there are out of control riots and bedlam going on in all these cities?
out of control? No. I mean, well, not that I've seen on any news source that I've gotten.
Then why would you bring in the military to usurp the job of the local police?
Well, because I don't think it's a military. But well, no, I don't know about L.A. DC. I thought the military was brought in for more crime than to control rioting. Is what at least what their excuse is. Now I know in LA they said they were having problems with the rioting over the ICE way ICE was conducting business, and that's why they brought the National Guard or sent the National Guard in there. I don't agree with that. But the one in DC, that was more to not. I don't think that had anything to do with rioting. I thought that was more predicated over trying to get the crime under control, which I
Are you aware that the crime rate in Washington, D.C. is at a 30-year low? It's the lowest it's been in 30 years currently,
I,
before the National Guard was brought in.
I don't.
Are you aware of that?
Well, that's what they say. And now you read,
According,
you listen to
no,
the,
according to Patel's reports, crime in Washington, D.C. before he brought in the National Guard was the lowest it's been in 30 years.
what is it? What would you
Current
consider the
statistics.
crime?
Current statistics.
Would you consider the crime to be under control even at that 30-year low?
Hey, Andy, I got a question
Well, if
actually
it's
for
at
you.
the
With
lowest it's
that,
been in 30 years, I would say that the police and the mayor are doing a pretty good job. I would say
Andy,
they're doing their job.
do you go
If
to
it's the
DC
lowest it's
ever?
been in 30 years, I don't even, what?
No, I don't. No, I don't go to DC. I've never.
Okay, I go to
I
DC
try
at
to
least.
stay. I try to stay out of any city.
Okay, I got you. I go to DC at least once a year, and I normally run around all over the city because I love exploring when I go places. I go there for a conference for clinical mental health counseling once a year at least. And I'll bring an electric scooter and just buzz around the city just because I love exploring. Like I said, I've never felt uncomfortable. I've never felt unsafe. There isn't rampant crime all over the city. It's just not happening.
Yeah.
It did show out pretty good though. The after did bring the National Guard in. I think it's the first weekend that they have had no unalivings in DC. Report unalivings in DC in like
Yeah, but how often? Okay, you said the
30
past 2 weeks.
months.
How often do you think that happens?
What, that they have no unalivings?
Yeah.
Well, it was first. I think that they said it was first weekend in 30 months that there was
Okay.
no reported unalivings in the city.
Okay. Do you? And here's the other thing. Do you think that the National Guard is just like everywhere in DC right now?
I'm not there. I'm not in charge of
Well,
what they're doing.
and I understand, but they're not. Like there's basically no National Guard. There's like a couple here and there. They haven't like locked down the city. So like saying that there's happened to be nothing happening is not because of the National Guard, because they're not doing anything right now.
I think a lot of that they also put a I believe they put a curfew in for
Do you know who
younger
has the
people.
highest city with the highest crime rate?
Yeah, your state does. Oh, I know.
Yeah, St. Louis,
St. Louis,
and
Missouri.
St. Louis has the highest crime rate, and then still within the top 10 is my variant, Kansas City. But fun fact, the state legislature, which is Republican, took over both police departments. So, but it was bad before, it's still bad now. But why wouldn't Trump want to use his powers for good in St. Louis? Why isn't he going there?
Because I imagine he doesn't live in St. Louis, or he's not, currently residing in St. Louis, and
Probably he doesn't care about St. Louis, or
I think there's
or maybe
different
it's
rules.
political.
Well,
Maybe
it
it's
could be,
political.
and I think there's a lot of different rules with DC over what he can and can't do, considering it's not technically
Well,
run by.
do you think it's political? Do you think he's just politically posturing, because he didn't do this in his first term, and the crime rate was higher in his first term? I mean, do you not think that this is just a political maneuvering to change the subject, that he is losing, his approval rating is in the tank, he has to gerrymander districts to try to save his house? I mean, could that not be what this is about?
Oh, it could be 100% about, but do the means justify the end? Even if it is political, if it helps people that live in that city and lowers crime rate, then maybe it's something other states and governors can look into.
Andy,
Maybe the mayor saying,
do you like the Second Amendment?
Yes, I believe in the Second Amendment.
Do you know you lose that right if he brings in the government to control things?
Well, I don't know how.
Yeah, during martial law, your first, your second, and most of your other. Well, when you bring in the government, when you bring in the military to conduct law enforcement, that's what that is. Whether you're announcing it or not.
He's in order for the rules of martial law to apply, he has to actually declare martial law. Just bringing in the National Guard does not infringe upon people's amendment rights. If he declares martial law up and declares it, then yes, that's a different story.
Yeah, but you're also, per the Constitution, you're not supposed to bring in the military against its citizens, yet he brought in the Marines. So he doesn't care about the Constitution. Doesn't that show that?
Like I said, if that's deemed unjust, then I'm sure somebody.
No, it is unjust. It's unconstitutional to bring in the U.S. military against U.S. citizens, and he brought in the Marines.
I don't. That was in Los Angeles, wasn't it?
That's still the U.S. citizen.
The point was that he doesn't care about the Constitution, and that he'll do whatever he wants. Like, for example, Andy, and this kind of speaks.
I agree. He is pushing.
This kind of speaks.
With you. He is going against the Constitution, and I just don't.
But you just don't care?
It's not that I don't care. It's just the only thing to be done about it is you got to fight it in the courts, and once it's deemed unconstitutional, then it goes away.
But no, because he also doesn't follow the Supreme Court rulings.
He is going to eventually take your pew-pews in subtle ways. Like, for example, right now they're arguing in the courts to remove the pew-pews of anybody that is a rug user. Yeah.
Well, there's that's the way that's the laws right now. When you
shall not be infringed. Courts have ruled against that.
I get that, but when you fill out the paperwork to buy a pew-pew, it asks if you are having a habitual drug use.
Shall not be infringed.
And you get denied anyway. That's the law.
It is okay. So it is illegal for you to have a pew pew and be intoxicated, right? Probably a good idea to have that in place.
Well, I mean, I don't.
But to say that because you have used rugs,
but it is definitely frowned upon.
to say that you have used rugs and therefore you can't have a pew pew, the government can come in and confiscate your guns. Are you okay with that?
If you've broken the law, then yes, because that's what Hunter Biden got.
Wait, okay, so if you've ever broken any law, you shouldn't have a pew pew?
Depends on the law. If you're a convicted felon, you can't have a pew pew.
Okay, so using rugs in a state where it's legal. Thoughts?
So that's not breaking the law.
Okay, but they're still going to take those pew pews of the people who are using rugs.
That I don't know if
that's what they're that's what they're arguing. Yes,
state laws and federal laws at that point, because I don't know about
until you're convicted of a crime, you haven't committed a crime.
And I agree with that. I don't like.
Okay, so until you have something on your record that is a felony, they can't take your pew pews, right?
Well, they're not supposed to, but they're coming up with this new red flag laws that
I'm telling you that they are in court arguing right now to take the pew pews of anybody that is using rugs.
Even when they haven't been convicted of any crimes. Yep.
This is Trump. And see, this is a subtle way to take people's pew pews. It's very subtle because you're going to get a segment of it's like, oh, well, it's only in this case. And then they're going to find something else. Oh, it's only in that case. And then they're going to find something else. And eventually, the vast majority of people no longer have pew pews because Donald Trump's administration came into their home and took them.
Well, you'd have to change the Supreme Court because the Supreme Court seems to be ruling in favor of most, like when they threw out his bump stock.
Okay, but no. They don't, because the Supreme Court is ruling in favor of Trump, period. Very few times has his people ever ruled against him.
They threw out his bump stock ban.
But my point being that I was saying before, he also doesn't listen to the Supreme Court. So you can't say all they have to do is find something's unconstitutional, that'll stop it. No, because they already did that, and he said F you and kept doing it.
JD Vance has publicly stated that the president should just ignore the courts when it comes to implementing his agenda.
I'm lost on that. What have they ruled?
So the Supreme Court ruled unanimously that the Trump administration violated Garcia's rights when they removed him from the country without a trial. He then told them, "I don't care. I'm not bringing him back."
And then he brought him back.
But bringing him back on a separate charge is not complying with what.
That was completely different. That was actually
that's being slick.
Hey,
but it's not complying.
That's not complying. They said bring him back, and so he can.
No. 1 second.
They brought him back. What they charged? What the Department of Justice charged him for after he came back?
Listen for just a second, please. Listen for just a second. They removed him from the country. The Supreme Court said, hey, you can't do that, bring him back. The Trump administration said, we're not going to do that. They literally said, we're not going to do that. Then later, after there was a big whole thing and people wouldn't let it go, they were finally like, okay, we're going to quote unquote bring him back, but we're going to charge him with some random thing that he didn't do so that we can justify all the things we did before.
Mountain Man, you're severely misstating what the court ruled and how the Trump administration interpreted and carried out the directions of the court.
Tell me
okay. The initial ruling from the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals ordered the Trump administration to effectuate and facilitate the return of Garcia. The Supreme Court struck the word effectuate from that order and ordered the lower court to reword it as simply facilitate rather than effectuate and facilitate. So the actual order didn't come from the Supreme Court, it came from the lower court, and the word effectuate was removed and only the word facilitate was in the final order from the Fourth Circuit. And facilitate means to allow or provide for. It doesn't mean to make it happen. The word effectuate means to make it happen. And the Trump administration apparently interpreted that to mean they could take a bit of time working out how to facilitate his return. And the only way that they could force El Salvador to return him was using the extradition treaty that we have with El Salvador. That was the only lawful way we had under international law and our treaties to force El Salvador to send him back. So that's what they did.
Wait, hold on just a
treaty?
second. I need to
What
interject
treaty?
here for a
What treaty
second
would have
because
been?
the agreement between the United States government and El Salvador, according to President Bukele, was that he could send back the prisoners. There was nothing holding it back. It was just
a lot of people are
it was just the Trump
characterizing things a lot of
administration. You
ways.
have to admit that it was the Trump administration posturing and trying not to bring it back because we had tons of arguments over this very topic. And Trump said that he couldn't do it, but in the end he could. And he did.
He had to get the indictment.
So
He
then
didn't-
explain why. One sec. Explain
In
why
order to
Trump
use the
literally
treaty to
said,
bring him back.
"I can't bring him back, but even if I could, I wouldn't."
But okay, politicians lie. Politicians especially lie about
So no, 1
negotiations
second.
involving
Wait, stop,
other
stop, stop.
countries.
This was after. One
This-
second. This was
he-
after.
he-
This was
Mountain Man,
after
please
the
don't interrupt
Supreme
me. Let me
Court.
finish my statement here.
Well, no,
okay?
because
Okay, if you're not going to let me finish my statement, then we're not going to communicate.
I had literally muted myself. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, as Trump likewise lied about the timing with respect to our strike against Iran a couple of months ago, right? We lied because we didn't want everybody else in the world to know exactly what we were going to do and how we were going to do it. That's sometimes how foreign policy gets carried out. It's a shame that, sometimes politicians lie just to lie, not out of any international necessity or out of any secrecy reason. Sometimes they lie just because it's what they're used to doing. But
okay, can we stop the rant for a second? Okay, can we stay on topic, please? The Supreme Court told him that he violated the rights and to bring him back.
Okay. Once
He
again,
said-
you're lying.
One second. Stop.
The Supreme Court did not order the Trump administration to do anything. They ordered the Fourth Circuit to revise the order of the Circuit Court.
Beach
the
is
Supreme
correct.
Court did not order the Trump administration to do anything in that matter.
Did they rule
gave
9-0
instructions
that
to
he
the Fourth
violated?
Circuit.
Did they rule 9-0 that he violated his rights?
They ruled 9-0 that his return had to be facilitated.
Because his rights were violated, correct?
There was a procedural due process violation that the Trump administration has.
Okay, then
Yes.
what I said wasn't fucking wrong because if
But
you
it's a
violate
lie
someone's
because you're
rights,
saying he disobeyed an order by the Supreme Court, and there was no order by the
Supreme
Court. to the
Court.
Trump
Okay,
administration.
how about
That
you let
is
me
a
talk?
lie.
It's
How about you
semantics
shut up and let me
at this
talk
point.
now? Stop and let me talk now.
Oh,
Because
okay. Are you going to tell that lie again that the Supreme Court ordered the Trump administration to do something?
Are you gonna shut up and let me talk like you asked, or are you gonna be a hypocritical little person?
Go on, lie to me some more, bitch.
That's what I thought. Cry harder. When the Supreme Court says, hey, you violated someone's rights, that's part of saying you need to correct it. And when they sent it back down to the lower courts and said, hey, we don't really like how this is said. If you fix this, we'll agree with you. That's still them saying he needs to do it. And when he then said, I can't do it, but even if I could, I wouldn't, that's him violating what they said. I know you want to be pedantic.
You say it's
but
just
that doesn't
semantics,
do
but
anything
that's how
here.
court orders work. You follow the court order to the letter.
And
You
he
do
said
not
he
do
wouldn't.
more than the court order says. You do not
And
do
he
less
said
than
he
the court
wouldn't.
order says.
And he said
But
he
what-
wouldn't
what-
do it.
Let me.
But then he did it. See, what you say in response to a court order is irrelevant. It's do you
Really?
follow the court
Really?
order?
So if you're in court and a judge orders you to do something and you tell that judge, I'm not going to do that, you think
He
that's
didn't
irrelevant?
tell the judge that. Again, you're mischaracterizing. He told the
When he
public
goes
that
on
it
national
wasn't going to do that.
TV and
He didn't
says
say
it,
that
that's
to the
telling the
court.
judge.
That would have been contempt of court.
When you go on national TV and say something, when it relates to what a court said, that's you telling the court something.
No, it's not. It's
Didn't
the
the Supreme
furthest
Court?
thing from your telling the
Didn't the
court
Supreme
something.
Court order a contempt order? Didn't they issue
No.
a contempt order?
No.
Yes, they ordered a
No,
contempt
the
order
Supreme
on
Court did not in that case. The Supreme Court may have in another case. If we're going to discuss these things, let's
Maybe it
go
was
case by
maybe it was
case,
no,
specific by specific.
maybe it was the lower judge, or maybe I'm completing another case. It was the lower judge that issued a contempt order.
No,
But I'm
both
sure I know that there
when
was
the
a
Fourth Circuit did issue a contempt order. That did
okay.
happen, yes. But it wasn't against Trump. It was against members of the Justice Department. The people in the Justice Department are one of the law enforcement agencies attached to justice. It wasn't
Right. They issued a contempt order against his flunkies,
correct.
so
Yeah.
that they would take the heat for him not following the court order.
because
Well, the
they can
contempt order
actually
was eventually overturned by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court threw out that contempt order. The contempt order was not upheld on appeal.
Okay, I'm gonna just
I don't
pull
have
it.
much faith.
It was talked about, and I think they diffused it. I think that's how come Mr. Garcia came back.
He came back on a separate case, on a separate
because that was
charge. They
because that was the
charge
only
him
way
with
that Trump could legally.
kidnapping and trafficking and some other BS case.
Because
Some
that's the
other
only way Trump could
yes.
legally get him to come legally
I mean,
get him to come back, because we had to charge him with a crime and
That's
bring him
not
back
true.
to the true.
That's
to
not
Hey,
the
how about
truth.
everybody?
And
How about everybody go look at what the host has up?
So you're saying that Trump can just
Can you read it? I
go to
can't.
another country and tell them to send their citizen back over for no reason.
Yes, they could, because we were paying them money to keep the prisoners.
paying
Andy.
them. If you pay somebody to hold your stuff and you want it back, you go, I want my stuff back.
It wasn't technically, it wasn't our stuff. It was their stuff. He was
Sir,
a citizen. The
No,
only
I'm sorry.
person that
Bukele
guy
said-
is a citizen of is El Salvador.
President
I'm sorry. You guys want me to
Bukele,
believe
correct?
that the most
No, because the difference is that's my dog. That's not their dog. I can't go to them and
right.
say, "Give me your." I can't go to them and say, "Give me your dog," because I want your dog. So it wasn't, but it wasn't
Andy,
ours. The only how
Andy,
who
he was a U.S.
He
was a U.S. prisoner. He was a U.S. prisoner being held in El. He was a U.S. prisoner being held in El Salvador. He was still under our jurisdiction.
And technically U.S. property. You're going to tell me the most powerful man in the world can't tell El Salvador, give me my property back?
He was not technically under our jurisdiction. He had been deported to a third country that agreed to accept him, and under the 1996 Immigration and Naturalization Act, once somebody is deported from the United States, they are no longer under the jurisdiction of the United States.
excuse me, but President Bukele of El Salvador said, and I guess I can ask Lib to bring it up, but he said that he could return them. And that was
I'm aware of
the
what
agreement. I don't
Yeah,
understand what the problem was. I think we all know right here, as we all are talking, Trump had the capacity and the ability, the authority, and the power to do whatever the fuck he wanted to do in El Salvador, and he chose not to do it so they could drum up some charges against this man. And I
But
think we all know
Bukele,
that's the truth of the matter. You know it is, Beach.
Bukele might have had the ability to send him back, but he
He
didn't
said
want
it.
to.
He said it.
Okay, he may have had that ability. He definitely did say it. I agree with you 100%. He did say it. I'm familiar with the statement. And he may have actually had that ability under the agreement, but there was kind of a wink and a nod deal under the table that we're paying you for these people. You want the money for these people. So don't tell people that you're going to send them back that easily. Let's kind of drag our feet.
Kind of
You
our
know
point,
that.
though.
You don't know that, Beach. You know, I get along with you like 99.9% of the time, as I do with Andy, but I don't think you can make that statement.
I cannot support it with evidence. I make it just based on my experience over the years of how international affairs have worked in the past. I have no direct knowledge whatsoever of any details that pertain to that, and I cannot support it with evidence.
I'm just kind of upset and concerned that anybody would argue that a wink and a nod agreement between the most powerful person in the world and El Salvador is more important than what our Supreme Court says to do.
Our Supreme Court didn't say to do it.
Host literally had it pulled up.
The Supreme Court, told the
Host had
Fourth
it
Circuit.
pulled up. The host had it pulled up. If you would have looked
Yep.
up there.
And the Supreme Court did not order the Trump administration to do what you guys are saying the Supreme Court
The host
ordered
literally
the Trump
had it pulled up.
administration to do.
Yeah, I was going to read it, but
said
everybody
it
was
in
talking.
The ruling to the lower court. The ruling was for the lower court, not for the Trump administration. The lower court then subsequently issued a modified ruling to the Trump administration. But the Supreme Court in that instance did not give the Trump administration a writ of mandamus in order to do something.
Well, I will say,
what you have pulled up as well. Trying to read it.
the court is agreeing with the lower court, saying that they properly said to facilitate the return.
Correct. They changed the word from effectuate and facilitate to merely facilitate.
No, they're agreeing with the lower court.
No, they disagreed very strongly. They disagreed 9-0 with the lower court's order to effectuate.
Right.
They disagreed 9-0 with the lower court's ruling to effectuate.
I just read it to you.
To merely facilitate.
Well, 1 second.
Correct.
Can I,
vote of 9-0. By 9-0, they struck down the lower court's wording.
Can I come in with some lawyer stuff for 1 second? Beach. What you're not understanding here about the Supreme Court, because you're saying, well, the Supreme Court didn't issue a writ of mandamus. Okay, this goes all the way back to the Judiciary Act of 1789 and Marbury v. Madison. The thing about the Supreme Court, it does not mean that they were not issuing that order by not issuing the writ of mandamus themselves. What happens in appellate jurisdiction is that writ of mandamus by the Supreme Court is only used if it cannot instead have the lower court give the order. So it telling the lower court to do it was accurate because the lower court does have appropriate appellate jurisdiction over this. That does not mean that it wasn't that it was ineffectual or wasn't up to that par and that level of what needed to be listened to. It just means that, again, this is very this I could teach a whole class on this. This is something that is very deep into legal law. But what I'm trying to tell you is that the point that you're making, it does not mean like, oh, well, they told the lower court to do something, that means they didn't really care about it. That's not how our legal process works. Okay, and it's okay not to know that. This is very deep in legal theory, but this is something. Effectively, they gave the order to the people who do have the jurisdiction to give the order, and that is adequate jurisdiction that needs to be listened to. It's a court order regardless, that then Trump went on national TV and said he did not want to do, in the same way that if either you or I were ordered into house arrest and suddenly the judge or whoever monitors people on house arrest and we say on national TV, oh, we're going to go to McDonald's, it'd be the same problem, okay?
The court would later rule, and it's okay that you don't know this, but the court would later rule that because Garcia case was brought under writ of habeas corpus and not the Administrative Procedures Act, because if it had been brought under the Administrative Procedures Act, then the Fourth Circuit in Boasberg would have been the proper jurisdiction and venue for it. But the court eventually ruled that the proper jurisdiction for a habeas corpus case would be the Fifth Circuit, because Garcia was actually deported from the Fifth Circuit, the Texas and Louisiana Federal District Court, and it should have been brought there instead of under Boasberg. So Boasberg never did ultimately have the jurisdiction over the Garcia matter because he was Fourth Circuit and it wasn't brought under the Administrative Procedures Act. It was brought as a writ of habeas corpus, and the correct jurisdiction and venue would have been the Fifth Circuit.
Can we back it up 1,000 feet? Because at the end of
I
the
don't know.
day,
That's some big
did
words you
Trump
just used.
not violate this man's due process? And they knew they did.
Oh, the Trump
At the end
administration
of the day,
decidedly
we
did.
can
That's
sit
not
here
that's,
and we can wait. Hold on, we can
And they
split
made
hairs
it.
over what jurisdiction did or what not. But at the end of the day, his Department of Justice and his ICE, they knew they were violating this man's due process. They knew it. And they did it anyway. Because you know why? Because they're like, fuck it, let's just do it and let's be cruel because that gets us more favorability ratings from our fucked up base.
Because they
I
don't
believe
care
the
about
colloquial phrase is assholes are going to asshole. And yeah, the
Well,
Trump assholes have been assholing.
The problem is the assholes don't care about the Constitution. That's dangerous as fuck.
And they're testing the ground. They're testing the waters. They're testing what they can get away with, what will be responded to, whether it will be responded to accurately. Like it's a testing ground.
Wait,
Yeah, and
just like every
what we have a court
individual
system
who goes
for.
before the courts is entitled to due process, the people of the United States of America, through our government, are also entitled to due process. And when the processes aren't followed by the district court judges, for example, if the guy who's supposed to be handling Administrative and Procedures Act is doing habeas stuff that is supposed to be under the jurisdiction of another guy, then the American people through our government are not getting the due process that every American is entitled to. And due process for the people at large is just as important as due process for every individual.
I don't disagree, but why are you still justifying him not caring about the Constitution?
I've never justified
He wasn't
that.
justifying
I said,
it.
assholes are going to asshole.
Okay,
he was just making a
What I'm defending
point.
is the process being used because that's what the process is for.
Yeah, he was just
I
a
got you.
point of clarification was all he was doing.
I apologize. No, I apologize, Beach. I will admit when I'm wrong there, and I apologize. My
Thank you.
whole
Very,
point,
very big of you.
And my entire point in all this is that like Trump has proven time and time again he doesn't care about the Constitution and will
I've never
violate it
seen a
knowingly.
president in the United States who proved every time that he cared about the Constitution. Every single president of the United States that I've ever lived under has totally disregarded some aspect of the Constitution more than once.
Well, has it been as bad as Donald Trump?
Wait a minute, Beach, can you give an example where a president has knowingly and admittingly violated the Constitution and then after a Supreme Court order said, I don't care? And I know we're talking about semantics. Sorry, I will take it 1 second. Actually, before you answer, I'm going to take it back. After a court order that the Supreme Court agreed with said, I don't care. Because I don't want to be a semantical about that. I will, if you're saying
I don't like to make comparisons like this because it's like saying it's okay for X politician to have done it because all the other politicians did it. It's never okay for politicians or authoritarians to violate people's rights. But for example, Kamala Harris, who ran against Trump in the last election, she routinely violated Supreme Court orders in her carrying out her role as California Attorney General.
Can you give an example where she knowingly went directly against the Supreme Court?
When she prosecuted certain firearms-related crimes after Heller versus District of Columbia was handed down in 2008.
I would need an example. I'm sorry, because like you said that she was told there was a court order, a Supreme Court order against her that she then violated.
Actually, Heller versus District of Columbia in 2008 was against the District of Columbia. McDonald v. Chicago extended those rights, the Second Amendment rights to individuals to keep and bear arms to states, and that was 2012. And so that was an effective ruling saying states can't enforce these BS gun laws, and No, California was never ordered specifically not to do it. But if you read McDonald v. Chicago, it's clear that state and local governments do not have the constitutional authority and are prohibited by the Second Amendment from doing and enforcing the laws that she was enforcing.
And if one of her cases went up to the Supreme Court and they ruled against her and she said, I don't care, I'm going to keep prosecuting people, we would have an apples to apples case.
No, it's apples to apples, because when one state government is told you can't do that, that applies to all state governments. We only have one federal government. When they said the federal government can't do it, the federal government can't do it. But when the Supreme Court of the United States says states cannot do that, it applies to all 50 states, not just a particular state against whom the case was
made. And yet every single state still has their own firearms laws. Every single one of them.
Every state in the United States now allows people to carry and conceal firearms on their person.
Not without a permit.
Some states still require permits, but every state in the country has a shall issue permit system. Whereas if people meet certain objective criteria, a permit has to be issued. There is no more discretion in issuing permits, and no longer any requirement in any state that people demonstrate a need to have a permit beyond the fact that they're alive and their life is worth defending.
Again,
okay.
What I'm
not sure how. I'm not sure.
We are so far down this rabbit hole.
Yeah, it's.
No, I agree. I can back up. I was just making the point that, like,
I honestly just don't give a fuck what Kamala Harris did or didn't do. I don't give a fuck. The fact of the matter is that Donald Trump is a fascist fuck. You can look up the tenets of fascism, and he fucking meets them all. And now we got people coming on the fucking panel talking about how, oh my God, white people are going to be the minority, so we got to stick our boot in the necks of these fucking colored people. And it's disgusting.
Okay,
and we're over here.
You can't lump us all in with that.
And I said we have people that come up on the panel saying that.
Well, no, wait a minute. There's idiots everywhere, liberal. We know this.
What?
Andy Beach. Andy Beach. There
are people that are confused and wrong everywhere.
Andy and Beach. Can I ask you a quick question?
90% of what the first guy said, whatever his name was.
So Beach and Andy, I'm guessing. You guys are both Trump supporters?
Real quick. Hey, Jackie.
I voted for Trump.
Jackie B in the comments. Okay. Jackie B in the comments. You said that I was a liar. I'm going to put in this document here that Trump's DOJ is issued, which is asking them to rule that if you are a rug user, you will no longer have a pew-pew. You said that I was lying earlier, and now you're saying that I'm deflecting. So go read that.
That's current law. That's been law since the Gun Control Act.
No.
That's a law, isn't
it? Shall not be infringed, sir.
Well,
he's asking the Supreme Court to do it because they have ruled that past rug use or current rug use not being intoxicated, courts have consistently ruled against that. So while it is current law, that doesn't mean that it's legal based on the judicial standards that have been set by the courts that continually rule against it. And now Donald Trump is going in there saying, Supreme Court, please rule on this.
The lower courts are actually split on that. There have been some lower courts, I think, in Oklahoma, actually.
Well, Beach, let me ask you this. Do you think that if you've ever used rugs in the past that you should have your pew-pews taken away?
No.
I think the actual statute says is currently
I asked your opinion. I didn't ask you what the statute says. I know 9223, G3.
Okay.
I understand. I'm asking your opinion.
In my opinion, that's not even current law. And in my opinion, if it were current law, it would be a bad law. I think people should be able to enjoy themselves unless they've demonstrated a propensity of violence toward other people, that their Second Amendment rights should be unfazed.
And Donald Trump is the one that is trying to get the Supreme Court to make this precedent so that if you, no matter where you are using drugs, whether you've been convicted of a crime or not, you no longer have a pew-pew. And Jackie, go fucking read if you can to prove yourself wrong. Yeah.
Hey, Lib, Brendan Rose, he's a conservative MAGA supporter. You want to bring him up? He said he'd come up.
Well, he didn't request. Oh, here he is.
More opposition. Yeah, he's a really good debater. I mean, he makes me angry and pushes all my buttons, but he's a really good debater.
Thanks, Paula. I'm
just
very
real
familiar
quick,
with Loudmouth, and he's familiar with me.
Yeah.
Just real quick, Andy and Beach and Brendan, if you... Oh, sorry, Paula.
No, Brandon, thanks for coming up.
Mountain's question from earlier, I am not a Trump supporter. I abhor the man.
No, you're good. And I was asking not because I'm calling you one, more just because like I don't want to classify you as one without you saying so. I just wanted then Andy, would you mind saying F Taco because he's a fascist piece of shit? You don't have to say all those words, but just F Taco is fine with me.
It's so adorable hearing leftists call Donald Trump fascist, especially after what they did with the intelligence community and the Justice Department to go after a political opponent. But please keep it up. It helps us win elections.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about someone who's up here earlier. He was literally saying that like white people should rule the U.S. and that we should do everything we can to keep white people from ruling the U.S.
Guy that was up. Because I'm confused when you talk about Taco. Because some people.
Yeah, sorry. Now I'm talking about the guy who was up
now. Oh no, the guy who was up here that was spouting the
just F
his
that guy.
fear of white people not being in charge. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
That was
okay. Cool.
That was crazy.
Just making sure. Just
Can I ask Liberal a question? Something you were reading a moment ago about Trump saying that if you're on D-Rugs that you can't have a pew-pew.
His DOJ, correct.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it is now. When you go to apply to the ATF to get a gun, to get a pew-pew.
I understand that.
Yeah. So how is that any different from what
and do you agree with it?
Well, and again, you need
to specify. Do you agree with it?
I'm trying to help you clarify.
Do you agree with it? That's all I care about.
Shit. If you are addicted to illicit drugs, yeah, you should not have a pew-pew.
Okay, so you now are no longer a Second Amendment advocate.
Well, that's adorable. I just got a new Tokarev. It's one of those.
You are no longer a Second Amendment advocate. Don't sit here and tell me that you want to restrict something for somebody doing on their own time for whatever it is, and you're like, no, you don't get to do that, even if it's legal in the state. You don't get to do that, even if it's prescriptions. You don't get to do that.
Ah, there we go. Even if it's prescriptions, because I noticed you didn't differentiate between illicit.
It didn't differentiate it in the fucking ruling. Go read it. Go read it, sir. Go read the fucking court document, and then come back and talk to me.
Yeah,
because unless you've read the thing, you don't know what you're talking about. Again,
well, that's why I came on to ask for clarification.
Yep, I'll put it back in the comment section. This links to the actual document that they put in there. It doesn't say only illicit drugs. It says,
just to be clear,
if you are a user,
just to be clear, the left is
or
fine with
habitual user.
Crackheads having pew-pews, you're okay with that? Yeah.
The actual phrasing in the statute and in the regulations is an unlawful user of a controlled dangerous substance.
There we go.
So that does mean illicit drugs. Unlawful user of a controlled
That's not what they're arguing. That's not what they're arguing. Go read the fucking document, bro. That is not what they're asking the court to rule on, sir.
It is, but they're asking the court to rule based on federal law.
Let me ask you this, Beach.
Medical marijuana is not federally legal anywhere in the United States.
Beach.
It's illicit to
I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you.
Purposes throughout the entire United States. It's a crime everywhere in the country.
Beach, have you read the document? Have you read the document, Beach? Did you read what they're asking the court?
Why repeat yourself? I don't understand.
Because I'm waiting for him to answer.
Well, I imagine he heard you.
Beach?
So just so we're clear, you're saying
he may not know he's muted.
Aspirin, no pew-pews for you? Is that what you're saying? If I take ibuprofen, no more shots?
Are you a
Right.
habitual user? Look, they're going to interpret it in whatever way that they want to when the Supreme Court rules on it.
And
Look,
just for further
in this
clarification,
country, if you want to partake in MJ, because they even specify MJ, and they don't say only if it's illegal, and it's legal in many, many states. They didn't specify. You're telling
Marijuana is
me
not legal anywhere in the United States. It's
federally
a crime
to
possess or
and
use marijuana anywhere in the United States.
Okay, Beach, again, have you read the document since now you want to talk? Did you read the court case? Yes or no?
You say it's if it says
yes
marijuana,
or no?
it doesn't have to say illegal marijuana.
Yes or
because
no?
Marijuana is illegal in the entire country.
Yes or no? Beach, did you read the
Does it
court
say
document?
marijuana?
I'm going to drop
say
you.
marijuana?
I'm going to fucking drop you for the first time in the history
I'll
of this
go read
panel.
it. I'll go read it. I'll go read it.
So you didn't read it, and now you're speaking about it. Cool.
You quoted it, and when you quoted, you used the word marijuana.
I'm telling you.
He made an example.
I'm saying that the document isn't, it's asking them to go further than what the statute is already there. Go read it.
what's the name of this
I'm
document?
going to read it. I'm going to read it.
I put the fucking link in the chat like 3 times already. Jesus fucking Christ. Habitual rug use.
Hey guys,
Habitual
boys,
rug use.
boys. I think it's I just want to point out something if you guys don't mind. I love to partake of the gummies. Love it, love it, love it. I don't even drink alcohol anymore because the
Now you know
utility
why you don't get
value,
no tomatoes, because you don't share your gummies with
because the utility value, the utility of the gummies is so much
Man.
better than alcohol. But I just want to say this: what if I have a said pew pew, right? Now, am I not allowed to own a pew pew because my state says I can partake of the devil's lettuce, but now the Trump administration wants to take away my right. And let me just say this: all my family's in Texas. They all partake of the gummy too, and they all have pew pews.
See,
How's that going to be? How will that be enforceable,
you're talking
guys?
the difference between
Are they going to
federal
take our pew pews
and
away,
state
or how's
law.
that work? Wait, just a second, Andy. Let me finish. Are they going to take the pew pews away? Are they going to arrest us? What's the end?
Federally,
How
yes,
does
they
this
could.
end? I'm sorry, Andy. I'm
Technically-
just trying to finish a sentence.
I'm trying to answer your question for you.
Dude, I haven't. All right, go ahead.
But what you're saying is yes, federally, yes, because it's a federal gun law, and federal law states marijuana is illegal everywhere in the country still.
Yeah,
And so,
unlawful
yes,
use of a legal rug in your state will get your pew pews taken away.
It's legal inside your state borders. Yes, it is.
Look,
question
look
was,
at any rug.
Are they going to come take my pew pew because I
Yes.
partake of the gummy? Is
Mushrooms.
that what we're doing?
Mushrooms. You look at
Federal-
anything that is
question.
legal
Am
in
I-
the state,
Yes,
and you will
I live
lose
in a red
your
state,
fucking
boys. I live in
pew
Missouri.
pew.
I live in Missouri. where we grow
And
it, we
you-
process it, and we distribute it. So now, you guys, is the Trump
all rugs.
administration gonna take our rights away to own a pew pew? Or I mean, what's the end game on this? That's my question.
Yeah, I was recently introduced to hemp gummies by a friend of mine from Texas, and the hemp derived gummies, if they're under 0.3%, are both federally legal and legal in a lot of states, including Texas and Louisiana. So you can actually use hemp derived THC gummies under 3% by weight and possess firearms legally, because those hemp gummies are federally legal and state
We're
legal.
not talking about those.
It's
Listen,
literally
my
the same thing.
sisters are all coming up from Texas. We had this conversation last night. They're all coming up to see me. I had surgery. We're going to celebrate. We're going to do gummies. But the conversation went like this: are you going to bring your pew pews and your gummies? Oh no. Well, I don't think I can do that. If we get pulled over, I will go to jail. I mean, I don't understand.
And
How
your
is
pew
this?
pews will be taken.
What are they going to do? Are they going to come take my pew pew because I like gummies? Because I'm sure they know I already do it.
The hemp-derived gummies are federally
I'm not
legal,
talking
and
hemp. I'm talking
it is
Beach,
not okay.
you understand?
in the
Beach,
state of
1 second, real quick.
Missouri. In the state of Missouri, it is recreational use of the MJ is legal. I'm talking about Missouri. I'm talking about other states that have legalized MJ, and now the Trump administration wants to take our rights away from owning a pew pew. What the fuck is that about?
And Beach, real quick, before you realize that the hemp derived THC, it's the same thing. It's just a leak. It's just a loophole.
That's
And
correct. Yeah.
Okay, so you're okay with the federal government taking people's pew-pews away because of a loop, because like we haven't come up with a loophole for something.
Well, it's not a controlled substance. It's not going to be. They're not going to.
I've already said that I'm not okay with the federal government getting involved with people's pews unless they've demonstrated a propensity for violence against other people, and there've been court findings about their propensity of violence against other people.
Or they were intoxicated
against this court order.
Right, or they were intoxicated while they had their pew-pews, which is and probably should be not not legal.
How does this work for people who own like crops and process it, and then now they sell it? They can't put it into the payment system. I mean, can you have a pew pew if you're around MJ, or do you have to use MJ for your rights to be removed?
Simultaneous possession is also a 10-year federal felony. If you're in possession of an illegal controlled dangerous substance, even if you're not
and it shouldn't be
user, and then simultaneous possession is also a crime, even if you're not an illegal drug user.
And it shouldn't be.
So, Beach, real quick. So you're against them doing this. So
Correct.
You should be very, very much against the Trump administration having the Supreme Court rule on this in the favor of take the guns away.
I'm hoping that the Supreme Court rules in favor of the rug people, the rug users.
Okay,
because,
that's fine. I was just wanting to clarify because it felt like you were arguing for the Supreme, like against drug users.
He was just making the statement that it's already illegal and that this would change nothing. And
I mean, it would, but
I would love to see them lose, because if they lose, that would change things. I love to see the fact that the Supreme Court is going to hear it, because then they could lose, and that would change things more than probably anything else. Anything that's likely to happen, in this year or next year would change. That would be a huge improvement. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, and especially the fact that something is legal in your area and you're a legal user. Now they're going to confiscate your shit, whereas before the likelihood of you getting out of that in a lower court is very high.
Well, you have to be careful saying it's legal in your area, because technically it's not federally legal in any area.
States' rights.
That's the point, Andy.
States' fucking rights.
The federal government isn't enforcing the law. The federal government is enforcing the law. It's kind of like prohibition.
But the
fact of the matter remains.
I get it. The federal government or the state governments need to get on the same. They need to get on the same level when it comes to drug use and what's considered, illegal now in this country and not, because having the federal government have one stance and having majority of the states have a different stance. Some states like Kansas are still, hell no, you ain't getting nothing because we're no fun. But
how are they going to prove your drug use too, especially if it's illicit? How are they going to prove that? Wait. That says if you're a habitual drug smug user, right? How do they know? How would they know you're habitual? I mean, if you sit back and you think about how intrusive this really is, it's a right to privacy. This could be like, wow.
It's once we all have the neural link in our brains and they track everything we put in our system.
Exactly.
I think you'd have to get busted with it. Is the way they.
But it says habitual. So what if I have a container, right? Am I now habitual? What is habitual? Is habitual every day? Is it once a month? What is habitual?
They don't specify in the court in that.
It means with any regularity whatsoever.
I really think there's.
What would prevent the federal government
from requiring a drug test before you could get a pew-pew.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have to be a hair sample because that's the only one that shows long-term usage.
And look, or you guys want to ask the government permission to get your pew-pews, hey, that's a you thing.
That's
you
been
will
law
do,
since
you know.
1990, like 1992 or 1996.
And slavery
The
was
Brady
legal until it wasn't. That doesn't make it right, sir.
Yeah, the Brady
Jesus
Act
fucking
required
Christ, I don't care
background.
what the fucking law says, it's not right. Because the Constitution says something different.
I agree.
And kind of back to what Paula was saying, what we've all been touching on here. Like, for example, not sure what your guys' view are on with China, but something that China does implement is there's mandatory checkpoints where everyone takes a breathalyzer. It doesn't matter if they have reasonable suspicion or not. Everyone blows. Every driver blows because like they have you go right off to jail if you have like they take it very seriously. Is that something that you'd want to see? You'd want to see mandatory checkpoints where we're all forced, regardless of whether there's a reasonable doubt, a reasonable suspicion or not? Do you want something like that? Is that something you're in favor of?
I certainly want everyone to blow.
We already have that
I have some
in the
context
United
here.
States.
You have where? Where do you have a
states-
mandatory checkpoint where everyone does a
Well,
breathalyzer, regardless of reasonable
well,
suspicion?
okay, every New Year's Eve in between Ashburn and Topeka on our major highway that goes through, they set up DUI checkpoints every New Year's Eve, and it's every car that goes through. You get pulled over, and now, okay, reasonable suspicion. You put your window down, and the cop that just ended up dealing with somebody that was drunk, 2 cars before you. So, no, you sure I smell alcohol? You look, your eyes look a little glazed over. You're taking a drug breathalyzer test. They already have that.
And you said that was between where? You were a little muffled when you said where in between you said that was.
Wait,
In between
breathalyzer?
our two major cities in Kansas. We have a lot of accidents on K4 highway, certain highway that runs.
Is that something that your guys' state voted on? I've never heard
No,
of that.
that's just what they do every New Year's Eve. They have a DUI checkpoint in between them two cities. And you every car that comes down the highway gets pulled over. I mean, there's no, you don't sneak through.
It's a checkpoint, and the legality of the checkpoint is still open to interpretation. What they're attempting to do ultimately is get people to stop, roll down their window, and if the police can collect probable cause via either smelling one's breath filled with alcohol or slurred speech, et cetera, that will allow them for probable cause to do a search up to and including a breathalyzer. That's what that is.
Again, and I agree with that. But again, in China, the difference is they don't even. You can look sober as day. You blow like you roll down the window and you blow, and they have that year round, but especially during major holidays. So again, sorry, go ahead, Paula. You go first.
Oh, well, I was just really curious as to like how I'm really perplexed. How does actually going to be enforced? What does this mean to? I mean, I did read the other day that alcohol sales have plummeted, and so is this a way to help support the alcohol lobby, or is it a way to try? I mean, what if you used to be a habitual user and you're no longer? Let's say so addicts now can no longer own a pew-pew. I mean, and I'm really mad that I have to defend the Second Amendment. I can't tell you how mad this makes me.
This is what honestly, this is what's weird. Aren't you? Isn't your side the side of the common sense pew-pew law?
I own pew-pews.
It is not common sense to say if you use rugs that you can't own a pew-pew. That makes no sense. That's not common sense.
Okay, so this is what I was going to try to ask you earlier.
How is that common sense?
Hold on. You said if we support this, that if you're on, I don't believe marijuana is a drug. So, but I mean, I'm talking about like real drugs, like other drugs. If you're on them and we think you should own a gun, then we're against the Second Amendment. But okay, so what's your stance if being a felon and owning a gun? I'm against felons owning guns.
Yeah.
Does that make me against the Second Amendment again?
Why? Don't do that? Do they once they serve their time? Should they not be allowed to exercise their Second Amendment right because that's what the framers said? I mean, that's what you guys have been saying.
Because as a felon,
that's what y'all have said how does it go again, Lib? The right to own shall not be infringed. It doesn't say.
Indeed.
Yeah. If everybody's going to ignore the militia part of it, then let's just keep pointing back to the fucking shall not be infringed.
Yeah. I actually have some perfect context here. It reads as follows. The Trump administration has taken steps to ease pew-pew restrictions, including reviving the, quote, relief from disability program to allow certain convicted felons to regain their firearm rights. Additionally, the Department of Justice is considering a process to restore pew-pew rights to individuals with criminal convictions. However, a 2023 federal appeals court ruling found that prohibiting users of illegal drugs from possession of firearms may be unconstitutional. These developments suggest a trend towards loosening of pew-pew regulations, but the legal landscape remains complex and subject to change.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, what it sounds to me like Trump is a champion of 2A and is even trying to provide relief
then
to those
why
Americans.
is he?
Didn't he support Mel Gibson in that? Am I wrong on that headline?
Okay. Let's
No, you
look
like
at
Mel Gibson.
Hi, Jacqueline.
Yeah, he was advocating. I don't know. This was months ago, I think. But he was advocating for Mel Gibson to, who has DV on his record, has serious charges. He was advocating for, his buddy to be able to own again.
Then they fired the person that rejected his application, and then Trump came. I mean, this sounds like crazy talk. So, Brandon, what's the deal? Is it going to be? You can either get high or own a pew-pew? Is that it now?
No. That no one is suggesting that. They're obviously
suggesting that.
Okay. There has been a lot of change with regards to that particular devil's lettuce. There's been a lot of change recently. Some states still have laws in place. Some states don't. It takes a while for the federal government to catch up with the states, and this is what I expect to happen. Is it still Schedule 1? I know for years and years it was Schedule 1. Is it still in the Schedule 1?
It is.
Marijuana derived.
Joe Biden failed on that.
Are still Schedule 1.
Joe Biden failed on that miserably.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, based on the context that I just provided, it seems that the administration is certainly going to get to it.
No, they're wanting them to put precedent. Yeah, for people who are, quote, habitual users without defining habitual.
Like the current administration, the Trump administration, is advocating for the removal of firearms from habitual users.
Correct.
Not just and also not
That's
even
correct.
just no longer purchasing, but going in and removing their firearms.
Correct. Yeah. So
proposal. There is no administrative proposal of which I am aware that would facilitate any process by which folks' homes were entered and their current firearms in their possession were removed. I haven't seen any administrative proposal that would provide for that. Has anybody else?
Have you seen anything that says that they won't?
Yeah, fellow rogue test. You watch them, put something in place where they have to report any failure of rogue test federally, so that they. I mean, just think about that. How easy would that be?
I think, again, what we also have to all realize here is this gets back to where this isn't necessarily a Republican or even a MAGA versus Democrat point. This is very much a class issue, because what we do know here, we do know logistically of the firearms that we know, okay, and we do not have them all registered or documented here. We know that there's, ones that we don't know about. But of the ones we know about, we have 500 million. We are such a heavily armed nation. So even logistically, even if we were all lining up in line and turning in our pew-pews, just fully compliant, being proactive, even going to the little check-in centers or whatever, it's logistically going to take decades to even just the time in a day. You only have so much time in a day. You're handed one pew and you put it away, or logistically it will be so impossible. So we know that rulings like this, they're not really going. They're going to be targeted people. It's a way to rack up charges on people. It's a way to increase for-profit prisons. It's a way to then increase slave labor, because they're basically paid like nothing. It's a way to kind of really punch down on a lower group of people and get very cheap labor. Then I think we're all missing the point here where, we can talk about all this all we want. Yeah, there's some of us, we're still going to have our pew-pews. We'll still, do what we do, have our fun, and we'll be getting away with it because we're, upstanding to a certain extent, or we're just not targeted yet. We don't find ourselves in that situation. But this becomes a real problem where then we're not lifting the boat up altogether as Americans. And poverty and that kind of prison use, that increases crime, that increases violence, it increases instability. It's not something that we want to see in this country, I don't think.
I love that analogy you just made. Did you say lifting the boat, like a rising tide lift all ships?
Yes, because again, what we have seen is, and what I can agree with conservatives on, and we've seen this ever since the Reagan years, you can look at the stratification, the minimum wage has stayed stagnant while the siphoning of money. We want a rising middle class. We all want that, okay? We all want, I think, poverty to come up in our nation. We want good things because, again, that increases our own safety. The biggest indicator of crime is poverty, okay? Because there's desperation. Right. So let's look at what they're actually doing here, because even logistically, they're not going to be able to come into all our homes. We have 2 million in the military. We have veterans and stuff like that. We have a little bit of National Guard. We have some police. There's not enough. We have 300 plus million strong. Okay?
It'll be targeted.
With a ton of weapons.
It'll be targeted.
It'll be targeted in order to get people who work for basically nothing wages, and then we're paying a bunch for people to be in prisons, when instead that money could go into improving our communities, decreasing crime by giving people actual opportunities, and that would be much cheaper than essentially enslaving people who don't necessarily need to be.
And just another point, I don't know how many people here buy it, but when I go to buy it in my community, I got to give them my driver's license, and the girl entered my information into her tablet. So law enforcement can get access to that data. It's not protected.
Are you talking about buying your gummies or buying?
Yeah, gummies. Yeah, that's not protected data. So
I wouldn't know because my state still.
I'm sorry. Let me finish, please. So if the government, I'm really concerned about privacy rights here. I'm also concerned about just authoritative. I don't want to say authoritative. I'm not trying to put off my Republican friends, but are you guys not worried about this?
No. One other sentence.
Orange Sky Daddy speaks, they listen.
But no, Paul, I completely agree with you. And also that's a big thing that people don't understand about Roe. As someone who went to law school, took the bar, did all this stuff, Roe was about way more than just AB. I don't really care about what your views are on ABR. I'm not trying to pivot the conversation into that. Roe set up what was basically called a quasi-privacy right. Those are things that HIPAA and TALA a lot is based on. We saw a lot of those privacy rights stripped after, the horrible 9/11, not sure if I'm able to say it as a date, but you know what I'm talking about, that T attack. But this is a lot is basically trying to strip back on privacy rights, and that leads us to authoritarianism, and that's not in anyone's best interest at all. We're a nation of liberty.
It sounds like you agree with Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Real quick.
That is the meat and bones of Roe was privacy. It creates quasi-privacy rights that a lot more than just AB rested on. A lot more.
Which was exactly her position.
Real quick, I'm going to do some housekeeping. I'm going to recycle some of the panelists. Paula, you've been here the longest. Let me go ahead and drop you down. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
See, Mountain Man, you've been second longest. Well, no. You're not one that I was going to drop because you haven't been here as long as Mountain Man and Ford.
You can go ahead and drop me, liberal. I've talked a lot. Always love to be up here, but you can go ahead and drop me.
Okay, thank you. And then Mountain Man, there we go. And thank you. I appreciate you being up here. Now, Ford, who was that for? Who was
myself? I gotta go, and it's been a pleasure listening to y'all talk.
You just galaxied yourself?
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Awesome. Let me do the timer. Who wants to save Ford before he drops himself? Just kidding.
From himself.
Thank you, Ford.
Federal government. It sounds like he's got some place to be.
Y'all have a good one.
I appreciate it, man. We'll see you.
Save Ford from himself.
Peace. Now, these people have been waiting for a long time, and to them, I'm sorry. Radical Jezebel, I was trying to bring you up. I was going to get around to cycling the panel. So if you're still listening, please request up and I'll bring you right in. I don't even know if these people are still around. Anyway, Crashby, if you're here, you'd asked like 7 times in a row to come up and then you left. So I don't know what the fuck that's all about.
While we're waiting for them to come up, I did look up those court case filings, and it actually looks to me, from how weakly they're written, that the Trump administration wants the court to hear this, but wants to lose. It's very poorly written. There's no legal support. There's no rational arguments that are actually made in that brief they filed.
It is ridiculous.
Somebody else mentioned this before, but it's so absurd. It looks like they're trying to lose.
Well,
my question is: have you ever heard of a? Now I know. So when a lower court makes a ruling, then somebody files suit and says no, but we believe this to be unconstitutional. So then it goes to the Supreme Court, and then they make a ruling, and that becomes the law of the land. I've never heard of a law already existing that they go to the court to try to ratify that a law that's already there.
Well, the Fifth Circuit, and I actually did the research on that. There were a couple of cases. The one from the Fifth Circuit, which is in New Orleans, my home state, is the one that actually struck down the provision that makes it illegal to be an unlawful user in possession of a firearm. So that case law that I'm hoping gets upheld by the Supreme Court actually came out of the Fifth Circuit in New Orleans. The one that came out of somewhere in Oklahoma or Nebraska that I was thinking of actually allowed felons, convicted felons, to possess firearms, and the Biden administration took that one up to the Supreme Court and won. So the Supreme Court has already ruled that felons cannot possess firearms, and they're going to hear the case of whether or not unlawful users of a controlled dangerous substance may continue to possess firearms. And because right now in the Fifth Circuit we can, but in the rest of the country people can't. And the Trump administration is appealing that ruling from the Fifth Circuit to the Supreme Court
to try and put precedent in. Yeah, it's
national continuity on the issue, so people don't get confused over what the law is based on where they live. Because that
makes sense.
And maybe so maybe what you're saying is that he wants them to rule against it, and that's why it's so shittily written.
Poorly written. Yeah, it's so poorly written. You're
I don't know.
Absolutely right, Tim. It's very poorly written.
I think he wants people to not have pew-pews, because that's what fascists do. They will arm their people, and they will get rid of the opposition, because in this way what they can do is target you. They can go against you, as a Democrat or somebody who says anything against him, and they know that you have pew-pews, and they know that you have used rugs in the past. Yeah, and good luck proving that.
Well, yeah, and like Paula said, they've got access to our medical records. They have access to our financial records.
Exactly.
I mean, if you ever use a debit card or a credit card in a smoke shop, they're going to look at you a lot closer, blah, 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 right?
Yep. Well, I know, for instance, when Kansas, they tried to legalize the medical side, and it got voted down, and it even got voted down by the left side. I mean, it got completely shut down. I couldn't figure out why. And then a cousin of mine who's actually grows the hemp side, which is the only thing legal to grow in Kansas, and I asked him, I said, why they shoot this down? I mean, it was like the first step to getting it legalized. He said because anybody who signed up for the medical card, you would not be able to purchase a hunting license or use pew-pews in the state if you signed up for your medical card.
Well, and
that's bullshit.
That kind of goes to Tim's point that the feds will use it against people, but there are also a lot of state statutes similarly pertaining that administrations from both parties will use to their own advantage, just based on whoever's doing what on when and who's
when they want to. Yes.
At the time.
But yet, if you're a fall down drunk,
authoritarianism corrupts both sides. We both know that I think everybody here knows that authoritarianistic abuse of power is not the purview of one party or the other.
Yeah, a Democrat will come in there and do the same thing if they can. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you, but you're right, though. I mean, if you use rugs, you can't use pew-pews. But if you're a fall-down drunk or a spousal abuser, well, you get all the weapons you want.
Whoa, hang on
technically, that's not accurate. But go ahead, Beach. You're a firearms instructor, I think, right? So you probably be able to speak on that.
Hyperbole. It was hyperbole.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Well,
Okay.
I actually have.
That is funny, though, Melody.
My rebound chick after my divorce 7 years ago was both a heavy rug user and she ended up hitting me. So she's got a conviction for domestic violence against me. She's got a domestic violence restraining order against me, and she's a rug user. And the last time the police raided her house, as I understand it, they arrested her for being having a restraining order against her and being in possession of a firearm, being in possession of rugs and being in possession of a firearm, using rugs in front of her 16-year-old child. Just they piled it on her from every different direction that they possibly could have. And, that's because the police officer followed her, thought he saw her cross over the center line as she was making a wide turn into the driveway of her RV park. So he follows her home and searches her house because he smells something. And,
wow.
the girl hit me. I got a restraining order against her, but that was like 6 years ago. I'm not mad at her. And I get served, to be a witness because I've got the restraining order and they want like support for that side. And there's like laws that, if there's domestic violence, they have to report everything to you that happens to them. And things like that. So I get all this. It's like, but the whole case was bullshit because all she did was like make a wide turn, slowing down to get into her driveway, and a cop wanted to jack with her.
That got her pulled over.
You've been a good rebounder, though. I'm just saying.
That's crazy.
I did my rebound right.
That's why when people are like, "Oh, we're the land of the free," this is fucking bullshit, guys. If we want to be able to use rugs, we should be allowed to. I don't see why in the fuck the government thinks it has the right to tell people what they can put in their bodies or not.
No.
I'm libertarian in that way.
We got to leave all guys.
My question is, are you talking about old drugs on that?
All drugs. I don't give a fuck what it is. If you want to stick something in your arm, it's your body.
I'm of two minds of this.
My brother-in-law. No, hold on. Let me say this personal.
Go
my
ahead.
brother-in-law has fought drug use for many years. I mean, and the only thing that he would fall off the wagon, he'd go to rehab. He'd fall off the wagon, he'd go to rehab like 4 or 5 times in 20 years. And he has 4 kids now. All those kids have finally grown up and moved on and doing their own thing. And he fell off the wagon. Well, without his children to, help, give him a reason, he has yet to be able to get cleaned off. He's been pretty hard on him again for about a year and a half. And he ended up divorcing from my sister and everything. But watching him fall, he's a good guy. I mean, great guy. But he just can't kick this drug use problem. And now he's all laid up. He looks horrible. He hasn't had a job for 6 months now because he has a CDL, and luckily he hasn't lost it by wrecking two trucks while working. He not wrecked them, drove off the road, but they consider that to be a wreck, and he had to get tested. He failed one test, and luckily he passed the actual official test that he had to go take after his 3-day suspension. But I mean, his life has gone to complete hell, and I know he's taking and stealing from his own children now and stuff to try to support his habit because he has no money, he doesn't have a job. And I mean, just watching him go down this, I can't agree with letting people do that because seeing what it does to him. And I mean, like I said, he's a great person.
So society should help this person, right?
Yeah, Andy, can I introduce an idea to you? And this may take me more than a minute, but the idea that's in the back of my mind here, and this is, again, nothing I can prove, but it's from personal observation, is that the laws against rugs actually make things harder for people who dabble in them. They complicate their lives. They make them harder, and I actually think increase the chances that they're unable to pull out of whatever sort of short-term spiral that they were in that resulted in them overusing, because all of a sudden they got court dates and additional financial expenditures and pressure on them from society and the law and the court system and all of that stuff. And it ends up putting them in a much worse spiral because it's trying to punish them rather than support them through their time of crisis.
Yep. And the stigma alone
I agree.
causes shame, and shame causes people to get depressed, and depression leads to all kinds of fucking trouble. If it was
Well,
legalized, or at
my
least
nephew-
not illegal, the outcomes, I believe, would be far superior to what we see today.
I mean,
I'm definitely for harm.
My nephew, his youngest son, who has gone down the same path that he's gone to, he got popped. In fact, it was Memorial Weekend this year. He got busted, and he went to jail. He ended up getting bailed out, and it was for having methamphetamines on him. And so he gets bailed out. He gets a court case, and his court case is for June. And he tried to go to rehab up in Vallejo in Atchison, and unfortunately, with no insurance, there was nothing they could do. They couldn't get him in bed unless he had $2,500 to pay up front, and that was just for the first 30 days. And so he ends up not going to rehab. Well, he continues doing what he's been doing. Well, he missed his court date in June. No, I'm sorry, into July. He missed his court date. They rearrested him at his job, so then he lost his job that he'd had, and he bailed back out after, I think he was in for 3 days on that one. And he asked them, can I get help? Because I mean, he's in bad shape too. And they said, yeah, well, you can go get self help, but unless it's court ordered, there's nothing that they can do to give him any kind of help. So he doesn't have insurance, so or doesn't have the money. He can't get help. It's like, and he wants to get clean. He just doesn't know how to. I mean, he's 20 years old, and it's like the system just. He's got another court date. They didn't. He asked the court for help, and it's like, why did they know? Why did they have to put you through rehab? And he's like, well, until I get convicted, I guess they can't. So I don't know what's going to happen with him, whether he makes his next court date or not, because now he doesn't have a job. Now I've heard he's living basically off the street, and it's like.
And see, if
That's
it
why I'm all
wasn't
for harm reduction.
Yeah, if it wasn't illegal, he wouldn't have had to deal with any of that shit. He would be able to be functional until he was ready to get off himself. Because I mean, just look at what prohibition does. Look what we did with alcohol. Alcohol is addictive. It destroys people's lives. Yet it is legal, and we still manage through it.
The thing is, you're going to put a level of criminality around anything that you make illegal. I mean, if you make playing cards illegal tomorrow, then there's going to be a black market for playing cards the next day.
Yep. And a stigma attached to it. Like, oh my God, you're a card player.
Here's a
You're
couple
a dangerous
of my views.
criminal.
You got rounders in your VCR, don't you?
Here's a couple of my views. Generally speaking,
That's pornography.
Any victim of this crime exists only to give authoritarian governments the reason to put people in the system and better manipulate them.
That's right.
Philosophically, laws are the only thing laws really are threats by the ruling class towards the ruled class.
Well,
at the end of the day, that's what laws are.
Yeah, I'm generally libertarian in belief. I believe that laws only exist so that good men may have a means to peacefully arbitrate their differences.
Yeah. Real quick, guys, don't forget to gift. I do have a gifting goal. I haven't met it yet. It's been a couple of hours. I'm looking for 50 of the tiny dinies. They're like 10 coins a piece. If you want to support the live, please think about gifting, and I'd appreciate it. Or some other gift if you'd like. Go ahead, Beach. I'm sorry.
I should clarify.
Well, let's let Beach go. I think I may have interrupted him. Go ahead, Beach.
From time to time, intoxicating substances or intoxicating habits, whether they're substances or just other things people do, are ways that we protect ourselves from things that are unsurvivable to us. Anything from people being abused by a parent, by a spouse, by their employer. Sometimes people are just in situations that have become unsurvivable to them when they have to face them on a day-to-day basis. And they use either, they go running every morning and get a runner's high, or they, wake and bake just because their life is hard to face from day to day. And they get through those tough periods and they keep walking because they have some means of enjoying life outside of their complete conscious reality. And that gets them from point A to point B. And some people end up addicted after that. But I think most people use those sorts of things to survive challenging periods of their lives and come out better on the other side.
I couldn't agree with you more. And you get one of these. Well said. Yeah, I mean, it's true. And if you don't have some kind of means of an outlet or what have you to just relax or whatever and enjoy life when shit sucks, you're going to fucking rage out on the guy at Walmart that bumps into your cart and doesn't say, I'm sorry. You motherfucker.
Anthony.
Yeah.
Anthony Bourdain said something very similar, that he would never hire a cook or a chef in any of his restaurants that didn't have at least one vice. Because if you were a chef that didn't have at least one vice, you were gonna crash out in no time.
Yeah. Whatever that vice is. I mean, people get addicted to all kinds of crazy shit. So, I mean, there are people that are addicted to eating their own hair. I mean, it's people are crazy.
You ever listen to the comedian Bill Hicks?
I think so. Yeah.
As you know, how he said,
smoking.
Not only should cabbage be legal, it should be mandatory. There's some guy trucker honking behind you in traffic going, it's like, man, shut up and smoke this.
You're under court order. You're going to have to eat this gummy, sir.
Well, think of how peaceful the world might be if every UN General Assembly began with a bong session.
That's funny. Or some silly, some magic.
Frustration at the UN today is they achieved nothing but had a tournament in Madden.
If there's a particularly productive session, do they get a round for bonus bong?
Bonus bong. Every time we say gridlock, you gotta take a hit.
Every time there's another peace treaty, you get another coupon for pizza.
That's funny.
My children tell me I'm not allowed to quit smoking because I tried it one time and they want to survive.
They tried it one time and they want to survive?
No, I tried quitting one time and it did not go well.
Oh, and they want to survive. Oh, right.
And they want to survive, so they're like, you need to not quit smoking, Dad.
Right.
You're not a good person when you're not smoking.
Yeah, I mean, think about that. Cigarettes, the worst fucking invention ever of all time.
Don't raise money.
Don't take them from me.
I agree there.
And I've quit 5 times.
Yeah. No,
I tell people I'm not about being a quitter.
Yeah, I mean, we all have our shit, and that's why if you're in a free country, you fucking live your life.
I was so pissed off at my nephew.
Alone. Go ahead.
My nephew started vaping nicotine without ever having smoked cigarettes, and I was so pissed at him. It's like, why are you going to get addicted to something and not even enjoy the best form of it?
No kidding. I don't understand the whole vaping thing. I do not agree with pineapple flavored.
Well, if you're vaping to get off tar, that's one thing. But man, just straight going to vaping without ever having smoked cigarettes, that's dumb.
Yeah, I agree.
That's like getting addicted to porn and never leaving your mother's basement without ever been on a dating app. I mean,
well, the FDA was just too slow to the punch on that. As soon as vaping became a thing, man, the FDA needed to step in and be like, "Hey, y'all need to stop with the freaking bullshit flavors and the bullshit marketing to kids. This needs to be a anti-smoking device, period."
Oh my God, Bully Slayer says. Shout out. This one time I got kidnapped by a bunch of mimes. They did unspeakable things. That's fucking awesome.
The law that always confused me in this country was making it illegal to commit unaliving yourself. Like, how do you even make a law that says you can't unalive yourself?
Right.
And
I think you should have a right to final determination. Yes.
And if you succeed, do you still get punished?
No, I think it should be the kind of thing, kind of like how we do, transgender care. Though it should be the kind of thing where if you're not terminal but you want out, you should still have to be like, well, you should still talk to a therapist first, and if after that you still want out, then okay.
Right.
My uncle had a theory about succeeding. He said if at first she doesn't succeed, she should keep on sucking until she does succeed.
Oh wow.
I mean, because let's be real, that some people do it for completely stupid reasons. You know,
Well, I
like them
agree,
anyway.
but
and imagine,
the
like, you know,
government
for example,
Just
a
there
father,
is
for
a
example.
woman up on the panel now, by the way. Just saying.
the government should not protect me from myself.
I'll open the floor to her in just a second.
Right.
But I do want to make a point that, like, let's like imagine a father, you know, who's got a family who decides to, you know, unalive himself for a completely stupid reason. I mean, are the families not in some way kind of victims in that regard? That's why I think, you know, it should be permissible but not encouraged.
No, I agree.
You know, mental health care should be much more readily available, so that I don't think it should be required before somebody makes that decision, but it should be so readily available that it would naturally happen in that decision-making process.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
Yeah,
it should
and
be
I agree.
free for
But
everybody.
I
It should be
think
free.
everybody on this panel probably watched somebody that has had some form of cancer pass away from it, and seen what that quality of life is for the last
My
6
father.
months of your life. And to
Yeah,
sit there and
yeah.
say that you have to go through that quality of life so we can keep feeding you more medicines and stuff to make somebody else rich instead of letting you go out with dignity the way you want to,
Right.
doesn't make any sense.
And I love when they're
Or
like,
to
if
validate
you
some other person
decide,
you've never heard of
if you
before.
decide to go out,
Yeah.
you're being selfish. It's like, no, you wanting me to be
Oh.
tortured so that I can be around means you're being selfish.
Yeah. Also, you being kept alive is to validate some other person you've never met
Right.
before, their sense of morality.
I had a very close lineal relative who had stage 4 BC, and put a pew to her temple, and
Wow.
ceased to be a burden on the family because that's what she perceived she might have been.
Wow, that's crazy. I actually had a close friend, Beach, that kind of a similar circumstance. She had BC, got cured, but then if they came back, and she was like, "No, I'm not going through that again," and she took care of things herself.
That's wild. Now, Annie.
I had a
well, Annie and Tovar have been waiting for a minute. Annie, what's up? Welcome in.
I'm not echoing, am I?
No.
Okay, good, because
This is
I'm on
good.
my phone. I'm on my phone speaker, so I wanted to make sure.
Cool.
Awesome. I came up when you guys were talking about the addiction and drugs, and I have family that has addiction issues. And I will say it is nice that they did put addiction on the DC, the DCIM 5. So for mental health, it is actually now a mental condition. I wanted to say too, though, when it comes to cabbage, specifically, it used to be legal way back in like the 20s, 30s, 40s even. It wasn't until like the 60s or 70s when they started to do the whole war on drugs. The whole reason it came about was because the guy who did prohibition, he was afraid of losing his job when when they decided to make alcohol legal again. So he wanted to go after something else, and he realized that that all of Hollywood was partaking in cabbage, and
J.
so
Robert
he went
Anslinger?
after it. Yep, he went after it. So that's why it is
Yeah,
now.
I know that guy.
Yep.
Historical asshole.
Yeah, it is an interesting fact that I found out watching someone on YouTube who does dark history. So love it.
Let's not forget, he did it for racist reasons as well.
Yes, he did. He did do it for racist reasons as well. So
Gave him a reason to raid jazz clubs.
yep.
Right.
And then I will say I do agree. I don't think they should be illegal, because I believe that it being illegal allows for people to OD more often and not get help that they need.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
yeah.
Legal but discouraged.
Yep. I feel we should follow what Amsterdam does and make it legal so people have easier access to the healthcare system.
Or Portugal.
Additionally, something that has not been mentioned yet is the illicit markets really kill quality control. We wouldn't have all this
That's
Chinese
right.
fentanyl,
Yep.
indeterminate quality, that's killing people because people are not knowing appropriate dosing because there's no quality control whatsoever in the market. If we had a legal market, it would be much safer because people would be able to dose much more safely because we would have some quality control in the distribution avenue.
That's right. Now,
And alcohol is
to-
also more dangerous.
yeah, I was going to go to Tovar. Tovar hasn't spoken yet. What's up?
Hey, what's going on? Now, I was hearing y'all talk about the MJ thing earlier, involving I guess the pews, and I don't know if y'all had it figured out yet, but I know in Texas when you have to go fill out the background check, it does specifically name MJ as a illicit substance. So even if you're on the Texas Compassionate Use Program, if you go to purchase a pew somewhere, you'll be committing a felony if you check no and you're on the T-cup program, which is supposed to be Texas's medical outlet.
Yeah, it's bullshit. But
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
we know that
That's why
federally
we shut
it's,
down Kansas.
they have that in place already. I think it's been there since what, the 60s, Beach?
For the
the
MJ cutout, no, that MJ cutout just came out.
I'm talking
No,
about on the federal statute.
It's been in the federal statute since GC 68.
Yeah,
It was
but
added to the
I'm
background
talking
check
about when
law
you.
with the Brady Act.
I'm talking about the background check, like when you fill
I
out the
see.
paperwork.
Did it
I'm
not
talking
used
about-
to ask that, Beach?
No, it didn't. It didn't specifically call out MJ at all. I think it's only like a couple years since it's been in there.
Specifically call out
See, that's
MJ.
fucked up.
Yeah.
The 4473 was revised when several states started legalizing marijuana on the state level. It was revised so that people wouldn't think when they were filling out that a 4473 that having a prescription marijuana made it legal in conjunction with firearms ownership, because it does not. And that's because the federal statutes regarding marijuana that is marijuana derived did not be
MJ.
What I really
say MJ or cabbage, because I think TikTok won't like it.
Everybody go to TikTok shop, buy a bunch of stuff. That's what people
You can
always
get this
say.
hat. You can get this hat on my shop.
You can buy marijuana on this app.
Where I really think due process is going to come into this is the fact that hemp-derived THC is federally legal. And if they test you and find THC, they would then have to prove that it was not hemp-derived THC to actually establish beyond a reasonable doubt that you were an unlawful user of THC, because the MJ tests are for THC, which again is now federally legal for hemp-derived THC. And that's going to be something that the lawyers are going to figure out and just stick in their face every day, all day. And it's going to be a beautiful way that I think that the law eventually improves in a way that is good for the people who are not authoritarian in nature.
Well, we'll let you take that case, Beach. You take one for the team and take it all the way to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, there's
Would you not
actually
agree
already a
that-
guy in Texas who was a veteran who lost his 2A rights, and I think they confiscated some of his weapons because he had checked that box in the whenever he went to go purchase a weapon, and that was recently. I could look it up.
Wow.
But that was here in Texas. And
See,
it's
fuck
a
this shit.
big thing right now in Texas. Yeah, it's a big thing right now in Texas. We've been fighting this pretty much all summer. Actually, since the new year, we've been fighting to get these damn laws passed, but they keep pushing it off and pushing it off. But yeah, man, there's all kinds of shit going on over here just to completely ban it and prohibit it.
We have a problem. We have a problem, Tim, in Oklahoma in that because we have medical
Right.
day. So we have coaches who are required to have CDLs, and that if they get into, they either get a speeding to whatever for whatever reason they get pulled over, and they test them, and it comes back positive, they're losing their CDLs because, yes, you have a legal medical card, but you are not allowed to ingest it and continue to have a CDL.
Right,
Yeah,
because that's
I'm pretty sure
regulated
that's a lifetime.
federally.
Yeah,
I believe that
that's
CDL
federally
ban is a
though.
lifetime ban now.
Yeah, that's another area where the law
For
It,
sure.
really needs to
here's what's
evolve.
fucked up. You can roll your truck a couple of times and still get a job as a truck driver, but if you ingest the devil's lettuce once and you get popped, never again. That's how
Well,
this country. That's how much sense this country makes.
we need THC laws to evolve in a way similar, and as much as I hate to say it this way, but in a way similar to the way alcohol blood level laws, because any alcohol in your blood doesn't mean you can't drive. For CDLs, it's 0.5. For regular driver's
Right.
license, it's 0.05. Regular driver's license is 0.08. What we need is standards that say, okay, you smoked last night when you was on your own time, you're good as long as you're below. This is what we're going to call the intoxicated level for driving a CDL on a CDL.
Well, the
Right?
problem is that it's so
There's
different
no way to
from
test it
every
that way, is there,
person
Ray?
because depending on your how much fat cells you have, you could have it built up in your system longer. The deviations from those tests are just far too great. I don't know that they'd be able to.
That's the same way with alcohol too, though, because I got a buddy that I won't drive with him if he ain't had at least 4 beers with him. He scares the hell out of me. The
There's a
more he
lot of
drinks, the better he
science.
drives.
There's a lot of science and law that has to evolve.
Agreed.
The worst problem is the testing. I don't think there's any way to test
There's not.
marijuana
There's not.
like you do alcohol. So
Not yet, but they may. I mean, maybe at some point they can. But the way it
yeah,
I
gets
believe
in
there
your
is, but
in your system.
it's only good for a few days.
Yeah.
Hey, Beach, I want to ask you a question. You were talking about hemp-derived MJ. Is that how we are able to buy some of these gummies and things on the internet and have them shipped all over the country? I just did it this summer.
It's a different molecule.
It's Delta 9. They call it Delta 9 in Kansas. I can go buy it.
THCA or THCP.
Yeah.
It's Delta 8. Well, federally, it's defined as Delta 8 and Delta 9 hemp-derived THC. And as long as the Delta 9 is below 0.3% by weight, it's legal federally. And I checked it out for Louisiana and Texas. Some girl left some gummies at my house. I consulted my daughters who are THC law experts. And she said, no, Dad, that's cool.
Yeah.
So
Because I'll tell you what, the card here in Oklahoma is expensive as hell. And mine expired, and I thought, if I have to get this just to go to sleep at night, I'll do it. But I tried these ones that my sister had from this website. It's just as good as anything I ever bought with my card. So.
Yeah, that Delta 9. If you take a couple of them gummies, I mean, I felt up the stairs.
Yeah,
I felt
it's like
Biden.
getting hit in the head with a ball. It's like getting hit in the head with a ball-peen hammer for sure.
Because I believe in being thorough, I actually did the weight cost for THC unit.
Yeah.
And in Louisiana, if you have a medical card, you pay about 1/6 as much per unit of THC than if you're buying the hemp-derived stuff that's both federally and state legal. So it is cheaper in the long run. Just purchase price, not including the cost of getting a prescription, but it's like 1/6 as much per unit THC to use a medical card in Louisiana than to buy the federally legal hemp-derived stuff.
Yeah.
I would love to set up a challenge, of a avid cabbage user against an average alcoholic in both driving and shooting tests, and see who does better.
I've been both, and definitely the cabbage is better.
Oh yeah, they've actually done a study about that. They did a study about that in, I think it was Kansas, actually. Andy.
I will tell you that there are only 2 Olympic sports where drinking alcohol has shown to improve the performance of Olympic athletes. And one of them is
in the cold.
shooting. One of them is shooting in the cold. Yeah, by athletes. It's the ski shooting
Interesting
competition. The biathletes who are in the ski shooting competition shoot better if they've had a little booze.
There is definitely some science to
Now
that.
you know why we switched from a year.
Coordination sports such as like darts and everything like that, if you're just a little bit drunk, it actually does help, but there's a thin line there, because once you push past it, then you lose all edge. But there is some truth to that.
I wonder how the magic shrooms would compare. Oh, look at these colors.
Not a prayer. Not
It's all melting.
Throwing darts on those, not so much.
The same place where I can get those gummies that I use, they have those gummies too, Tim. Mushrooms.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, but I
We
can't
all
get them.
enjoy it.
I can't get them. They won't ship it to me. I've tried.
We all enjoy a little ego death from time to time.
Well, I do raise my own cows, so anytime you want to come over, Tim, we can go out in pasture and flip over some pies. find you some magic blues.
I've never actually had the pleasure of. I've wanted to, but just
the guy.
I don't know a lot of people, so
the guy at the hemp THC shop in Houston early this week gave us some like complimentary shrooms to try. And so, the next time Houston Girl comes to the beach, I'll be able to report back, hopefully favorably on that.
Someone in the chat.
You can buy them. My sister grows them, and they're legal to buy to grow, as long as you don't sell them.
Yeah, I've
someone in the chat
that.
brought up.
Oh, go ahead.
What?
Oh, I was going to say, someone in the chat did bring up, in terms of what you were talking about, Liberal, the MLB pitcher, which I can't remember his name now. It was back in the 70s, though. Doc Johnson. Yes. He thought he was pitching one day. Turned out he was actually pitching a different day. He had dropped a whole bunch of Albert Sid, and they was like, "No, you're pitching today." So he went out and threw a perfect game, completely blown out on Albert Sid.
Wow. Sounds like a good
I do know
time.
they're doing studies. Yeah, I do
Doc
know they're
Johnson,
doing studies
the legend.
on shrooms for PTSD, and it's been very, very successful.
Oh, in a therapeutic environment, psilocybin does amazing things.
For certain.
I mean, study after study after study after study. I mean, I don't think I've seen one that said it was bad, and when it's in the right setting.
Iraq war veterans have benefited immensely from psilocybin therapy.
Is that like a microdose?
That's when that's what they usually
Micro
do.
and heavy.
They usually do microdosing for those studies.
Yeah.
Like Bill
FDA is
Gates?
Very close to. Yeah, I think the FDA said like as more successful studies show, they might actually be close to legalizing shrooms for PTSD.
Because it's pharmacologically more benign than cabbage is, even.
And someone, they have.
I actually tell this story like as often
So did
as
California.
I can. So I get treatment at the VA, and I've actually had a VA doctor here in Texas tell me that if I need to cross state lines to get psilocybin, then as long as I don't get caught, then she feels comfortable with me taking psilocybin.
Nice.
So I mean, I could totally get it here, but the fact that she's saying if you don't know where to get it, just go to the next state over and stock up
crazy.
and bring it back.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I don't want to live in Kansas no more. I want to go to flood states.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I'm tired of living in the South.
Yeah, I mean, they're always telling you what you can and can't do. This is why I always look at Republicans weird when they're like, I want the government out of my business. Well, they continue to support shit like this. It's Democrats that are pushing for removing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, what's kind of strange, speaking from the perspective of someone living in a red state too.
Biden sure forgot to.
Yeah, right.
But it's interesting when I talk to.
He's a fucking dotard.
But it's always fun when I run into kind of a southern conservative kind of redneck type who around here is like, fuck yeah, I was, smoke, and get some shroom, hell yeah. And it's like, dude, why don't you get on board and get this legalized? Well, we can't let everybody do it.
Yeah.
Right, all right. You'd have people running around the streets. Did you see that video of Lil Nas? Everybody would be like that. Out in their
there is
tidy
some truth to
whities.
that. We do technically have to walk as slow as the slowest amongst us. I think it was Jim Jeffries who had said, I take, rugs like a champ. But we can't, just let it be, full bore because Katie put her kid in the oven. Thanks a lot, Katie. Thanks a lot.
Fucking Katie. It's always Katie. Katie bar the door. I mean, Jesus.
Well, here's the remember George Carlin said, you could ban all the drugs, but there's always going to be somebody that's going to spin around on their front yard until they see God.
Yep. That's why stand-up comedians are the best thing, the closest thing we have to modern philosophers.
Really?
Well, I mean,
the best right now. One of
them.
One of the more interesting trends that I see is that a lot of things, like people in the military or veterans who need help, are diagnosed with mental illnesses instead of physical injuries. And what is diagnosed as PTSD, that's a mental illness. PTSD is a mental illness. And in the vast majority of everybody from the 90s forward who's been thoroughly studied and diagnosed with PTSD, the vast majority of those, it's TBI. It's traumatic brain injury, which is a physical injury, which presents as PTSD. And the medical establishment wants to define them as mentally ill rather than physically injured. Why is that?
Because then they have to pay them.
If I had my way, the way the VA would be basically handled is like, hey, guess what? If you served and you have a medical problem after you're done serving, go to the hospital, get it taken care of, send us the bill. Done.
Yeah.
I wish every citizen or person in this country could just go to the fucking hospital anytime they needed to and have
True. I should have extended that. That should be everybody.
I mean, geez, we're behind the times here, guys. The U.S.
I mean,
is,
and what's screwed up?
Just in the amount of money that we have sent to Israel for this genocide, we could have paid for single payer health care for every.
Well, you know what's crazy?
Nadine, I got to call Nadine out on that one. Because we give Israel $3.8 billion a year. We give Arab countries $9.1 billion a year and $3.8 billion. The total that we give Israel plus the 9.1 that we give Arab countries is a total of like 13 billion, and we cannot provide universal health care in the United States.
We have
given
Israel far more than $3.8 billion this year.
Ma'am, look it up. Look at the congressional appropriations.
No, it was your claim, sir.
You bring your source, and I'll bring mine.
I want you to show me. I want you to show me it's your claim, sir.
Yeah, we have given Israel in weapons and weapon systems and funds.
To be fair, if you're quoting a number, Beach Geek, you do have to substantiate it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Nadine.
Yeah, but it's ridiculous to even. That's just our regular every year funding of Israel. What we have given in support of this genocide is billions more.
Of $3.8 billion. I brought that number to this panel before. I'll go get it and bring it again. But it's
please do so, because I actually don't know the exact number myself. So
we don't give any one country other than Israel the same amount of money that we give Israel. Beach.
Yeah, dude.
Except for Egypt, we give them half of what we give Israel every year.
What you did was lump in
and we shouldn't give them one red cent.
What you did was lump in all Arab countries into one and compared it to one country that is not Arab. And you also didn't mention the fact that we fucked Iraq up and we owe them. We owe them reparations for the damages that we've done. We owe damages for a lot of other countries in that area, I would argue. So
we give Iraq and Afghanistan more money than we give as Israel, and have for since we started this stuff.
Okay, can you please
you're going to have to prove that to me, Beach, because I'm pretty much an expert on Israel and Palestine.
I think
show me your numbers.
I think it's about $1 billion we give to Iraq every year.
We really got on this tangent.
On the 7 countries that invaded Israel the day after they declared independence in 1948.
Oh,
Those
that is such a
7
lie
countries.
right from the jump. I can't even let you. No, that's wrong.
No,
Wrong,
no,
wrong.
ma'am. No, ma'am.
Factually
Hang on.
incorrect.
Let me finish my statement, and then I will let you respond, because that's how we try to work it here. We give those 7 countries $6.6 billion a year. We give Israel $3.8 billion a year. I'll go cite my source from statedepartment.gov. I'll put it in the comments, and then you feel free to check that out.
What are you going to put in the comments? Wait, what one country do we give more than Israel in that area?
None.
One
You're
country.
saying Arab countries. What
Right,
Arab
they're
countries?
they're all different countries. They're for all different reasons.
Arab countries that declared
My only
war
guess would be Saudi Arabia.
Israel on the day after they declared independence in 1948.
They're not
When
one
you're
country,
completely
Beach.
surrounded by 7 different countries that attacked you the day after you declared independence.
Whoa.
But they get more money than you?
Wait a second. Wait. So, wait. Okay, so one of the nations gets invaded, and then there is issues with the surrounding nations for this invading force, and you're like shitting on the countries that were trying to protect that other nation? What?
No. The 7 countries invaded Israel.
Wait. Whoa, Israel.
What? Who invaded Israel?
Zionists illegally took that shit over.
They had a mandate under international law provided by the
Fake
Okay, Beach,
bullshit.
Are you ready to listen now, Beach?
Yeah, man.
Never did the United Nations give Israel any land. They divided, they partitioned the nation of Palestine.
This is correct.
And as soon as the English soldiers left, because the League of Nations was
We can't hear you, Nadine. You're muffled.
Yeah,
Sounds like she's walking farther away.
Okay, I'm talking. What
There
the
we go.
problem is I'm talking too loud. I'm using my teacher voice, and I shouldn't. As soon as the British military left Palestine, and the partition was complete by the United Nations, Israel declared themselves an independent state, which was not the UN's plan. It was not part of the partition.
Okay.
As soon as they declared themselves independent, and they had been invading Palestinian villages for months and wiping people out, wiping entire villages out, gradually taking hold of a stronghold in also Palestine. And then they were invaded, yes, because the neighbors of Palestine and Palestinians were defending those people from the invasion of the Ashkenazi Zionists from Europe. And that's the factual history of Israel.
I don't dispute a single word you just said, and I will add to that by stating that Menachem Begin's Irgun group engaged in terrorist activities, not the least of which was the bombing of the King David Hotel, where the British who were governing Palestine prior to then had the mandate, and Israel created the British willingness through terrorist acts against the British. I know the history. Okay, my point is that recently the United States has not been directly supporting the genocide because we've been giving money to both sides, and we've been giving more money to the Arab side in support of the Palestinians.
You don't know what you're talking about when you're saying that we're giving more money to Arab countries.
Okay,
bro.
so I want to point out, and you'll probably
Maybe as a
agree.
whole?
You'll probably agree with this, Beach. We are paying the nations that surround Israel in order to protect Israel.
Yes.
With respect to Egypt,
Egypt and Jordan.
And Jordan.
Yep.
Yeah, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan. I would 100% agree with that, without question. Yep.
Lebanon, also.
There's a very good argument that can be made, and I'm not prepared to argue against it right
Is
now.
to try and maintain. It's try to maintain calm. So essentially, all that money to those countries is money to Israel.
And Egypt gets automatically half of what Israel gets every year that they don't invade.
Yeah, that's a long-term effect of the '78 Camp David Accords.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, when you put it in that context, like we're spending even more money on Israel than just what we send to Israel because we're like, okay, calm down, everybody.
If I may, real quick, because I'm a big fan of alternate history. Has anybody ever thought? Has anybody ever thought of how the world might look today if Israel had lost the 6-Day War?
Oh, with that whole region, I don't think would be an issue. I don't think there would be as many issues there as we see today.
Nope.
Because, I mean, I think it might be fair to say, then, that Israel has been probably the biggest oppositional force to peace in that region, probably for at least several decades. At least since...
I would say easily Israel is one of the most destabilizing nations on this planet at this point.
the get-go.
Because it sounds like none of us are in disagreement with that.
Being the contrarian that I am, I would say that assholes are always going to find something to fight over. And, the Arab-Israeli problem is just the thing that the assholes in the region have found to fight over. If they didn't have that to fight over, they would find something else.
Well,
I would disagree with you because they didn't fight with...
I want to applaud everybody in the live, though, because unfortunately there's just not enough voices on our side that are actually saying it loud and proud. It seems to be this apprehension and fear about calling out Israel. And it's not, an anti-S thing. It's an anti-Zionist thing.
Well,
it's politics.
Here's what I say.
Where that's coming from
If you want to see Gaza demolished and the people of Palestine removed so Israel can take it over, you're the anti-Semite.
Yeah, you're on the wrong
because they're Semites too.
And
absolutely.
I say.
And so is Jesus.
I say we take all I think we need to just remove all funding from everybody.
I think we need to unpartition Palestine. That's what I think.
Genetically, Jesus was a Palestinian.
Who was it a while ago who said we've given more aid to I don't want to say that fucking word, but who said that a while ago?
That we give more aid to Israel? We do.
I think we moved on.
We give more to Arabs than to Israel.
We do.
Okay, I'm just here to point out that all of that fucking a lot of that aid, right? It's being hijacked by Israel right now.
Yeah,
like they're literally stealing it. They won't fucking give it out. They put laws in place so that the people that were helping before couldn't help anymore. Like so much shit is going on. So I would actually argue that no, we actually don't. Maybe technically on paper, but no, Israel's taking that too.
Well, we already hashed that out.
You're talking about humanitarian aid. We're talking about financial.
Right. And we already hashed that out, and we were all, I think, in agreement because most of that money that goes to those countries are actually to the benefit of Israel because when we send money to Egypt, Jordan, most of it to Lebanon, it's to keep the peace with Israel.
And to Andy's point, that it's humanitarian aid or it's military aid, money is fungible. If you give somebody
I love that word.
To provide medical care and food, that gives them $5 billion more that they could spend on their military.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying, she said they were stealing it. I don't think if we said 10 billion to Egypt, Israel's not going over and stealing that 10 billion before it gets to Egypt. But if we're sending
humanitarian aid,
but if we're sending
what you guys are talking about.
food to Palestine, she's saying that Israel's stealing the food we're sending over to Palestine to try to help their people. That's what I was meaning by.
But Beach Geek is right, though, man. It's just like how we do over on this stateside with state education lotteries. It's we're getting all this money now for education, so we can give all these rich assholes a big tax cut now.
That's what.
And then a few years later, it's like, oh well, we spend too much of this lottery money on education. Well, we need to pull that back, and no tax cut.
Yeah. People in Gaza or whatever, now I don't speak that language, but I've had translators, who try and translate for me. They say that any aid that is getting in, any food, there are fucking people coming, taking it, and then they are selling it, and they're selling it for really expensive prices. Just
I was on that live. Yeah, that guy was talking about it.
Yesterday,
there's an important aspect there's an important aspect to humanitarian aid and military aid that has to do with like the distance of delivering the product. I live in Southwest Louisiana. Rice, like fresh off of the farm here, costs 6 cents a pound. You could buy 100 pounds of rice, rough rice, bagged off of a rice field here in Louisiana for $6. Delivering 1 pound of rice into East Africa costs $6. So you could buy 100 pounds of rice in Southwest Louisiana for what it takes to get 1 pound of rice to Southeast Africa.
See, that's
so
fucking crazy.
Delivering the
Well, the transportation.
and bribing.
Oh yeah,
right.
Oh yeah. Well, when you add in all the government costs,
and to pay the import-export fees, to bribe the people who have control of the routes of egress and ingress and all that, provide security and safety for the people driving the trucks, it costs 100 times as much to deliver a pound of rice to East Africa as it takes to buy, a pound of rice bag coming off of the farm here in Louisiana where we grow the rice.
Yeah, it's the same with Pablo Escobar and the happy powder. They had to pay the trucks. They had to pay the caps. We could have got for way cheaper. Just kidding. Go ahead, Nadine.
I could use some energy powder right now. Let's go. Woohoo! I mean, when you look at
so
what's
why does
happening in
Gifty not
Gaza,
extend the timer
how many
anymore?
boats are being turned away, and they keep snatching up all the boats? There are people trying to bring aid to Gaza. There is a famine in North Gaza, and they won't let aid in. There are trucks that are lined up with food rotting in it while people starve.
Well, in
and
the
that's
aid,
our money that's paying for that.
the aid that does get through the people. I just had a guy up here yesterday. He was like, they get to it first, and then they turn around and sell it to these people, to the Palestinians for like fucking way more expensive. Now, Andy, you had a question, I think?
Yeah, why does Gifty not extend your timer anymore?
Oh, it's a timer that I have to put up there that like it's a function of TikTok, and I just didn't put it up there. Do you want to gift to continue? I mean, I can.
Well, I thought that's what it does because I put a bunch of deities in there. I just said you had no time ever went up. I was like, that makes
oh, is that what you were? I'm sorry. Yeah, so that timer will look different. Let me show you. I'll show you the difference. So when you see that timer. And I'm sorry if that wasn't clear, but I'll put it up for like 20 minutes.
That was your live timer. That was, right?
Right. That was, hold on. So you'll see the difference. When you see this timer, this is the one that's extendable. Right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that a feature?
It is
So
a feature on TikTok. Yes. So,
that's wild.
Yeah, and it just automatically, but it also extends when you gift the panelists too. So I mean, let me go. How much did you send? Because I didn't realize you were.
I was just sending for fun, trying to get the tiny dining out. Then I said, "Well, fine, feel it."
Oh, okay.
But,
well, let's see.
I just didn't know if you were going to do that to extend your live, or if you're just going to.
Well, here I'll give it.
To the,
I mean, I'll give it 5 more minutes. I don't know what you sent, but just
you're fine.
I don't want you to. What's 60? That's 300. Okay, let's see.
Hey, quick question, Liberal.
Yeah, what's up?
Have you ever worked in radio?
I have not. I have been a voiceover.
Dude, you have a classic radio voice.
Doesn't he though?
No,
Doesn't he?
No, he's got the face for radio.
I have the face for my wife disagrees, but hey, I'll take it.
Cold.
Now I forgot what I was going to type in here, asshole.
Can I ask you a question about something y'all were talking about earlier?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, the over the pew pew thing, right? Doesn't that also include the prescriptions, controlled substances? I'm pretty sure it does because I went to look this up because I was thinking, well, shit, MAT is a controlled substance, right? And ChatGPT says, yeah, it could include those too. So I'm just. I don't know where y'all are reading or whatever. I would love to fucking read that shit because I really want to see that.
Yeah, it depends on how they interpret the law. There's a chance it could, which I hope not, because that would make my oxycodone and my guns.
It's written
No, I
pretty
think
clear.
it's
It doesn't
because
say anything about
it's
oxys.
controlled substances, isn't it? Controlled substances.
Well,
No,
right. It's
I'll pull it up
habitual
for you right now.
but those are controlled substances.
They are
That's
controlled. You're right.
right.
They are.
Yep.
So that's the deal. Like they're going a little bit further than what the statute already exists. Now, guys, I went ahead and I'm going to put this other timer up. So if you want it to continue, please gift. Capitalism is a bitch. You can hate me later. But yeah, I mean, it's a controlled substance. So yes, they absolutely could argue to a court, if the Supreme Court sets this precedent that you can't have your pew-pews. And what are you going to do? You're going to get Maria Seidler to come and fucking argue in court? Oh, you don't know Maria Seidler, do you, Nadine?
No, who's Maria Seidler?
Oh, God. That was my attorney with the school.
Oh, but I think I remember some things from the podcast that when you were talking about it.
Oh, don't get me started. This attorney, I'll give you we were at the Tulsa County Convention where they were going to vote for the chair of the Tulsa County Republican Party. This lady was standing out there handing out these fucking newsletters, trashing me, who was her fucking client. She was my attorney, trashing me and Ron just as people were coming through the door. Everybody got one.
And she was your attorney?
Yes.
What does that even look like?
I complained to the bar.
Disbarred for that
complained to the bar, and they were like, she hasn't responded in 2 weeks. Like it took months for this thing to go through, and they finally didn't even send to me what she wrote in response, but they were like, we don't find any investigation at this time, but we'll keep this matter on file. I mean, because she had done a lot of other stuff that was highly questionable. So, you have to have pissed one of those lawyers off to get disbarred in Oklahoma. Because the thing she did was really fucked up. Divulged the name of a fucking anonymous donor. Another thing. Yeah. Yeah.
What fucking podcast are you talking about right now?
No. This is my attorney. Okay, to her credit, she was a brilliant mind on paper, not so great orally. When we got into that federal court, she's just quacking in her mouth. Even though the rules of the Northern District of Oklahoma's website say that you're not allowed to chew gum or have anything in your mouth. They had to tell her like 3 fucking times
right here in my
to
screen?
spit it out. What's this?
I don't know if you want to put me on the big screen.
Yeah,
or
let's
not,
see.
But this is the. Let me get you the actual form. The ATF form 4473 and question 21F says, "Are you an unlawful user or addicted to marijuana or any depressant,
See, that's
stimulant,
fucked up.
DRUG, or any other controlled substance?"
Yeah.
Warning.
So it could be.
And then there's a warning. It says the use or possession of MJ remains unlawful under federal law, regardless of whether it has been legalized or decriminalized for medicinal or recreational purposes in the state where you reside. So it's right there.
See,
it's cut out. Yeah. It's cut out.
See, they say addicted. I say aficionado.
Yeah, I mean, but they could. Yeah, but it just says unlawful user of or addicted to. So it's like really anything. Like it could be.
I mean, addicted. Yeah. You know what? The number one withdrawal symptom from cabbage is being bummed out you don't have any cabbage.
Yeah,
and,
for sure.
And they call that denial.
And then right after that,
doing,
right under that G says, have you ever been adjudicated as a mental defective, or have you ever been committed to a mental health institution?
Well, we don't talk about that.
We don't talk
Andy,
about
Andy, I didn't even notice the hats. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
No, this is what I'm saying. Like I think there is a big fucking line being crossed with that one. And I don't know how anybody who's, pro Second Amendment, blah, 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 could actually applaud that shit.
It's because
right.
Which is why
me as a Second Amendment and a pew pew owner, out of the may or may not 47 pew pews I own, only 2 of them are registered, and I've only had to fill that paperwork out twice. And that was just because I won them in a raffle, and there was no choice. I had to.
Yeah, I'm gonna be one
That's funny.
owner very soon because I can't
I
fucking
think,
handle this shit.
but I think that speaks to what Radical said is that if you're addicted, so you would have to be adjudicated.
But
You would
it
have to
doesn't
be
say it doesn't
found
say
to
just
be.
addicted though. It doesn't say
No, but
just
who?
addicted. It says unlawful user. So that's
Right.
anybody who uses it.
That's
Yeah,
anybody.
but and it doesn't
But I
matter.
mean,
Like,
if I have a prescription for hydrocodone, and I'm just taking it for whatever I'm taking it for, and I'm not addicted to it, but I'm prescribed it, then I could
but
fill out
that's
that paperwork. But
It's
if I was to be, borrowing some of Tim's and some of my friends, and then I get adjudicated, I get arrested because I have too much in my system because they do test you.
Yep.
Then that line then would become important because then I
I
have been
think you're missing
arrested.
the point because
I
this
think
isn't about
whether
this is
you're
about MJ specifically.
yeah,
It's
I
not
mean,
talking
but
about
right, but if
anything else.
who
it could,
determines who's addicted?
but
That's
if it can be MJ, because if it's legal medicinally there, that is a medicine.
yep.
That
But
is
it's
medication.
federally illegal.
Because it's
Just
federally.
like
I just
right, but again, it's a federal controlled substance, like opiates are too.
Yeah,
yeah.
So
but
if
that
you're
doesn't.
The
Are
on
you
problem
them,
is
addicted
though,
to?
right? Like the problem
they
with it
would
all is
they could argue that you are if you're taking them.
Yes,
because if
Because
you've been on your medicine
if
for a
you
long time,
you're
I'm sorry.
addicted to it. Yeah.
yes, there's no getting around that. And if you don't think that you are, stop taking them and see what happens.
I mean, even if you
You
take
take my oxys from me, we're gonna have problems.
Yeah.
you get. I mean, even
Where's the
Xanax,
toilet?
you're addicted to it if you've been taking it for more than a month.
Yep. And it's and that's not mental
Yeah, but
necessarily. That's your body.
I don't think comparing MJ to Oxy or Xanax is even a fair comparison.
Well, the
But I
point
think
is
on
that they're
on that
both
line it
legal.
says, "Are you addicted to? Are you an illegal user or whatever it said?" But it said any.
Yeehaw!
It said marijuana or any other.
Yep.
Now, real quick, this is kind of funny. Maybe I can say it in a way that you understand. I'm streaming through my OBS, right? So it doesn't see those gifts. So I'm over here yeehawing. So the people on YouTube are probably looking at me like, what the fuck is this guy's deal? But they don't see the hat. So.
Oh,
And
do you stream both at the same time?
I started yesterday. It was my first day. And today I'm also simulcasting. So you can see the entire show if you want. When you go over to the tube. Now you can't see
Awesome.
you
Is it
can't
going
see
well?
you can't see the panel yet. I'm gonna figure out a way. I know there's something I can download, but I think you have to pay money for it. So I'm gonna
Do you have
figure
a
out a
website
different
or
way.
not a website, like a video or something? How you set that all up? Because I've been trying to do that myself.
I mean, I guess I could make a video. This is actually pretty easy through OBS. Have you ever used OBS?
Yeah, I have OBS, but usually when I have like someone that I'm trying to interview, it'll be through Google Meets.
Okay, so in OBS,
But-
you'd be
but
able to
I would-
pull in your Google Meets into the OBS, right? So
Yes.
essentially what you do is, and you have to use TikTok Live Studio, right? For this to work. You wouldn't use your phone. You can download TikTok Live Studio if you have a Windows computer. You stream through OBS. My camera and this picture and all the background stuff is through OBS. You hit Start Virtual Camera. And then on the TikTok side, when you go to put on your camera, you select OBS Virtual Camera, and it will display the stuff that you're doing on OBS. So then you hit Start Stream on OBS, and it'll go to your YouTube and also to the TikTok. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah, it does. I just have issues pulling it because I just have the one camera, and I guess it like it only lets one application use the camera, but I have to like mirror it off or something like that.
Yeah, so the virtual camera acts as, and it re-encodes as another camera. OBS does that automatically. When you hit Start Virtual Camera, it's essentially creating another camera that you then send to TikTok.
Okay, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, so you'll select, instead of selecting like Logitech camera, you would select OBS Virtual Camera, and it'll pull in whatever is showing on OBS.
Oh shit. Okay, cool. Got it. Hell yeah, thanks.
Hey
You're
Tim,
welcome.
what are you gonna if TikTok gets banned or goes away? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna stick with it even when U.S. TikTok comes back, or are you gonna do something else?
Yeah, no, I'll go to the tube, and
To the tube?
what I'll do is I'll have a link that people can go to, and then they can join the panel through the link. It won't have as many people, I don't think, trying to get on the panel, but people can join that way. You just
Because
go to
I've
the
been
link
looking
and
at
you can.
Skylight. Have
Yeah,
you looked at Skylight? It's
yeah,
very similar to TikTok.
yeah. They don't
Are
have
you on
this
there?
yet. Yes, I'm on there, but I don't use it like I, do TikTok. But
Yeah, I've been trying to use it a little bit every day so I get used to it and I get a following and I can follow people. But you're on there?
yes, I am on there. Yeah,
All right, I'll find you. All
yeah.
right.
It's been a
Well,
minute, but yeah, it's yeah.
Trump said, yeah, he's extending that again, by the way.
Much to
Extending.
my chagrin, I
Oh,
don't
right.
think TikTok's going anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm afraid that it's going to become state-run social media, and I don't want to be as involved in it as I
Right.
am.
Of course, it'll still be owned
Eh.
by corporations, but you already know that Donald Trump is going to be pulling the strings because that's how he
Yeah.
operates. Full
Well,
control.
it's not just that. I think it's unfortunately TikTok has also kind of become a little bit of an intellectual wasteland too. I mean, it's full of flat earthism and all kinds of other nonsense, and it's just
And I think that's what I'm afraid of. That's what I think is going to become. It's going to grow exponentially. I want to find a place where the not flat earthers are.
honestly, we should do like they
Oh,
do
come
TikTok
on.
in China, which in China they steer kids on TikTok towards STEM related topics.
Oh, I love
Yeah.
Red Note. It's just hard to. It's hard for it. My content doesn't transfer to Red Note as readily as it would somewhere else.
Yeah. Well, and
You don't like flat earthers. They're at least entertaining.
also the issue is, and just look at this. This is a great example.
They are
we're
entertaining.
having a good conversation. Nobody's yelling at each other. We're not arguing about anything, and the numbers go zzz, because people just don't. They just don't want to watch it. So, that's why you see a lot of what you see is because, creators are going to put up there what people are going to watch, and people want to see a fucking train wreck.
Absolutely, you're right. 100%.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump off you guys. Man. It was good talking to you.
We got a little heated earlier with Beach and me stepping up there. We did okay.
Yo, Taco. That was nice.
I just don't think everybody should leave like in mass, and I'll tell you why. Because I think we should have fucking learned our lesson with Facebook, with X, all of them. Every fucking time we all fucking well, I never left, but everybody fucking
Tovar.
decided to leave, right? And then the right fucking took it over and created an even more powerful propaganda machine. Like we have to stay and try to fight. That's my fucking opinion. I think we can't fucking run at this time.
Oh, I think I think they're going to be hard pressed to really squash TikTok. And I know what the problem is people are organizing on TikTok. And it's so easy to get around their bullshit. So I don't have to say certain things. I can say MJ. I can say, the devil's lettuce. I can say grape. So I can get around your AI, spies.
Right.
But I think we really have to stay on TikTok because it's an organizing tool, and that's why they're coming after it.
Yep, that too. And I think it's also like it's showing us what's happening. I don't know about y'all, but Facebook, Instagram, I've been on those sons of bitches for years, and I can't get any traction whatsoever with the same shit I post on TikTok.
Yeah, because they suppress it, and I'm surprised they suppress it here, but not it. I don't know, because there's just millions and millions and millions of people that are constantly devouring data and content that I don't think
on
they can
X
suppress
too.
it fast enough.
On
I
X
think they
too,
want
same
you to pay
thing.
for it, though. Like I think that's one of my fears about TikTok is I'm worried that they're going to try.
I'm old school. I like Reddit.
You know?
I'm on Reddit.
Fucking
I left.
Reddit.
I left. Well, see, but Tim, I left X because I got doxxed on X.
Oh wow.
Last summer, I got some hate group found me and decided that I was anti-S, and they were going to, and they put my resume up there, my address, my
Anti-S.
Yeah, anti.
Your resume?
Not anti-Zionist, but anti.
Oh, I see.
And so like my superintendent got 10,000 emails about
Wow.
me.
Well, that's what
See,
happened to the inmate at that minimum security prison who had complained that Ghislaine was sent there. So they sent that inmate to a fucking harsh prison. There was a prisoner that was in the minimum security prison who was there for a year, a nonviolent crime. And because she complained and the warden had gotten a bunch of fucking emails, I guess, from people about that interview, they sent this person to a fucking harsher prison. Yeah, it's you give Ghislaine the minimum security and you send any detractors from there to a fucked up prison. Tell me
What
that ain't
about the
fucked up.
judge who decided that the concentration camp in Florida has to stop because it's an environmental disaster? I love it. Now,
Florida
also,
gets that thrown out.
To real quickly add on for what everybody was saying for Radical Jezebel wanting everybody to leave TikTok, definitely I think everybody should just be on as much social media as possible. And these seemingly unreachable voices out there that are obviously just putting out rage bait or whatnot, it actually is kind of important to go ahead and still go on there and engage and oppose them, because you're never going to convince them, but you might convince someone who's watching them.
Yes.
And right now, the young conservative men went hard for Trump this last time around, and that didn't happen in a vacuum. It happened because of social media and right-wing influencers basically having unopposed voices. So we have to oppose those voices.
That's what I've been trying to fucking scream into the goddamn abyss for months. People fucking got to stop fucking putting their tail between their legs and fucking running away. I'm telling you, you fucking leave the app and you stop fucking and stop speaking the truth, you create a fucking void. Who comes in and fills that void?
Absolutely.
Goddamn Charlie Kirk and people like that.
Tim, you might remember a couple of weeks ago I brought this point up, and that's that when private companies are using public airwaves, they don't have, I don't think, and I was trying to inquire if other people would agree with me, is that when private companies are using public airwaves, they do not have as much right to censor as they do if they were totally and completely publishing using private mechanisms without anything that is generally a part of the public trust.
Well, I mean, technically, isn't that's part of the deal? Is that the public airwaves belong to the public?
That's correct. And
Yeah.
back in the 80s, it was established statutorily through what was called the Fairness Doctrine.
Yeah, the Fairness Doctrine. Who was that? Got rid of that? Reagan or Clinton?
Hello.
It was during that time period, but the Republicans never had control of either house of Congress during that time period.
It's my new
it was bipartisan.
It's my new
But in any case, I think anything that is not entirely transmitted through private means, anything that uses the public airwaves in some manner, shape, or form, and everything on social media that goes to a cell phone uses public airwaves, has less ability to censor, I think, than a completely private platform would.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
Yeah, just thoughts on that. Yeah, just share thoughts on that.
Yeah, I was just gonna add to it real quick. So that happened under Reagan. I had to go out and just double check that I was right. But it was the.
Oh, ma'am, you were not right. That happened under a Democratic Congress.
I just looked it up.
You got to blame a
Will you not
Republican
scream over me?
president for a change in the law.
Oh my God! If you let me
by a
finish a
Democratic
fucking
Congress.
sentence. It fucking first happened under Reagan, and the Fairness Doctrine was eliminated by the fucking FCC chairman. And yes, more shit was added on to it under the fucking Clinton and Bush administrations. Now, can you fucking pull up your panties like a big girl and stop fucking having a tantrum? Jesus.
It sounds like you're the one crashing out.
Yeah, thank you for the back.
Let's bring down the temperature all around. Let's just
bring it up. Viewers will go up.
You guys think I'm gonna be
Keep arguing.
Now fuck that.
Yeah, we're back above 100.
The only reason Tim endures.
Y'all are passionate.
I'm a libertarian who brings up, viewership.
You piss people off, Peach, but they usually misunderstand your point and your purpose for saying things, and that's what gets people riled up, I think.
But I believe she is correct. Is that it wasn't legislation. It started with Reagan. Reagan got
right.
It came from the FCC, and that's what started it. And
That's
that was
true.
Reagan. Reagan, I'm going to be honest with you. Reagan ruined a lot of stuff. Reagan started the ball rolling into this evolution into Christian nationalism bullshit, and that was in 1980.
We've talked very broadly here about how Congress has over-delegated legislative responsibilities to the executive branch in the form of administrative powers, and that Congress needs to take those back. And if the FCC could interpret a congressional law as giving them power to interpret the fairness doctrine in that way, then that's a legislative fix. They need to take that power back from the administrators and bring it back to the legislature.
Absolutely.
But in the meantime, us as individuals, though, we can still definitely have an impact. One admission I'd like to make here, because I believe in saying when you're wrong, you're wrong. And I'm 42. The first presidential election I was able to vote in was 2004, and I voted for George W. Bush. I was a Republican. I was a young conservative Republican. But through the process of not only self-questioning, but also helpful friends and everything, I deconstructed and I changed things now. Now I'm as radically liberal as the next, cabbage-loving hippie. But, it took some time, and I was a little resistant to it. But if you stick to it, yeah, you gotta give people the benefit of the doubt that they can change, because some people are on that side of the fence, but they're looking for any off-ramp to get out from it.
I got arrested at the 2004 Republican convention.
I think it's worth pointing out that it was not Democrats that removed this, not even though they did have, a majority in the House and the Senate under Reagan in 87. It was the FCC 4-0 vote by Republicans that undid this, because Congress actually had tried to put this into statutory law instead of just an interpretation, and Reagan vetoed that. And it was the Democrats that tried to put it into law, and Reagan said no, and then had his people at the FCC unalive the fairness doctrine.
Yeah, that seems right. Yeah,
and then they tried to bring it back. Congress tried to reinstate it under George Bush, HW, I do believe. And then when was it? It was under President Obama. I'm not sure who had control of the fucking Senate and shit, but they did formally just get rid of it under Obama's presidency.
Yeah, and the thing they tried to pass was called the Fairness in Broadcasting Act. It was passed in both the House and the Senate by Democrats and vetoed.
Yeah, okay, there it is. Yeah.
Okay, now my question is, why do certain sides seem to bring stuff up when they know it's not going to pass, and then don't bring it up when they have all three? And that goes for both sides.
Because
the people that bought and paid for them, I could give you an example of Cory Booker.
Why.
And I love Cory Booker. Cory Booker, when he was the mayor of Newark, was my hero. But then he became a senator, and New Jersey is run by Big Pharma. Big Pharma
and he
pays
took
lots
that
of
money,
taxes
unfortunately.
in New Jersey. And Cory Booker is bought and paid for by Big Pharma. So when the Democrats are in charge, Cory Booker is going to vote no against anything that puts pharmaceutical companies under the thumb of anybody, because he's bought and paid for it, and they are.
A lot of them are by the pharma companies. A lot of them. That's big
there's
money.
Somebody down there named Maverick the Siren who's saying Beach is wrong again. I'm sorry, Maverick. Between 1948 and 1994, the Republicans had a majority in no House of Congress ever.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so everything Reagan did administratively, he did under laws that were passed by Democratic Congresses.
And what was the speaker's name? Tip O'Neill. Tip O'Neill worked hand in hand with Reagan.
Yeah,
and the reason that the Democrats did that is because Reagan won that election in a landslide. So the Democrats that were in the House and the Senate really had to look at it and say he had a huge national mandate, which he really didn't.
Back then, compromise was the norm.
Compromise was the norm. So if he won so many states and he won this election in huge numbers, they had to compromise. That's how they governed.
The most beautiful thing, the most beautiful thing that I've ever seen in American government was after the 94 election, when the Republicans got control of both houses of Congress again. And it wasn't because the Republicans had control of both houses of Congress. It was because then President Clinton pivoted, and the Republicans and the Democrats worked together, and that Congress, 95, 96, is when the budget was balanced. It was when
That was
Clinton pivoted, and Gingrich did the contract with America, and they friggin' finally worked together and balanced the budget. That was the one time in my life that I ever saw the federal government work.
Yeah, but isn't that when they also got rid of Glass-Steagall?
Yep.
I'm not saying everything was perfect.
And
I think everything
NAFTA,
worked well.
GATT, WTOs around the same time.
Yeah, my point being was that it worked better than I've ever seen it work, and they balanced the friggin' budget. And it was just such a beautiful thing to finally see some semblance of our government working as I think it should. And I just think that was a beautiful thing, and I remember that fondly.
Yep. But it, didn't do us much good because they had to take us to war.
Yeah.
I mean,
When all else fails, go to war.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what
ruined
I'm
a generation's worth of goodwill from the rest of the world. Ruined it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
When in doubt,
man.
distract people with foreign policy.
Years.
Man, the outpouring of goodwill that happened on September 10th, or I'm sorry, September 12th, 2001.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just unreal. And then we squandered it.
Yeah, and then look what he did.
This is a man that tried to kill my daddy.
And I say that as someone who at the time was in support of the war.
And
I was wrong.
That's the second time I got arrested.
I was
at
dead
the
wrong.
UN. When he went to the UN to try to convince the world that we had to invade Iraq, that was when he invented, oh God, I forgot.
And at the time, I was willing to believe that there's no way our government could lie to us that badly. It was like, there's no way. They totally got it. They must have the receipts. This is a good thing we were doing here. And I was wrong.
Yes. No.
It broke me. It broke.
Have you ever read... That's when I got arrested, Tim, in a free speech zone because I wasn't in the free speech zone. I was in the regular zone, and I got arrested at the UN.
Wow. Yeah, has anybody read Operation Northwoods?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just after that day that I came across that document, and I was like, I'll never trust this fucking government ever again. Because the things they're willing to do to pursue an agenda is fucking gross. So I got nothing. Like, I didn't support the war. I'm like, why in the fuck are we going to these countries?
I still somewhat believe that government can be a good thing, but just like any other human enterprise and apparatus and idea, it's always double-edged. I mean, it can do great harm or it can also do great good. It's all about who we choose to put control of that.
Well,
and it's also who's
choosing
paying for it?
Yeah, are we even choosing, or are we, there's psychological fucking manipulation where it's like, oh no, he's not as mean as the other guy, vote for him. And then corporations are like, hey, we still get our tax breaks and we still get our subsidies. And everybody else is like, but we want an education.
Oh, Jersey girl, come on. Don't give Jersey girl a bad name. I'm a good Jersey girl. Go. No. Leave the flag. Get rid of the Jersey.
We're in America. Get rid of that flag. Okay.
Yeah.
How do you know I'm in America?
You guys brought up education, and I'm just going to say this. I don't know if the chat has seen it or not, but the Trump administration is refusing to, I think, defend or give grants. It's something I can't remember the fucking word, to any colleges, right? Universities that have a majority population or a high population of Hispanic students. Just fun little fact. See, there's ways to do this where you are going to be, able to, I guess, just discriminate blatantly based upon race without having to actually write that shit down on paper. It's fucking crazy that we are here in 2025.
Yeah, Jersey girl, I invited her, assuming it's a girl or woman.
Oh, that would be fun. Oh, gosh, because I'm a real Jersey girl. We're liberal.
Joycey.
Someone in the chat says I'm a dangerous person.
You are a dangerous person.
Well, it's because the last part of your name is malcontent. That's danger. Well, Will Robinson.
Not dangerous.
I hate to aid on Hunter S. Thompson. I mean, multiple felon perhaps, but certainly not dangerous.
Like I have to register as deadly weapon in 7 states.
Oh,
I've been
boy.
called a lot of things before, but certainly not dangerous.
So, Tim, did you say you're coming back to Oklahoma?
Yes. Yes, I'm
Yay.
already there.
Oh, are you
But
near
not in
me,
America. Because Jersey Girl doesn't know if I'm in America or not. Am I?
Oh.
Or am I in
Near
Gaza?
me or closer to the other big city?
No, where I was at before.
Okay.
Yeah, so still far away. But that may change. We'll figure shit out. But the
Hi,
live
Laura.
is do what?
Oh, Laura just said she's in Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Fucking
Well, I don't
Ryan
know.
Walters.
Let's not go that far, Tim.
Southern Kansas.
Everybody, I just want to say I had a blast talking with y'all.
Yeah, same to you,
Yes.
man. I appreciate it, but I'm going to go ahead and hop off here. Thank you all for the gifts. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. And yesterday, I thought yesterday was Saturday, and I was like, I'll be off the next 2 days. And then I'm like, oh, fuck.
I was wondering what happened this morning when I got on. I'm like, what? You said yesterday you were going to be on.
Yeah, no, I got off there like almost as soon as I did. I was like, oh, wait, this is Friday? Fuck. Because I was supposed to do live last night. No, it was 6:30 when I realized it. And I was like, it's too late. Fuck it. Anyway, I'll be back on Tuesday morning, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. So we'll see you there or we won't. I guess we'll see. But thank you all so much and we'll catch you next time. Peace.
And I'll find you on YouTube.
All right. See you.
Bye.
And to my YouTube people, we'll see you guys later. Peace.